Yeah. Ay. Yeah. Ay. Yeah. Boys. Yeah. Hold on. We them boys. Hold on. We them boys. Hold on. We making noise. Hold on.
Like the whips at the end, they bulletproof. -20, we in Pitfield at K's Kitchen in a Canada Goose. Famous as fuck, but I'm still in the cut when they round up the troops. I'm just a sicko, a real sicko when you get to know me, nigga. I let the diss record drop, you was staying right below me, nigga. We must have played it 100 times, you was going to bed. Why would I put on a vest? I expect you to aim for the head. I could've killed you the first time. You don't have to try and say it louder, nigga. Trust me, heard you the first time. It's nothing personal, I would've done it to anyone. And I blame where I came from, and I blame all my day ones. You know Chubbs like Draymond, you better hope not say none. Them boys, they're a handful. Then I hit them with the high line. Chris Breezy with the dance moves. Mo G with the dance moves. Ad Boy with the dance moves. Jimi Hendrix with the solo. Those are strings that you can't pull. Yeah, and I can really dish it out. Come and get it from the source. But fuck with all the word of mouth. Go to state, running practice at my house, nigga. What am I about? You gon' really feel it now. I'm out here looking for revenge.
I ride for my niggas. Stay scheming. Niggas tryna get at me. Dog. I ride for my niggas. Stay scheming. Niggas tryna get at me. Dog. I ride for my niggas. Damn, life so short. Fuck it, I don't wanna go to court. Fuck it, got a budget for the lawyer though. Fuck it, I'm on the run for the month. I'm in the bucket, paid 200 for it. My little nigga stuck and even got me paranoid. I'm getting money, that's in any nigga category. Double M, I got G's out in California. I ride for my niggas, dawg. I ride for my niggas. I slide for my niggas, dawg. I ride for my niggas. Stay scheming. Niggas tryna get at me. Dawg. I ride for my niggas.
It bothers me when the guards get to acting like the bras. Guess every team doesn't come complete with niggas like ours. That's why I see no need to compete with niggas like y'all. I just ask that when you see me, you speak up, nigga, that's all. Don't be ducking like you never wanted nothing. It's feeling like rap changed. It was a time it was rugged. Back when if a nigga reached, it was for the weapon. Nowadays, niggas reach just to sell they record. Spaghetti bolognese in the Polo Lounge. Me and my G from DC, that's how I roll around. Might look like, but we heavy though. You think Drake would put some shit like that? You never know. $1 million meetings in the Polo Lounge. Me and my man Oliver North, that's how I roll around. Shorty wanna tell me secrets about a rap, nigga. I tell that bitch it's more attractive when you hold it down. Kobe about to lose 150 M's. Kobe my nigga, I hate it, had to be him. Bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Tell Lucy and I said, fuck it, I'm tearing holes in my budget. Bag her like we in Publix and take her ass out in public. Ordered it up for late, told them butterflies, she'll love it. She used to soda and nuggets, she really just tired thugging. I'm just hitting my pinnacle, you and pussy identical. You like the fucking finish line, we can't wait to run into you. But let me get my mind off that young rich motherfucker getting mine off rap with my niggas.
I ride for my niggas.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, aka B. Just before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe. All of our YouTube videos. Hit that like button. Y'all coming here, hit the share, subscribe, hit that Cash App, $ Slick Rick 1991 Son, $ Slick Rick 1991 Son. As you guys continuously come in here, make sure you guys hit that Cash App as well. Our Venmo is at BJ/MATHEWS/1. If you guys love our content, make sure you guys donate to either our Cash App, Venmo, or we have our last option. We have the super stickers and super comments that are available. Very simple. Go right there in that chat box at the bottom of the right-hand corner. You guys can hit that button with the money sign symbol, and you guys can send your love as the live is going on. Make sure you guys donate at your discretion. And also, if you guys do not have your membership badges, get those. They are available. We're about to start back up with the prizes and stuff like that. So people who have membership badges have those perks right there on the screen right here. They have the perks to have certain things like money and other prizes for the the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. So if you guys want to be a member of the Pull Up Basketball Podcast, make sure you guys get those badges. All right, so that's enough of all the business talk. And make sure I give a shout out to the people inside the comments. Make sure you guys let me know that y'all are in here. You know what I'm saying? If you guys are in the comment section, because I will not be reading the comments as the show continuously goes on. Make sure y'all continuously hit that comment section button. Shout out to Thomas Talenton, my man Sean. He said only one motherfucker can average 30 points per game and lock up everyone last on this list. Yeah, you wasn't in the gym with me shooting the gym. Shout out to my man Drake. Shout out to Drizzy Drake. Maddox Facile 999. Let's go Clips. Appreciate you coming in, my guy. Everybody that's coming in here, make sure y'all smash that like button and hit me know y'all in the comment section. All right. Here we are, man. We are with a live. This is not a pre-recorded video. I know y'all been missing me. This is going to be, a live that I'm going to be doing every single Wednesday and Saturday morning. I'm going to be doing lives because what I'm trying to do is make sure I have, the engagement amongst the people. I know people kind of been, talking about, they want to come up on a panel and have the discussions and things of that nature. So this is going to be the opportunity to do so. So I want to bring up a topic surrounding what I've been talking about the last couple of lives, the last couple of videos pertaining to some of the best players of this past era in the 2010s, man. I don't think a lot of people really have taken a lot of time to really, talk about the 2010s enough, right? Which was a very special era, right? 2010s was a very special era. You had some of the greatest players of all time in this particular era for that decade. A lot of dominance, a lot of longevity, a lot of, championships, awards, things of that nature, a lot of memorable moments took place in this era, right? Y'all know the 2000s is my era where I've, watched the most basketball. Kobe Bryant, Vince Carter, Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, Chris Webber, Rasheed Wallace, all the great players at that time, Shaquille O'Neal, of course, you had all the great players at that time, in the 2000s. That was my particular era. However, the 2010s, obviously was when I was, high school, college, that's when I started really learning about basketball, even on another level, right? So this is a very, very special time, and I want to take time to really kind of have this discussion amongst people, about the 2010s. So the discussion is who at the highest peak of the 2010s, right? Who at the highest peak of the 2010s, right? You got Steph Curry, you got Kawhi Leonard, you got James Harden, you got LeBron James, you got Kevin Durant. These are the five players, in my personal opinion, were the top five players of the 2010s, right? So we're going to get into it, man. But first, before I start, I'm going to ask y'all this question in totality. I want y'all to respond. What do y'all feel peak means? What does peak performance mean? When I ask that question to y'all, what does it mean to have the highest peak? I'm gonna give y'all about a minute or two to kind of comment in the comment section. I'm gonna read them out, and I'm gonna go into what the definition really means when having a peak. We got 15 people. You should have over 15 likes in here, man. Let's get these likes up. Make sure we get these likes up. Very, very important. Get those likes up to get people more in the algorithms. Let's make this video the best video of the day, man. I took a lot of research in this one, so make sure you guys hit the like button, get the people in here. But like I said, in the comment section, let me know what y'all feel like peak means. What do y'all think somebody's peak means? All right. You said, shout out to my man DFJ Hoop. Shout out to my man Andre. He said LeBron, Curry, KD, Kawhi, Harden. That's the order he has ranking the peaks. Okay, that's okay. Definitely respectful. Definitely appreciate you with that comment. Make sure y'all go follow my man DFJ Hoops. Let me see. Thomas said peak is at your best on both ends. Kawhi peak looked 2023 playoffs. All right, appreciate you, Thomas, with that comment. DFJ, he said a stretch in a player's career where they perform at their apex. Okay. Shyam, Steph averaged 30.1 points per game with 50, 45, 90 back in the 2015-16 season and sat out 24 quarters. If he played those fourth quarters, he would average 35 points per game. Steph peaked the highest, in my opinion. All right, so we got a Warrior fan in here. I definitely saw you in the comment section, so you're free to welcome, and you got an avatar, Steph Curry. So yeah, definitely you're gonna ride for him. All respect. So like I said, after I finish, I'm gonna have the opportunity to get people to come in and ask me questions and disagree, agree with me, whatever the case may be. Y'all gonna be able to get it all out when y'all come on here. So we got 3 people, respond. Anybody else want to respond before I get into it? All right, going once, going twice. All right, so let me pull up what the actual definition of is when having your highest peak, so I can, make sure I get everything on the table, because I don't want to misconstrue nothing. I want to make sure everything is on the up and up. So let me look for that quote. All right. So peak performance is a state that is also known as peak experience, the zone of optimal functioning and flow. It refers to a moment when an individual puts it all together, when they are in the zone, when everything flows, and when they achieve an exceptional performance. I'm going to read it one more time for people that did not hear it in the back. Peak performance is a state that is also known as a peak experience, the zone of optimal functioning and flow. It refers to a moment when an individual puts it all together, when they are in the zone, when everything flows, and when they achieve an exceptional performance. All right. So if we're breaking this down, and from what the comments have been saying in the comment section, referring to this definition is simply a state where you're a certain part of your career when you're at your best. That's what peak is, when you're at your best. When you individually put everything together in sports, right? Your physical, your mental, and your physical and mentally. When you put everything together and you guys can see it in that performance. Usually this comes around times when people win championships, when they have all NBA teams, all defensive teams, all stars. That's when usually people talk about your peak. When you're getting everything in a certain 4 to 5, radius, 4 or 5 year period of your career, you're getting a lot of different awards. That's pretty much your peak. Prime is, is a little bit different. Your prime is longer than your peak, right? Think of a mountaintop. The highest peak on the mountaintop is the highest you can go. That's essentially what this means when it comes to sports. It's the same thing. When you reach the highest point of your career, when there's nowhere else to go but down, that is your peak. All right. So now that we got that out the way, we're going to get right back into it, man. Who had the highest peak between these 5 players? We got some people in the comment section speaking upon it right now. Shyam said in his opinion, that Steph, Harden, KD, Kawhi, and LeBron, that's my order for those who peaked. And like I said, make sure you guys run the comments in, man. Make sure y'all give me y'all opinions. Who y'all think, the order of the people's peak. Shout out to Michael Young Bay Jr. He said LeBron peak in Miami was better. Okay. Let's get into this, bro. And let's just, cut the small chart. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play, one by one. I'm gonna talk about everybody's, peak and who's who. And then we're gonna go from there. Now, the definition again is your highest point of your career. And typically, when you talk about basketball, and particularly these players of this past era, it's about a 4 to 5 year period of your career when you talk about somebody's peak. So let's start with the first candidate. Let's go to James Harden. Let's start with him. So obviously, James Harden, the beard, Uno, 1-3, you know what I'm saying? One of the best guards of all time, right? He's obviously with the Clippers now. He's obviously with the Los Angeles Clippers, our team. So, we got to talk about what his peak was. Now, James Harden, if we look at his numbers right here, you got 4 seasons right here where he averaged 36.1 points per game, 34.3, 30.4, and 29.1 points per game. This is the NBA season. He played 78 games, 68 games, 72, 81 games, right? And in the minutes, 36.8, 36.5, 35.4, 36.4. Make sure you guys pay attention to all these categories. I'm going to go right back to them. Y'all know how I do, right? So James Harden's highest points per game was in the 2018-2019 NBA season, where he averaged 36.1 points per game, right? So when you look at a guy like James Harden, right, a lot of people at that time, if you got a chance to watch James Harden's, MVP season in 2018, that was a special time, man. I'm going to tell y'all something about James Harden. I made a video about James Harden a few weeks ago, and I said I think this guy's underappreciated. For all the people that talk about James Harden not being a playoff performer, not doing this, not doing that, you guys got to remember the type of time he played in. He played in the era where he was getting really much beaten by dynasty teams, the Spurs, the Warriors. He was getting beat by teams that were dynasty teams. But if you watch him in the first round, the second round, typically he was getting your team to the conference finals. He's giving you 50-plus wins every single season, no matter what was around him. He doesn't miss the playoffs. He does more with less. It's easy for somebody to talk about what the negative stuff about, a player, but they don't talk about what he did in his heyday. The thing about Harden, somebody told me, he said he feels like since he was in the season, he was so dominant offensively for those 4 seasons in Houston, the years that he was MVP candidate or was MVP, taking his team to the conference finals. He's averaging 36 points per game, 35, 30. The years he was averaging all them numbers, people took it as, I think, for granted, because he started off so high in the regular season. And then when he goes down into the playoffs and he faces a team that's a dynasty team or a team that, pretty much has his number, and he doesn't get over the hump, he say, oh, James Harden's a choker. Well, as I've said before, you have to get to a certain level to choke. A lot of these players, you guys are not seeing choke because they're not getting to a certain level. You haven't seen them on that stage for you to even call them a choker. But a guy like James Harden, who's been to the finals, who's been to multiple conference finals, who's led his teams to 50-plus wins every single year when he was the guy in a tough-ass Western Conference, in the regular season, he's as good as it gets. Another thing about James Harden that's really, really impressive, this is the one guy on this list who has the highest points per game and the highest assists per game. Not only is this guy he had a 36.1 points per game in the regular season, but he also averaged what is this? He averaged, let me make sure I got this right. He averaged, I think, 11 assists per game one of them years in Houston. So he's not only the best scorer, but he was the best assist man as well. That's hard to do. So to tell me you a scorer to go to a primary point guard, you got to be a special talent to do that. I mean, offensively, James Harden is as good as it gets. So now that I've said all that, and now that y'all are seeing the highlights and the clips, let me talk about him and, some of the things that, I want to say as far as, his downfalls. Like I mentioned, the regular season, James Harden was magnificent, but unfortunately in the postseason, he would drop. And usually, if you're talking about a person's peak, the great players, they go from the regular season to the postseason and they actually ascend their game. They don't go down, they ascend them. Right? They go up. And the problem with Harden has always been his performance, not just stat-wise, but also getting his team where they need to get to. He's had, teams that's just been better than him, players that's, been a little bit better than him, right? Who's, been able to get over the hump. So that's been the number one downfall with James Harden. He's not ascending his game from the season to the playoffs. And that might not mean scoring more points, but it means when you score your points and how impactful you are in the playoffs. So when you talk about his peak, yes, statistic-wise in the regular season, you can make a case he's the best one as far as his numbers. But as far as his performance and as far as taking his teams to a certain level in the postseason, it's not particularly there. I mean, you talk about in the playoffs, this was his best playoffs in 2018, right? 17 games, he averaged 28.6 points per game, 6 assists, 5.2 rebounds. Pretty good. Really good, as a matter of fact. But it was in that same playoffs, in Game 7, where they missed a record margin more threes than any team in NBA history. In NBA history, the Rockets missed more threes than any other team in NBA history. Now, they didn't have a Chris Paul. Chris Paul was hurt, which is why I want to tell Warrior fans, I'm going to keep telling y'all, the Rockets had y'all on the ropes if Chris Paul doesn't pop his hamstring. But James Harden also had an opportunity the following year in 2019 where Kevin Durant was hurt and he didn't shut the door. That's part of his prime. His prime, like I said, is from 2016 all the way to 2020. That was his prime. What did he do in those 4 seasons? This is what he had. Those are his accomplishments. This is, again, your peak tends to be when you get the most awards, have the best performances in the season and in the playoffs. In the regular season, like I said, I'm continuously say James Harden is magical in the regular season in his heyday. You're talking about assist leader in 2016-17, All-NBA first team. All 4 years he was All-NBA first team. All 4 years of his peak. He was a season MVP. He was the scoring leader 3 of his 4 years. And he's assist. Like I said, offensively, this guy is probably the best player offensively in his peak. And y'all see it right there on the screen. This dude every single year was either grabbing an All-NBA first team or All-NBA scoring championship or an assist championship. Offense is simply scoring and passing. He was top in both. But, and unfortunately, like I said, when it comes to the postseason, his production drops. So I'm gonna rank these players in order when I finish the dialogue. But that goes to James Harden. So I'll come there, make sure y'all smash that like button. Let's go to the next guy. Let's go to Steph Curry. Let's go to the light-skinned assassin. Let's go to Chef. Let's go to you know what I'm saying, or say the babyface assassin. Again, peak. Who had the highest peak amongst all these players? As y'all come in here, smash that like button. Let's get these likes up. Cheyenne said the problem with 2018, right? They shot too many. James Harden and Mike D'Antoni is the real MVP for the. See, and this is a Warrior fan. He knows what happened. They had the Warriors on the ropes. And they had no one for James Harden or Chris Paul in that series. And absolutely nobody. But he's absolutely right. That offense that they had, they could not, they pretty much shot themselves out that game. But that's nonetheless. Let's go to Steph Curry. Let's talk about his peak. Now, if you were to rate Steph Curry's peak, obviously, that's 2015 to 2023. Now, there's a little bit of, people saying last year wasn't Steph Curry's peak or his, his peak. I'll give you that. I disagree, but I'll give you that. So, but we can't deny 2015 to about 2021 was, Steph Curry's offensive peak, where he's averaging the most points. He was, he was probably the best individually of himself. You talk about the numbers he averaged in 2020-21 season, he averaged 32. 2015-2016, his unanimous MVP season, he averaged 30 points per game. 29.4 in the 22-23 season. 27.3 in the 2018-2019 season, and then 23-24, which is last year, 26.4. As y'all come here, smash that like button. 63 games played, 79, 56, 69, 74. If you look at the minutes played in every single one of them years, 34 minutes. And then, the last two, you just got 33.8 and 32.7. And the reason why I'm bringing up points is because essentially you're talking about two offensive players, is James Harden and Steph Curry. So you don't really need to look at everything else as far as, the statistics. It's primarily when people talk about these guys' peaks offensively, they're speaking about their scoring and their assist numbers. Right? So the 2015-2016 year was Steph Curry's best season. Make sure I put up the right one. He averaged 30 points per game, or 30.1 points per game, and he played 79 games, and he was a unanimous MVP, and the Warriors were a top team in the NBA. Look at the accomplishments one by one. You got the scoring leader, stats leader, all NBA first team, and season MVP, all in one NBA season. That's what Steph Curry did, right? That's what he did that first year of his peak. The following season, you have 2016-2017 All NBA second team. The following season after that, All NBA third team, All NBA first team. Now I'm gonna come back to that, so make sure you guys, lock in with me. So obviously, Steph Curry, what is he known for? Long distance threes, his impact offensively without the ball, his ability to play with stars and role players. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The one unique thing about Steph Curry is that when you come to play with him, you don't have to sacrifice your game to be your best version of yourself. That's the most unique thing about him. You're talking about a guy who has really no ego. He has an ego to a point where he wants to, compete. But if it means giving up a little bit of himself to benefit the team, he's going to do that. He did that with Kevin Durant. He did that with LeBron James in the Olympics. Right? He tries to find a way for everybody to be involved. Very similar to Tim Duncan. Very similar to Tim Duncan. All about team impact. One of the most exciting players to watch I've ever seen. As far as, like I said, this was his most impressive year right here, 2015-2016. Right? If you look at, they had the most wins in NBA history, 73-9 team. They were beating teams by the third quarter. And basically, you had the stars, like Steph Curry sitting out in the fourth. So when we talk about his ability to shoot and be able to, pass the ball and be able to move without the ball, those are his strong suits when it comes to his game. Again, when you're raking your peak, you're talking about all that in the totality. I like how Steph Curry involves his teammates. I like how Steph Curry has now gotten stronger. It used to be a point where you can push Steph Curry around. That's no longer the case anymore. You have to be able to, he ain't going to just be somebody that's flying around the court. He's built himself up in the weight room, and he's actually extended his prime, in my personal opinion. I think Steph Curry can play for another 4 to 5 seasons up till he's 40 because of the seriousness he's taken on, evolving his body. So I think he's ascending up. It's just a matter of how the team are going to, surround him. So now that takes care of that. Now, what are the deficiencies that Steph Curry has had in these, his peak years? Well, going back to the list right here. If you guys looked at what James Harden accomplished in his peak, individually, he was doing more every single year. In the regular season, I'm putting it out there, in the regular season, every single year Harden was either All-NBA first team, or he was a scoring champion or an assist leader. When people talk about Steph Curry's peak, they just particularly talk about one season. They don't talk about the 16-17 year. They don't talk about the 17-18. They don't talk about the 18-19 year as much. So as great as Steph Curry was, James Harden was outbeating him them same years that was part of his peak in All NBA first team, according to the voters. According to the voters. The only difference is that Steph was winning championships and James Harden was getting beat by that team. So that's why it's hard for people to put Harden over Steph Curry because of the rings that Steph Curry was able to win before and after Kevin Durant. But if you talk about what their individual ability and what they were able to do with their teams at their peaks, you can make a case James Harden's peak, he was outdoing Steph Curry in the regular season. Now, in the postseason, right? This was his best postseason. 28 points per game, 6 assists, 6.2 rebounds in 17 games. They won his second championship. That was Steph Curry's best playoff run. 15-16 was his best regular season run, but the next year in the postseason was his best playoff run. They gentlemen swept the Cleveland Cavaliers. Steph Curry looked healthy, right? That was his best postseason run. People gave Kevin Durant a lot of credit, but they don't. Steph Curry was right behind him. So all this stuff I'm speaking about him is at his peak, right? So hope that y'all still in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. All right, make sure y'all smash that like button. We got 20 people in here. We should have over 20 likes, man. Come on, get these likes up, man, for your boy. All right, so speaking of which, let's go to the last 3 people on the list. We got Kevin Durant, KD, Durantula, Slim Reaper, number 35, right? All that. We got KD. Melo, where you at? I know Melo's somewhere in here. Look at some of these comments. Man, look, if you want to come in here, Jim Brown, you are free to come in here. I didn't say he was his number one. That's the number thing they talk about when they talk about his peak. And I'm not lying. That's what Cheyenne said in the comment section. I'm reading the same comments you reading. 2015, 2016 was Steph Curry's year when he had all his accomplishments. That was the number one season. People, I'm putting this shit on the screen. If you look, I see 4 accomplishments in one season. What does everybody else see? You see scoring leader, steal leader, all NBA first. That's 4 goddamn accomplishments. That was his best year. The 16-17 year was a great year for Steph Curry, but he was all NBA second team. James Harden beat him out in that year, and he beat him out in 17-18. It's simply facts. This is all his peak years with Steph Curry, but his best year was 15-16. How is that not talking about how keeping it real? I don't understand. But like I said, man, y'all like I said, y'all can come in, after. But let's go to KD. All right. Now, if we talk about KD's peak, what has he done? What does he do? Obviously, one of the best prolific scorers of all time. Let me tell you, I had to actually look up all his numbers, man, like to see, okay, what is this man's peak? And you guys can see on the top, 13-14 was his, number one year. He scored the basketball, right? He averaged 32 points per game. That was Kevin Durant's MVP season. That's when, he was being compared as far as being the second player behind LeBron James. KD, just like LeBron's been in the league a long time. And KD, like LeBron, came into the league doing his damn thing. Like, vice versa, James Harden and Steph Curry, KD came out the gate scoring 25, 27, 29, 30. He was literally doing that out the gate. So it's a little bit more that you got to put into when it comes to a player like KD and LeBron, because they've been doing it for so long. And I think some people have gotten spoiled with how great KD has been consistently as far as scoring the basketball. Oh, KD can drop 30 points on, 50% field goal percentage shooting. He can do it in, he scored 30 points in like 16 shots. And that shit ain't normal, except it comes from him. 32 points per game was his highest of all time, but he also averaged 30 points, 29, 29, 28, 28, 20, like, come on, man, 27, 27. You guys can go down to the bottom in his championship with Golden State where he averaged 25.1 points per game. That is unbelievable to watch. So that's as far as his numbers offensively scoring the basketball. Now his peak. This is what I've came up with Kevin Durant's peak. From 13-14 all the way to 18-19. That's his peak. I gave him 5 years. Typically, usually your peak is between 4 to 5 years. Your prime can be a little bit longer. It's pretty much up to you. But most people's peak, is 4 to 5 years when they talk about basketball. Now, what he accomplished, scoring leader, All-NBA first team, season MVP, that's the most what he did in a single season. All-NBA second team, followed up by that, All-NBA second team, finals MVP, All-NBA first team, finals MVP, All-NBA second team. This was his peak years. You got one All-NBA first team or two All-NBA first teams, and you got 3 All-NBA second teams. You got a season MVP. You got 2 finals MVP and a scoring leader championship. Right? So that's the regular season. Kevin Durant. That's what he has done in the regular season. So, as I said before, you got to talk about the regular season and the postseason. What has Kevin Durant been in the postseason? Well, he got 2 titles. He got 2 chips. There's no denying that. His years in Oklahoma City, he was getting there, getting close to it, going to the conference finals 3 times, getting to the NBA finals once, but he could not crack the Da Vinci Code for whatever reason, whether it was losing to Golden State, whether it was losing to the Spurs, whether it was losing to the Lakers in his earlier years. He just couldn't crack the Da Vinci Code. So here we are now with him having 2 championships in 17 seasons. Right? So, but this is where I feel like Kevin Durant finally found a place where he was playing his best basketball in Golden State. I think offensively, individually, Kevin Durant was the better player in OKC. But I think as an actual basketball player and his ability, like I said, when somebody's peak, you put it all together physically and mentally, I think he was playing his best basketball offensively and defensively. He was actually making attempts to guard and slide his feet and defend the basket and not just rely simply on offense. That's what he was with on Golden State. So that's why I say his peak was between these years. But what's funny is that when you talk about his postseason run, that's when he actually averaged his most points per game was 34.3. So you can also add that part of his peak, where he had 34 points up until the conference semifinals against the Milwaukee Bucks. You can add that in as his peak. You really can. So if I add all those years together from season and the postseason, it's what you have. You have 2 championships. And you got 2 finals MVPs. So I think I've heard some people say that KD was, right behind LeBron in his peak. So I just think, again, when it comes to KD, though, when we talk about, his prime and his peak, or when we talk about his peak, it was just his ability not to win a championship until he got to Golden State. That was the only really thing that, really kind of was hurting him at his peak. He was putting up phenomenal numbers offensively, but he wasn't taking his team over the hump. And that's part of, like I said, physically and mentally, part of your peak. So KD, great player, man. Great offensive talent, great weapon, all that stuff. So got two more players, and then we're gonna go. You know what I'm saying? You can't join a 73 win team and be considered the best. Man, stop. The dude was the best player on that team. Both finals and full had both two finals MVPs. See this and see you guys make me do this. KD tried to get Steph Curry the MVP in the 2018 finals. He tried to give Steph Curry the MVP. If y'all don't remember that game 3 where Steph Curry had a bad game, he was literally trying to get Steph Curry the finals MVP. But Kevin Durant had to take over that series. Individually, he was the best. He was the player that was most impactful in both them finals runs. Now, Steph Curry was able to win a championship without KD, but don't sit up here and take away what he did on that Golden State team. Please don't do that. I hate that shit. Do not do that. Let me see. He said KD's peak was crazy. Yeah, it was. That's the thing. It's just the fact that he wasn't winning a championship. He didn't win a championship until he joined Golden State. That's the only problem. So that's where you have to kind of thank you, man. A real Warrior fan, like really is telling it like it is. He was the best player in the 17-18 finals. Literally. I don't see how y'all gonna make me cuss on here. I don't see how in the world y'all can sit up here and say he wasn't the best player. Like some of y'all just say ignorant, dumb shit. Let me go to the next guy. Let me go to Claw. Let me go to Kawhi, the one y'all been waiting for. Let me talk to Kawhi's peak. Now, obviously, the previous 3 players is a little different with Kawhi. Injuries have really derailed this man's career. You're talking about a guy who's missed 6 of the last 7 postseasons. Again, I counted 6 of the last 7 postseasons this man has missed. Like, really register that in y'all minds, that the man has missed 6 of the last 7 postseasons. I had somebody tell me that they forgot about Kawhi, how good he was because of how much he hurt. And that's a true statement. People, I think, really forget how good he is because he's hurt at the wrong times. Right? So, what a Kawhi, what's his peak? I'm going to go ahead and bring his peak up right here. These are his 4 years where you can say that, were his best years peak-wise. Now, I'm going to actually add a caveat to that after. There are 4 seasons, 2019-20, 2018-19, 2016-17, 2020-21. He averaged 27 points per game, 26.6 per game, 25.5, 24.8 points per game. 57 games played, 60, 74, and 52. Right? Minutes 32.4, 34.0, 33.4, 34.1. Those are the minutes played. Those are his statistics in the regular season. Right? Those are his statistics in the regular season. So I want y'all to really take note to what I'm saying when it comes to those regular season to playoffs. This is what he accomplished those 4 seasons and his peak. All-NBA first team, All-NBA defensive first team, his first year with the San Antonio Spurs. All-NBA second team, All-Defensive second team, Finals MVP. The next year, 2019-2020, All-NBA second team, All-NBA defensive second team. The next year, and then 2021, All-NBA first team, All-Defensive second team. So, essentially, what this means, from what I'm looking at, this is 4 years of his peak. Every single year, the man was the best player on the court, either on offense and defense. He was the best player on the court. All-NBA first team literally means that you're the top 5 player in the NBA. All-NBA second team, top 10. But not just that, but you're also top 5 in defense or top 10 in defense every single year. Both sides. You're doing it on both ends of the court. The amount of energy to do that, that's not supposed to be physically possible to do that. That you're the best player offensively and defensively on both sides. Kobe Bryant, there's only two people in my lifetime, in my watching basketball who've done that. That's Michael Jordan, that's Kobe Bryant. Those are the only two players I can think of who's been able to do that every single year of their peaks. To be all NBA team defense or all NBA team all around. What was Kawhi's best season that people I think memorably, think about? Well, if you want to look at, basically what he was doing, as far as not the regular season, but the playoffs, you can talk about the Toronto run. Now, this is the difference between a person's peak when they actually, move up and they actually, ascend their games. If you watch Kawhi Leonard's regular season numbers, they don't really jump out at you. But everything people always talk about is what he is in the postseason. Kind of different from James Harden, when James Harden, he starts off hot and then he cools down. It's like a flip. James Harden is a little bit of a flip from, Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi, his numbers don't jump at you in the regular season. They're very, very good, but that postseason run is what really separates him. Right? He averaged 30.5 points per game that playoff run. He has the record for top 3 for most points per game, or most points completed in the playoff run in NBA history. That's Kawhi. That one run right here with Toronto. But you know what's funny? That's not even the most points he scored in a playoff run. You know, the year that he scored more points was the year in 2021 where he averaged 30.6. People call this his best playoff run for the people who are outsiders, but he didn't even score the most points on this playoff run. It was him with the Clippers. The thing about Kawhi that's been the problem is, and I'm only going to say one thing, is just his injuries. He has 4 years of his peak that I put out right here. That's his, because that's been when he's actually completed. But as I've watched even the last couple of seasons, the dude still doesn't like he's slowing down as far as his game. He's still locking up on the other side and still scoring at a high clip. So of course, the thing that's been bad about him is just his injuries. That's what kind of, people say, well, that kind of takes his peak away and basically ain't as good where he should be. Again, peak means what's your performance when you're on the court. What do you do when you're on the court and you're playing? I can't judge him when he's off the court. I can only judge him when he's on the court. I can only judge him what he does when he's on the basketball court. I don't judge him when he's off the court. So that takes a Kawhi. Let's go to the last person. Let's go to the main guy. Let's go to LeBron. Let's go to King James. Let's go to people, some people put him as the GOAT. Hit the like button, y'all come in. The dude averaged, first off, when you look at LeBron's resume, and I'm not even kidding, he's the exception. 22 years he's about to come upon, and how great he's been for such a long period of time. Y'all hold on one second. All right, y'all sorry about that. But LeBron James's peak and prime, they intertwine with each other. again, prime and peak are different. He's going to have the longer peak because he's been greater for a longer period of time. That's just reality. So when I pulled up his peak and what he did in his numbers and what he, his best years, when he put everything together physically and mentally, this is what I came up with. From 2012 all the way to 2018, that's 6 seasons. You can say that was his peak when he was, winning most of his awards. When he was leading his team, to finals after finals. Each one of these years, he had his team in the NBA Finals. This is the stretch of finals that he was actually in every single year. Why don't I include the years previous between before 2012? Is because he couldn't win a championship. He wasn't at his peak yet. He wasn't definitively the best player in the NBA until 2012, in my personal opinion. The man was saying after 2010 that Kobe was still the best player in the league. So if he don't believe it, why should I believe it? You weren't in your peak at that time because mentally you weren't mentally believable that you were the best player. When 2012 came, that's when LeBron James became the best player, and I feel like that's when he believed he was the best player. And his accolades prove it. Right? Every single year he's all NBA first team, all NBA first team every single year. He got 2 all NBA defensive teams his first couple years of that peak. Finals MVP, multiple times to the NBA Finals. Pure dominance of the Eastern Conference. Now, what's funny about LeBron is that because of how much of a stallion he is, bro. Like he can have really 3 different careers. His most points per game was not even nowhere near his peak or prime. It's when his 3rd season in the NBA, he averaged 31 points per game. That was the highest points he ever scored of his career, was 31.4. That's nowhere near that man's peak or prime. That's nowhere near it. And then his most assists per game was after his peak. I would still say he's somewhat in his prime, but he was, after his peak. Was his first year winning the championship where he played the point guard role, averaged 10.2 points assists per game. Very similar to James Harden. Offensively, a guy that can give you 30 points, but also can give you, double-digit assists. That's greatness. That's hard as hell to do. I don't know nobody else that can do that besides those 2 players. Luka Doncic is right there as well. People can talk about how many times they have the ball in their head, but you still got to be able to make the play. So as great as he was offensively scoring, he was as great as he was, assisting the basketball. His best playoff run was not even in his peak. It was right before his peak, 3 seasons before his peak. He averaged 35.3 points per game. As far as the stats go, LeBron got it. Like, as far as the numbers go, he is the Wilt Chamberlain of this era. He fills up the stat sheet. Now, I don't like how he fills it up sometimes. I think he puts stats over winning, but I mean the stats are there. He got the stats. This was his best playoff run statistically as far as scoring the basketball. His best run, this was to me his best, the best version of LeBron when he averaged 34 points per game in the playoffs in 2018. That was his best playoff run. Even though they lost to the Warriors, got swept individually, that was LeBron to me his best. I think that was his best peak year because he was just literally taking over. He was literally taking over like games. I remember there's the Boston Game 7 game, and even though Boston was young, that Game 7, LeBron James was able to take over. I think that was probably the best complete player season in playoffs that I've seen from LeBron. Miami Heat LeBron was probably kind of similar like Kevin Durant. I think this is when he played his best basketball as far as mixing in his physical ability. I think this is where he learned how to play and actually win, and was probably the most confident in himself was when he was with Miami. he had his best. He was the most efficient. He was playing both ways of the basketball. Of course, he was at his, prime age in his mid-20s to late 20s. I mean, yeah, this was probably the best version I've seen as far as him knowing how to play basketball. Very similar to KD with the Warriors. But again, you really his prime is so long that you have to extend his peak as well. Even his athletic peak right now, he still doesn't like he really lost a step. As far as he's faster than majority of the players who are in their early to mid 20s, their late 20s. Faster, can jump as high. I mean, it's it's crazy. But I'm gonna go in and get into the main thing, and I'm gonna let y'all in as far as ranking these guys' peaks. I'm gonna let y'all come in and discuss it, and we're gonna talk and we're gonna get into it. So, pull up the picture real quick for y'all to see. Steph, Kawhi, Harden, LeBron, KD. Now, the person to me whose peak wasn't the best peak or was probably like on the bottom is James Harden. Because season, yes, you can make that case. Offensively, he was individually dominant. Every last year of his peak. But in the postseason, there's holes there. Game 6 against the San Antonio Spurs. What happened, James Harden? That was part of your peak. Game 7 against the Golden State Warriors was part of your peak. What happened? Game 6 against the Warriors again in 2019. What happened? You didn't have Kevin Durant there. And he's the only person on this list that don't have a championship. So right there, that kind of, you're great. Don't get it twisted. You're one of the top 5 players of this past decade. But I don't put you in the same breath as these guys. They're just a little bit. They're just a little bit over you. So that's the last person. The person after that, I'm gonna have to go with Steph. This is why. Regular season 2015, 2016 was probably, he was a unanimous MVP. That is the main thing people talk about in Steph Curry's peak, is that 2015, 2016 season. And it was magical. And it wasn't just magical on a fact of him scoring the basketball and offensively and how rocky he had the Golden State, he had Oakland. It was simply just his ability to elevate his team just, at a certain level with what he had around him. However, just like James Harden, Steph Curry, I think in the playoffs is great. But the guy that I'm going to name in front of him, and I'm going to say this again, they lost that finals, that 3-1. They lost that 3-1 lead to the Cavs, and I'm not really getting on him for that. But when they got Kevin Durant on that team, I saw something that they needed to beat the Cavs later on. They needed to bring KD in to nullify LeBron, because when you give up a 3-1 lead, that's a psychological hold over you. And as I said yesterday, could the Warriors have beat the Cavs the following year? It's possible. But them adding KD to that team was the cheat code for them to actually prevail and get over the hump. And as great as Steph Curry is, I'm going to continuously say it, I'm going to say it again. It's a reason why, even on the top 10 list, most of these guys are forwards and centers. His size, his size, there's certain things that he can't do on the court that those other guys can do. Just off the physical standpoint. What he was able to do in 2022 is what really upped Steph Curry's career, because it proved you can still lead your team to a championship even after losing Kevin Durant. So I'll put him over James Harden. But I'm going to have to put him behind the three guys I'm going to name before him. And, it's kind of, you can go between him and KD. You can talk about how KD ain't won a championship since he left Golden State. You can talk about how he led off a 3-1 lead to the same team. You can say that. But we're talking about their peaks and what they were able to do individually. KD won 2 championships with the Golden State Warriors. Also, what he was able to do as far as offensively score the ball, his individual stats never dropped. Like if you watch Kevin Durant in the postseason and his stats never dropped. They were always consistently 27 to 30 points per game off of 50 to 55% field goal percentage shooting. You didn't really see a drop in his game. It never dropped from the regular season to the postseason, individual stat wise. It was always consistent, never wavering. You don't see 30 points here and then like 24, 25 points here. Like you guys see the chart, like every single year this man's averaging either 30s, high 20s, or mid to high 20s. But the wrinkles against KD is that you lost a 3-1 lead to Steph Curry and you had to go to him. And you ain't won since you left the team. In your peak, let's look at KD's peak real quick. I'm gonna let y'all in a few minutes. Let's look at his peak right here. 13-14 MVP season, lost to the Spurs. 15-16, you lose to the Warriors, give up a 3-1 lead. 16-17, 17-18, you finally crack the Da Vinci Code and go to a team that fits your playing style perfectly. 18-19, All-NBA second team, get your team to the finals again. Very similar, but it's all offensive awards that he's great at. And the ability for him to actually, what he did with Golden State. But there are holes there too as well. Let me go to the second best player as far as his peak. And that player is Kawhi. See, I thought I was going to have him first, huh? Nah. As I've told y'all before, just because the player is my favorite player don't mean I'm going to not give credit. Kawhi's peak, as I've said before, has been derailed because of these damn injuries. But unfortunately, that counts. And I'm not saying, like I know I said, I don't judge people unless they're on the court, but that's part of the thing. That's part of the problem. Him not being available, it takes away from me saying he's the best player as far as on the court. It takes away because you got a guy who I'm about to put in front of him who's just stacked up shit every single season of his peak, which unfortunately is just more that you can actually look into. But I said I made no mistake about it. I said, if this man's been healthy, he's the best player of this decade. I don't give a damn what nobody says. Because if you look at the list, every single year this dude is grabbing an all-NBA first team or all-defensive first or second team. You're literally the best player on both sides of the ball. You can only play basketball two ways. So how is this man not the best player in the league? How? His season production goes up to his playoffs as great as anybody's. You can't say he doesn't score the basketball. You can't say he doesn't play defense. You can't say he's not a ceiling. What can you tell me that's something he can't do on the court? James Harden, average to mid defender. Steph Curry, average to mid defender. Kevin Durant, good defender, but he ain't an elite defender. Kawhi Leonard is an elite offensive player and an elite defensive player. 30.5 points per game is not elite. I don't know what the hell y'all smoking. But again, it's hard for me to put him as the number uno because again, he has a championship, but again, it's a lot of stuff that's left on the table. So it is what it is. But I will say this: Kawhi Leonard, if y'all look at him compared to all these other guys that y'all got on the list, I see their games have dropped. Steph Curry's game, y'all said that he's not in his prime or he's at his prime no more. I try to give him the benefit of the doubt that he is. But I get what y'all saying. James Harden, we know what he's declined. LeBron James, he has declined as far as his prime and peak because he's been great so long. And then Kevin Durant just got swept this year. The only person who was an MVP candidate is the same guy y'all keep saying ain't really worth a fuck. He's the youngest person on this list. And that goes to my point again. Where did he drop as far as his game? I know the injuries, but where does he drop when he was just an MVP candidate last year? When he had his team on a 9-0 run, when he had his team 25-6. Did any of these other guys do that? Nobody on this list did that. So where is the drop at? That's beside the point, though. Let me go to the last person. I'm going to let y'all in. LeBron has the highest peak in my personal opinion. As much as I hate to say that shit, because I am not a LeBron fan, but he has the highest peak. Why? The dominance. Getting to the finals every single year. The all-NBA first teams every single year. The all-defensive teams 2 of the 6 seasons. Right? Like I said, because he's been great for so long, you really don't you have to extend his peak along with his prime. You have to. The definition is when you reach your highest point optimal and you put everything together that's physically and mentally. You can say that from when he won his first championship to Miami till he got out of Cleveland. When he was individually, that was probably the best LeBron I saw in 2018 individually. That's a long ass peak. So that goes into what I'm saying. That's my order. Harden, Curry, KD, Kawhi, LeBron. That's my order. Let me go ahead and drop the link for y'all to come in. I want this dude to come in here as much as you. I want you to come. I want you. I want you to come in. All y'all that have been in this comment section, bro, come in here, please. Don't come in here talking all that shit and not want to come on the panel. What's up, Janelle?
What's good, my brother BJ? Man, a whole bunch of crybabies in the chat in the comment section.
I see him. I see
You
him.
know what I mean?
My gosh.
They got their panties in a bunch. There's a whole bunch. This dudes don't just cap and don't know any basketball. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But I think I agree with. I see BJ. I slightly disagree with you when it comes to LeBron. I think
Okay, that's fair.
personally,
That's fair.
this is my from what I saw. I saw LeBron play in those years in Miami. I never seen a version of LeBron. I never seen that version of LeBron ever. And like after that, for this as good as LeBron was in 2018, BJ, I saw something in Miami. That dude was unstoppable on both ends. And ironically, we always talk about that, right? Both ends. And I think that he was at his best. Like you could he could literally stop the other team's best player in that those years. To be honest with you, I saw it, and it was just unbelievable. He was a super soldier. uh he was make the case that he wasn't at his peak when it comes to his overall offensive skills. Otherwise, the three pointers he did have. He did have good seasons, great seasons from the behind the arc. But you can make the case that 2018 LeBron was more, because he was around that, I think, 32, 33-ish. The game kind of slows down. He saw everything differently. The floor, spacing. You could tell he was more calm on the offensive end, if you know what I mean. In 2018, he took his time. He wasn't rushing. He wasn't. He was more of a. He was doing all the things he was doing 2012, but he was more calm. He read the defense better, and he picked apart teams a lot better offensively. That he was able to do more things, fadeaways. He had a great. I think that you can make the case, but as his overall package, I think LeBron 2012, 20, like those 3 years, I think 2012, 2015. I never seen anything like it because of the defense. And this dude literally never got tired. He was late 20s. This dude was jumping out of the gym, blocking shots. I saw that. I remember this block on D Rose. This dude, D Rose
Mhm.
went left. This dude, LeBron, jumped from he dropped from the sky and just bam. That was crazy. And he did that like all in one sequence, I believe. If I don't recall, but I think that we can. I think that that was my favorite version of LeBron. He had you know, his longest peak, but yeah, man. If Kawhi doesn't get injured, he's the best player in the decade, hands down. LeBron was lucky. That dude wasn't, his he wasn't in his best as far as injuries. It wasn't his best decade, obviously. Low management, low managing his injuries, things of that nature. And I think you pin it right. I think you made it perfectly. I think Kawhi Leonard had no weaknesses during his peak. He didn't need a super team. He never, what I mean. He got kicked out because the toxic environment in San Antonio. With Craig Popovich and his minions, Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker, respectfully, who were pretty much he. See, this is what I like about Tim Duncan. He pretty much didn't get involved. But these dudes, I call them, I call them his minions because he used them to attack Kawhi, things of that nature. But that's a whole nother topic. Kawhi was shipped out to Canada, the whole different environment. Uh, Toronto, uh, and Kawhi said, I bet he got him a championship, and that's all she wrote. And that shows it shows you that Kawhi was absolutely dominant for those. If he didn't get injured, he would dominate. He would have dominated the whole decade. He was already the best, better than LeBron defensively. So we can't, we could get, forget about that. So LeBron would have had to figure out which team he was going to play for every single year if that dude was not injured. Trust me. He will have to make the coalition. You had to make a lot of phone calls, calling a lot of people, a lot of players. So he will have to go out of his way to probably recruit so many people just to beat that guy, because that guy, Kawhi Leonard, it's just like he was a phenomenon during that. The phenomenon of Kawhi Leonard when he 2019, I still think that was his best peak year, because it looked like, to me, it reminded me of kind of like 2018 LeBron, but I think better defensively. So it's like a mix of 2018 LeBron and 2012 LeBron, but obviously with a higher basketball IQ and slightly better defensively, because Kawhi Leonard, for as good as LeBron was, I think Kawhi Leonard was a better overall defender because of his ability to stick with you and you can't get out of his you try to uh, like literally blow bypass him. You just can't do it. He's fast. He's strong. He's a great on ball defender, and he's great on the. He was great on the. He's still great on the paint. There's a play during this year. They I think I don't know if you remember one of the he just before the playoffs, one of those games, the dog days of the season when they were just trying to rush the schedule. Kawhi played versus Philly, and it was a tight game. It was pretty intense. Joel Embiid wasn't even playing, surprisingly, but it was a fairly competitive game, and Clippers were playing, with a full squad, but it was, one of those games. The Tyrese Maxey was just lights out. So Kawhi Leonard said, you know what? I'm gonna have to put my hands on, whoever is going, because I think Maxey at the end, I think he got kind of cold, and Oubre had the hot hand, right? He was making a few
Yeah.
buckets here and
Let me
there, and then
let
Kawhi
me
Leonard
ask,
said, "You know what? Go
let
ahead."
me ask you this question, Janelle, because I got Monty on too. So
hmm
what we rank? So we rank the peaks. What's your ranking of all the peaks?
I think that you're pretty accurate. To be honest with you, I just disagree with you when it comes to LeBron. I think LeBron earlier Miami years was better because I just liked what I saw aesthetically, and maybe I mean, also you can take into account he actually won. He took his team to the championship, and actually became, and he was a victor. But 2018 LeBron ran into the Warriors, so we could,
Mhm.
it's a whole different, we got, it depends on what you feel. But I think that LeBron, for what I saw eye test, it told me a lot. 2012, 2013, even though he got stunned in 2014 by Kawhi, a Kawhi that was on the upswing. You know what I mean? Not the Kawhi that we know, but Kawhi that was, you know, on the upswing right before Tim Duncan, latter years, before he retired. And it wasn't even Kawhi's team like that at that point. He was ascending. But I think that you're pretty on point with your rankings. I don't disagree. Steph Curry has a lot of flaws, even though we glaze him or we talk about. And I'm a Curry fan. I like it. He's a great player. Cool dude. For what I see, he's very conservative, a family guy. I think for the most part, at least. But as far as his basketball acumen, everything he has accomplished is, career wise, is great. It's just his peak years. I don't think he wasn't able to hold his own physically in that. He can right now to an extent. He got into the weight room, got in better shape. But I think you could rattle Steph Curry. In 2016, we saw it. You know what I mean? Hell, he put a Kyle Lowry on him. You know what I mean? He's already like, you know what I mean? He's rattled. You see Kyle Lowry coming at you playing defense. We saw in 2019. So Steph Curry was very flawed. As far as we want to talk good about him and say that he did this and that. He did that during the regular season when teams keyed in on him. and recognize, okay, Steph Curry is gonna be that dude. Steph Curry wasn't, he wasn't gonna get you over the hump as as he does right now. Because every year he's this dude, he's becoming better. We gotta give him that. But that's why he needed KD. KD brought something on the table that Steph Curry just couldn't do at that time, and that was during their peaks. You know what I mean? So KD perfectly. You know what I mean? You put him over Steph Curry when it comes to peaks. He just brought something physically that he just
Hold on.
couldn't.
Hold on. Let me go to Monty real quick, and then I'm gonna let y'all keep guys. I get through everybody. What's good, Monty?
That
What's up, BJ? How you feeling, big guy? What's up to the panel? What's up to the chat? Uh, um, yeah, I got a couple questions. BJ, one question for you. Why is Russell Westbrook not up here? I don't get that.
He's right after Harden.
Oh, he's right.
yes, yes. Hmm.
You say he's right after
This is the top 5 players of this past generation. So I got Russell like 6.
So Russ would be six.
Yeah, he's after these 5. He's after yeah, he's right after. He's in that second tier.
And that's your rankings right there. You have Steph, Kawhi, James Harden, LeBron, and then KD.
That's not in order. That's just the pictures. Nah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But I kind of disagree. I feel like Russ should be definitely before James Harden. I would have James Harden at six because Russ averaged a triple double 4 out of 5 years with an MVP, which I feel is though a lot of people is slept on. That is very slept on. Um, but your guy Joel, he was just talking crazy about Steph Curry. Like I don't know if he was watching the same basketball or the eye test, but Steph Curry peak was definitely it was very high. It was very high. I don't think he needed KD had something that Steph Curry didn't have. I think Steph Curry still could have won without him. You know what I'm saying? KD just came to that team. He took a step back. But I won you. If KD come to your team, you won't have to sacrifice. So I definitely don't understand that point that you made about that. But um I feel like LeBron and Steph Curry probably was at their highest point. Kawhi Leonard, I think he's in between. He's kind of in the middle because Kawhi can't stay healthy. But when he was in San Antonio, he was in it. He was at his best, and he was in Toronto. You seen his best, so you know. But I do agree with with these.
Cutting out.
Yeah, you cutting out, Monty. Yeah,
Still there.
Monty, you cutting out.
But you know what I'm saying? What has he done for real? You feel me? Like
Hold on, Monty. You cut out for like 15 seconds. You said
uh
you feel you agree with the rankings, and I meant you cut out.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with the rankings, but what I was saying, I feel like Russ he should definitely be 5 and James Harden 6 because I don't feel like James Harden he won a couple playoff series, he did what he did, but he hasn't done a lot. You know what I'm saying to me, in my perspective. But I agree with the rankings and everything because they all 5 they dominated.
Hmm.
Might cut out again.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, he cut out again.
Try to catch up. Yeah, I think Russell is just he should be a number 6 for sure.
Yeah,
Definitely right.
only reason I got Harden over, I mean, I think with Harden, and somebody told me this, they say people don't like Harden's personality. That's why they rank him the way they do.
Hmm.
But I mean, man, if you
Is-
look at if this is his peak, bro, the dude every year was All NBA first team.
Yes, yes, he was.
Every single fucking year, he was an All
But
NBA first team player.
we gotta take into account that he had more playoff success than Russell Westbrook.
Easy more playoff success,
So
bro.
this is so I understand the gentleman's point of view because I saw Westbrook killing all those years. 2015, he was crazy, triple doubles, averaging triple doubles left and right. It was just normal to see him do that.
For
But at
four
the end of the
years,
day, yeah,
for four
well,
years.
But my brother, I think we gotta take into consideration that James Harden just took his team to the playoffs, to the latter rounds of playoff more successfully than Russell Westbrook did. So as far as his peak years, if Russell Westbrook had a better supporting cast, maybe he would have had more success. Because we know that KD left to the Warriors. After that year, you know, so obviously that hampered his ability to get to the playoffs. He went to the playoffs, obviously, but you know what I mean. AC, but yeah, I agree, man.
I
He
disagree
was
with
killing
you
it.
strongly. Like when he went to the playoffs and lost, he did the same. They both did the same thing. It don't matter where you go, you lost. I thought
But
winning was
Monty,
the
you
whole.
think you think Russell had a better peak than James?
Of course, for sure. I definitely do.
I can't do that, man. I'm sorry. I love Russ, but nah,
I like him too, but we gotta
hell no.
be.
That nigga
Nah,
Harden
That's
was an
Brody.
all
That's Brody.
NBA first team every year, bro. He almost put out the Warriors
The Warriors.
if Chris Paul didn't pop his hamstring, the Warriors are going home.
Hey BJ, don't you notice that we talk about the Warriors, the dynasty? That team was you could put an asterisk in the Warriors dynasty every single year. Don't you think? I think we could put an asterisk in 2015 if Kevin Love and Kyrie don't
I'm
get
just
injured.
saying, bro. They don't.
17,
But
17.
see,
This is
again,
17.
again, we don't put that in
We gonna do
account, bro. Like
we gonna
all
do
this shit,
hypotheticals. Like what we doing,
people,
But
man?
that's
people.
why I put KD. KD has a higher peak because of that. Listen, 2017. What happens if, for example, what happened in 2017? I know they won with KD, but we could talk about 17, but 18. What happens when 2017 if Kawhi doesn't get injured? Now that I remember, Kawhi doesn't get injured.
They don't want to
We
hear that,
may
bro.
exactly. They don't
They
want.
don't want to
Hey,
hear that shit,
2018, Chris Paul doesn't get
bro.
injured.
I'm
So
telling
the
you,
whole series, and
bro.
James Harden was
They
giving
don't,
them the fits.
I'm not
bro.
gonna lie. I think
We
Andre
can't.
Iguodala was
2018 we
Hey
saw
man,
what
Hey,
happened.
I
So
hey,
get
hey,
that.
you can
I get
make
that. But
three
we
case.
can't. We
Hold on.
can't do hypotheticals. We
No,
can't.
no,
We
no.
don't
all
need
But
to
right.
do. We can't do
but
hypotheticals. We could
it's
do
not
it real facts.
hypotheticals.
We could do it real life. We can't do
Yeah,
hypotheticals.
Okay,
we could put
so
an
We could
we
say
we
asterisk.
what if.
we have no problem giving this credit because, like I said, people pull out when Kawhi was hurt in 2019 or when KD was hurt. They pull that shit out, but they don't pull the same shit out when Kawhi was hurt in 2017. They go blank. They don't say that at all.
They
When
pick and choose.
when Kyrie was hurt and Kevin Love was hurt in 2015, they don't say shit. They just simply just ignore it. But 2019, man, we didn't have KD. But then you disrespect him as if he ain't shit. Y'all didn't need him to win. Oh, Chris Paul wasn't hurt in 28. Y'all. I give the
And
same thing
BJ,
to Warriors,
I,
but you
I was
can't.
I
But,
was
but
I
y'all
was just
can't.
happy.
Yeah, man, you can't just have it your way and
Listen,
say, "Oh, it's one side, man." Like I
and,
said,
and,
that's
and I
three
was just happy.
examples I can use. If the Warriors didn't have against these players, they would have went home. It is
BJ,
what it is, but
I was as
Steph,
happy as anybody. I was as happy
bro,
as
I mean,
anybody
it is
when he
what it
won in
is.
2022. I was as happy as anybody because I wanted to see Steph win without KD. But I'm not gonna sit
He
here and
already he
lie.
won before. He won before and after
Yeah, but
KD, bro. Come on.
yeah.
That what you're saying doesn't make sense. He doesn't need him, bro. He won before and after that
That's a
man, bro.
good
What are
point.
you talking
That's a
about?
good point, Lamont.
What are you talking
Time
about?
out,
Are we
time out,
talking basketball
time
or
out,
are we
bro.
not? He
Time the
won
fuck out.
before
So
and after him.
hold on, Monty. You telling me Cheyenne said the same thing, bro? You telling me that they didn't need KD to nullify LeBron either one of them years?
Yeah, I don't
He,
agree with
he
that.
didn't say that,
That is
BJ. He didn't say that,
bullshit, man.
BJ.
That
BJ,
is
he didn't say
bullshit.
that.
That's what he just said. He said he didn't
That's what
need
he just said.
KD.
He did just say he didn't
They
need
need
KD.
that
Yeah.
35
That
points.
is
I thought he was just
bullshit,
saying
man.
Steph
They need
Curry.
that 85.
That
Steph
is
Curry
straight
to
up
me,
bullshit.
he was a winner before Kevin Durant. I mean, they did need
Exactly.
Kevin
Come
He
Durant,
on,
was.
bro.
He
but he was a
was.
They
winner
didn't.
before Kevin Durant when he
They
got there.
didn't. They
To me,
didn't need. They didn't need. To me, I don't. They didn't need no Kevin Durant, bro. Point blank
what?
period.
I,
They was
yeah.
already winning. They were already winning. KD chose to go there. He chose to go there.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
bro, they
decision he
lost.
made.
They lost before they got him.
Yeah.
On some
You gotta.
bullshit though. On some
2016,
bullshit. Y'all
they
know that was some bullshit.
no,
Yeah,
it
Y'all
was,
tripping.
but it was
that come
it
with
was
the game, bro. They beat LeBron before he beat
yeah,
them. So
but
it's
bro, they didn't
1-1.
feel
So
that way. They didn't feel that way though, bro.
That's a good
Like they
point.
didn't feel like they were secure in that. That's why they went and got KD.
I think LeBron would have been a juggernaut that year in
That
2017.
mismatch,
If they don't
LeBron was
get
a complete
KD,
mismatch for the Warriors,
hmm.
bro. He was a
Okay,
complete.
LeBron would have been a complete juggernaut. I'm sorry, and
Le-
LeBron. I don't think the Warriors are going to mentally there to face that team again. They need a KD.
Yo,
Trust me. Trust me.
That's
LeBron
a
did
good point.
whatever he
Hold
wanted to
on,
do,
hold on.
and
We gotta let KB film room go. And we got Kirk and we got Oaktown. We got 3 people come in. Then we gonna let y'all continue. So let's go to KB, man. What's good?
I
That's a
got to
bet.
put. Listen, I got to put LeBron as the number one peak,
hmm
just
That's
because
good.
like
That's good.
just because of what he did and what he accomplished in that time span. Like if we just excluding the championships, if we just excluding championships and we just saying player for player, I got LeBron one. I got I would have to go with Kawhi second, KD no Curry three, and KD four, and then the Harden.
Okay.
Just because of what he did. Like LeBron was a mismatch for the Warriors, man. They ain't had nobody.
Hmm.
That's a
He
good
did
point.
whatever the hell he wanted to do to Harrison Barnes when he wanted to do it.
But you said Harrison Barnes though, but that's a good point.
That's what I'm saying. That's why they went and got KD because
You
you're
said Harrison Barnes, he did it to Andre Iguodala too. Like, come on,
no
bro.
no listen. I said he did whatever he wanted to do against the Warriors. They needed
Yeah.
and hold on, he didn't do whatever he wanted to do to Andre Iguodala because
He
Andre
averaged
Iguodala.
40.
Hold on, listen what I'm saying. Andre Iguodala was part of the reason the Warriors won before that.
All right, bro.
You deny that?
Bro, I'm just gonna let y'all go ahead, bro. All right, bro. Ain't even going. Go ahead.
But
Yeah.
but LeBron was doing whatever he wanted. That's why they went and got KD. They needed somebody to match firepower for firepower, bro. Kyrie was dealing with Steph was dealing with Kyrie, and he needed somebody on the wing to deal with LeBron. Because you got to make LeBron against a great player, and I'm gonna let y'all rock after this.
That's
Against
a
a
bet.
great player like LeBron, you need to make him work on the defensive end too. You can't just be out there, defending him and
Perfect.
not giving it to him back. You got to make him work on both sides of the ball, and that's what KD do.
That's
Absolutely.
that's a good point.
All right, let's go to Kirk real quick. We gotta go to Kirk. What's up,
What's
Kirk?
going on, Chad? What's up, BJ? You've been going crazy lately, BJ, on your chats, but you've been pulling up evidence, so
Yep.
I've been paying
Bro,
attention. You've
that's
been
all I'm feeling, man. I don't put no y'all niggas been around me long enough, man. I am not
yeah.
the one to be saying, well, just pulling shit out my ass, man. I researched this shit all when niggas don't even be watching, bro. So I am not that dude to say I'll be pulling shit out my ass.
No, you don't, and that's why I mean, obviously that's what brought me to your chat because you actually talk the game of basketball. I kind of agree with you on the Kawhi point when you was talking about Kawhi versus Steph Curry, because Kawhi to me like is just a better player, but obviously he's been injured and he beat Steph like I mean in the finals, and that to me that kind of just shows you who was the best player right there. But uh, that's that's I'm gonna go to the topic, but I think I'm not gonna say obviously, but I think between Steph Curry and LeBron, I'm gonna just say LeBron had the best peak. I mean, his peak was from I'm not gonna lie, his peak was honestly when he started from when he left Cleveland, and then ever since he Miami, and then he went to Cleveland. I mean, then went back to Cleveland. His peak was pretty high.
Come
So I mean,
on.
LeBron's peak like was kind of crazy. He had like a LeBron's peak. He had like an MJ type peak, but just as a dominance though, not like winning. If that makes sense. LeBron was just like even MJ said it when he was talking about Kobe or LeBron. He was like his turn. Like, he was like as if you're saying like a dominant player. LeBron's been a dominant player for a very long time. So I'm gonna say LeBron. I'm gonna say Steph Curry because when Steph Curry came on the scene, nobody could stop him. I mean, that's just being honest. From 2014 to even when he played with Kevin Durant, I'm gonna say from 2014 to 2019, Steph was kind of like impossible to guard. So I'm gonna say Steph. obviously Kawhi's in there. Kawhi's weird because it's like he had his peak, then he dropped off because injuries, and then came back to his peak. So Kawhi's peak was probably from 16. It should have been from 16 to if he wasn't injured, it should have been 16 to damn near now from 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna lie to you, like Kawhi's peak.
No, no hypotheticals
I
though, Chris. You
understand, but I
gotta give him,
understand.
you gotta
So
give him his peak. What his peak
I
is, bro.
understand.
No
I'm
hypotheticals. You
yeah,
can't
that's
keep
why
saying. We can't keep saying what if, or if he wasn't this, or if this didn't happen, bro. That didn't
Hold on,
happen. That
time out.
didn't.
So let
Come
me
on, bro.
just ask y'all this question. Says, and that's a good point, Monty. But so let's look at Kawhi's peak then. Since we gonna use that, we can't use hypotheticals. This is his peak. The man was getting all NBA first team or all defensive first team or second team every fucking year.
That's hard to do.
That's crazy.
That's
That's
hard to do.
Kobe Jordan shit.
yeah, Kawhi's peak was kind of crazy to me. I mean,
That's why I got them right after LeBron with that.
yeah. I'm gonna
That's
say
hard to
Steph
do.
Curry
And
though. I
I
mean,
got LeBron over Kawhi in the
of
peak.
course, you have to. Yeah, you kind of have to
It
with
is what
that.
it is. And I'm not even a LeBron fan, but it is what it fucking is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kawhi's
LeBron
peak.
was a monster in those years, man. I ain't gonna hold you.
Listen, Kawhi's peak. That Kawhi's peak is most people's is a Hall of Fame career for most people's career. To be honest with you, that peak right there for that 5-6 year span. That's most people's. That's pretty much a first ballot Hall of Fame career for most players. and
That's a good point though,
that's crazy.
but I still say Steph Curry still had a higher peak than Kawhi because it's like when Steph to me, like even though he had a good team, but a lot of people like try to compare Steph to Kawhi, I mean to Kyrie, and they say like Kyrie had that 50, 40, 90 season. Steph had that in his MVP year and was unanimous MVP and damn near should have won a championship that year. Steph Curry to me is just like his offensive is just I don't know. His peak was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of underrated a little bit because Steph, they couldn't you couldn't do nothing with Steph in his peak. If you put Steph today if you take the 2016 Steph and put him in on this Warriors team today, they definitely go to the playoffs. I'm not saying we'll go to the finals, but that Steph was untouchable to me. Like he was that's like better than AI to me. Steph
How
Curry,
about this hypothetical though? How about peak Steph Curry versus peak Kawhi on the same court at the same time? Who you
that's
got?
tough. That's tough. I still say Kawhi though, like just a little bit. But Steph to me I ain't gonna lie, his peak was kind of crazy to me.
But that wouldn't that be your answer though? Like
Yeah, it would be Kawhi, but it wouldn't be by much.
yeah,
Though. It wouldn't be
It,
like
it's
yeah.
it'd be close. It'd be
Yeah, it'll
close.
be very close. Like Steph to me and to be honest with you, even that 2016 finals, Steph got injured that year. I forgot something what happened with Steph.
That
He was
is
on the
true.
pit or something. He wasn't the same Steph from 2015. I don't know why he didn't get the finals MVP, but that 2016 Steph, I'm trying to think of a player that played like him, bro.
He
He
was
had like
nasty.
he was playing like Isaiah Thomas, but with shooting. So
Hold
and he
on,
was
hold on. I gotta go to Oaktown real quick. Oaktown, I know you got something to say, so I'm gonna let you let off, bro. What's good?
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up, BJ? Hey, BJ, you trying to start shit with this? Come on, man. Nah, look, man, I ain't got no disrespect for Kawhi Leonard. I'm a fan of Kawhi. You know, I ain't never talked down about the man, but all this what if stuff got to stop, man. That's a part of that man's career, and I understand. Yes, that has slowed down what he could have been, but I get tired of all this hypothetical talking basketball too much. I don't even live like that about, well, what if Steph was healthy in 2016 in the finals? What would have happened? It didn't happen. So I
thank you,
accept
bro.
the losses,
Thank
man.
you.
I accept it for what it is. I don't cry
Thank
about
you.
it. I don't even live in 2015 when we won, and he should have won Finals MVP. So this is how I look at the P. You got to give it to LeBron because he had the longest run. Whether you like the man or not, he had the longest run. You got to give him respect on that. I got Steph just because I felt when he was at his highest, he was just on a certain kind of.
Damn, he was speaking facts.
Oaktown drop.
He was speaking facts.
Oaktown, you drop.
Shit.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
And go to P5. Let's go to P5. What's good, P5?
What's good? What's good? What's good?
What's happening? What you got?
Salute.
You said what?
I said, what you got?
Shit. What's the combo? I'm here to talk basketball. What's up?
So we got 5 people. You you start this shit. See, people getting mad at me. People getting mad at me. I didn't say nothing about Steph Curry until this dude said something about him. I said nothing about. All I did was put out numbers and facts, bro. He made me do it. But
do you want me to rank these guys? Is that what you want me to do?
Rank these guys.
He's gonna put Steph Curry. You're gonna split Steph Curry. No one watch.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I think number 5 would be James Harden. I think
That's
number
right.
4 is this at their peaks, right?
Correct.
Yeah, their peaks.
Number 4, I would have KD. Oh, that's tough though, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like 4 through 3 or 4, 3, and 2, maybe even 1, all interchangeable. But if I had to preference it, probably KD at 4, Kawhi at 3, Curry 2, LeBron 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad.
Okay. Now,
I agree with that.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
That's cool. Now, when was Steph's peak?
I would say the years of 2016, 17, 18. Or
Just said 15, bro. Just said 15 too.
Don't move.
We're not counting 22.
This
You
is
should count 15.
This is
15.
so this is what you saying his peak is right on the screen, P5. That's what his peak is. I didn't say it. You did. That's his peak.
Okay.
Right? So what did he do in his peak?
He was I think he peaked as the second greatest offensive player of all time.
That's crazy.
I think he had probably the single greatest offensive season the league has ever seen in the modern era, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And
what?
Yeah, and his impact on winning and making players around him better was just like
That's
something you've ever seen.
Okay. So which one do you feel like is more impressive? This right here, or do you think this one's more impressive?
I would say, me personally.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Don't worry about it.
Assist leader, scoring leader, scoring leader, all NBA. From an accolade standpoint, I guess the second one. From an accolade standpoint.
Bro, that's
Is that James Harden? Is that who that is?
Bro,
Yeah,
that's
James
James
Harden.
Bro.
Oh, that's who it is. James Harden.
He shouldn't even be out there, bro.
That doesn't change my mind though. Curry's still a better player than James Harden.
Wait, Tom, you see what he just did? Hey,
yeah,
it's not better player. It's
man, and I got Steph over James Harden as well. As far, I just wanted to pull that out just to see what you was gonna say.
No, but like I don't know what the point of that was. Accolades look impressive, and you can compare resumes all you want to. That's not how I rank my players. It's not, or it's not how I decide who a better player is.
Right.
I agree with him too, because Steph
How
Curry
do you decide who's a better player?
Huh?
How do you decide who had a higher peak?
The eye test, and you just try to value what their impact was on the team compared to the talent they had on the roster.
That's a good point. He was spanking Harden too by himself before Kevin Durant. Before Kevin Durant came. I don't know if people know that. Steph Curry was killing him. He was killing everybody before Kevin Durant came.
We're gonna get back to that one because I want to extend that one. Let me go back to Oaktown because his Mike he's back now. Your Mike good Oaktown?
Nah, he on mute.
He on mute.
Hey, y'all hear that?
Hey man,
I
I'm
don't know what that is.
shit. It's fucked up. Just let me know if you can hear me. I'll step out if I have to.
Yeah, it's a little low.
All right, don't worry about it. Just go to somebody else. I'll come back in a minute.
All right, bet. Let me go to Mingle, and then y'all can open talk. What's good, Mingle?
What's going on, man? Man, you were capping, man.
Who, me?
No. E5. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
What are you talking about?
First of all, when you put them stats up, when you put them accolades up, he thought about what he said a little while before you put them accolades up. But then when you said who the player was, He said, "I'm still, yeah." He said, "I'm gonna still go with Steph Curry because he's the better player." We're not talking about better player. We said who had the higher peak. We're not
Yeah,
talking
and
about
Curry
better
has
player. That's a
higher peak.
different conversation. Who had the higher peak? Not better player. Those are two different conversations.
So Mingle, you feel like things had a higher
Yeah,
peak than
yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes. That 20 that what was it? What it was from 2016 to 2020? James Harden went crazy. You ain't
Offensively,
James Harden had what? Steph Curry is not a defender.
Hey, Mingle, listen to me. Mingle,
Like Steph Curry is a diehard defender or something.
Mingle
What you
Jester.
saying?
Mingle Jester. You've heard me talk basketball for like months at this point, Mingle. Me and you have talked on the same panels, all that. Look, listen. BJ asked me which resume looked more impressive.
Mm-hmm.
I said because he's scoring champions, assist leader. James Harden's resume looks better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jester, that's not how I go off of peaks or who the better player is, Jester. So my judgment wasn't going to change on who I think the better player was just by looking at the resume. He asked me what was the more impressive resume. That doesn't mean you're a better player than somebody or had a better peak because you had a better resume. That's not how that works.
Oh,
but I disagree with that though.
Wait, so that's new. Oh, wait, whoa. So that's new. That's new. Wait a minute. Stay right there. That's new in basketball discourse. So the resume don't matter now.
That's just how people. That's how some people look at the game.
Okay, I'm catching on now. Slowly, I'm catching on. Resumes don't matter now. Okay.
No, they don't. I don't.
But
think
Steph Curry has championships and Finals MVPs. Why is he? What the fuck?
It's not even. Hey, Kurt. It's not even a conversation.
That's where I give the
talking.
edge to. That's why I give the edge to Curry.
No. Wait. Whoa. No, hold on. We got to go back.
That's a resume, right?
Wait a minute. But see, y'all mucking up the conversation because we're not talking about all that. The better player, championship's going to come in. Listen at what I'm saying before you talk. Listen at what I'm saying before you say something.
Okay.
What I'm saying is championships don't come into play because we're not talking about the better player. We're talking about peaks. It's a difference.
That's a part of the peak.
The better player.
That's a part of the peak.
No, it's not a part of your.
Yes, it is.
There's a lot of players didn't even win a championship when their peak was going on.
So Michael Jordan's peak wasn't 1990, 91 to 93 when he won.
I said a lot of players. I did not say every player. I said a lot of players didn't even win a championship when their peak was going on. So how you judge those players then? If they didn't win a championship.
That's what happened.
But Mingle, hey, hold on, Mingle, how would you rank? Because I didn't get your answer. I gotta go to everybody else. A lot of people coming here. How would you rank the peaks between Harden, KD, Kawhi, Steph, and LeBron?
I got Steph last.
Damn.
Yeah, I got Steph Curry.
You're saying like that's a hate. That's bias.
James Harden, KD.
Hey, hold on, my bad. Mingle, you even like James Harden?
No, I really don't care about James Harden, but
y'all can't say it's biased.
But James Harden's peak was crazy. Man, y'all don't understand. We're not saying better players. We're saying peak. Bro, peak was crazy.
You talking about peak winning a championship?
Bro, peak was man. James Harden had one of the greatest stretches of basketball in NBA history.
And he lost.
Yes, he did lose, but that don't have nothing to do with peak.
Wait, Mingle.
Hold on, let Mingle finish. Let Mingle finish.
Okay, I'm
you got Steph.
I gotta ask a question after this though too.
Yeah, you got Steph last.
I got Steph last.
Okay.
Then I got KD 4. Then I got hold on, wait a minute. What was the players again? I got Steph.
It's on the list. It's on the
screen, Mingle.
Oh, okay. I got Steph. I got James Harden, KD, Kawhi, and then LeBron.
What?
Hey, bro, real quick, a little bit off topic. Hey, this is a little bit off topic, though. This is a little bit off topic.
Mingle, say
a little bit off topic. Has Kawhi Leonard ever not had his cornrows in?
Nah, he always had cornrows.
No, he always. Bro, Mingle, say your pick.
It was a picture last summer with him out, though.
I never saw it. I've just now realized Kawhi's always kept them in. That's crazy.
Yeah, he never took them out. But Mingle, say your list one more time, bro.
I got Steph.
Okay.
James Harden. I got Steph Curry, James Harden, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, and LeBron James.
Wait, is your list backwards?
No, it's just like I got it. Just because I don't have y'all favorite golden boy first don't mean nothing. Or second or whatever y'all want me to have him at don't mean nothing. My opinion ain't gonna always be like y'all.
Oh wait, so
Understand
you
that?
got Steph Curry over James Harden?
No, I do not have Steph Curry over James Harden.
Oh,
Steph
he
Curry
said
is
for
last,
last to
then James
finish.
Harden.
You sound like a hater, bro.
Wait,
Steph
oh,
Curry is
Mingle.
last.
Because I'm giving my opinion. And just
Wait,
because y'all
Mingle.
don't agree with it,
Mingle, I
I'm a
got a
hater.
question for you,
Bro,
Mingle.
Right.
Mingle.
That makes sense. Okay, I got you.
Wait,
I got you.
Mingle.
I
So
got you.
Mingle,
hate on,
so do
bro.
we
Like,
add up? Do we add playoff? Like, do we add playoff like
nah, he go by
playoffs
regular
into this
season,
too?
bro.
That's a part of
Bro,
the peak
whatever
too.
Mingo's list was, mine is the 180. Like mine was literally the exact opposite.
Bro, we
That nigga
talking
go
about
by
peaks. We're
regular
not talking.
season.
If,
Okay,
if,
hold on,
if
Regular
y'all
season,
hold
come,
on.
if
one
y'all
of
come
the
to
same.
me and
That's your
tell
peak,
me,
bro.
if
Let me
y'all come to me and tell me who's the better player between Steph Curry and James Harden, I'm gonna say Steph Curry. He's the
Wait,
better
what?
player. But when we
What?
talking about peak, like
This nigga
from
said the better
1 to
player.
3
You
years
not
or 1 to 4,
understanding.
James Harden had a higher peak than Steph
How
Curry
You
you not?
did.
think
You don't
LeBron
understand
James
But
the
has the
That's
best
Mingle,
what
question.
I'm
peak?
saying.
How you don't understand the question, bro? It's your peak. Your peak.
Yes,
What are you
it's your peak.
saying?
Your peak is like from 1 to
Winning
3
a
years or 1 to
championship
4
is a part
years.
of someone's peak, bro. Going to the finals is a part of
No, it's
somebody's
not.
peak.
That's the
What are
better
you saying?
player.
Yes, it
Bro,
is.
listen.
The
It's a
fuck?
lot of players
You
that
is
didn't
too
even win
hard.
championships during their peak. How
what
you
about
judge those
playoff
Cause
then,
players?
they
Mingle?
How
couldn't
y'all
make
Mingle,
it
judge
there.
those players?
You
what
fucking
about
idiot.
playoff success?
Where y'all
What
put
about
those
like
players at? The players that
Okay,
didn't win championships,
hold
didn't
on,
make a
hold on,
finals,
hold
where
on,
y'all
hold
put
on,
their peaks at?
hold on. Let me go to Mara real quick. I'm gonna let y'all get back to
Like, what are you talking about?
hey, hold on, Ming.
Couldn't
Let me
make
get
it
back.
there.
Let me go to
Even
Mara.
at their peak, they couldn't make it there, bro. What the
All
Man,
right.
fuck are you talking about?
let me go to Mara. What's good, Mara?
Yo, what's good? Before we get into that, I'm gonna define what a peak is to me. All right, just to me, a
oh, that's
peak
the
is
best.
your best year. All right, prime is you throughout your career, whenever you were at your best. To me, a peak is that one specific year, and that one specific year to me, for LeBron James in 2018, his last year on his second stint in Cleveland, was the best out of these guys. I think number two, that's tough because these guys is all good. I know off rip, I have Harden last, LeBron number one, and then from KD, Kawhi, and Curry. Honestly, that's hard to rank their peaks because,
That's a
like I
good
said, a
point.
peak to me is
What is
one
Curry's peak
specific.
season?
I think is that 20,
2016.
no.
But that's not a
Honestly, that
hold on. Peak is more than 1 year.
to me
That's
it's
a
one.
collect. That's 3 to 4 seasons.
That's a good
Exactly,
point,
bro.
PJ.
Niggas
Because
don't understand the
I think
question.
that's
You
a
gotta
line.
understand the question and the meaning, bro. Niggas
Peak is
retarded.
not just 1 season.
No, no, no.
That's
One season
You
is
know
one
what it
season.
is?
No, no.
Peak is different for different
There's no
players.
set definition for peak. I understand what
Yeah,
he's saying, but I want to hear what he thinks Curry's year is.
that's
to
the
me,
best.
it was that 2016 or 2022 season, or I
Oh,
think it was
2016.
2022.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, you talking about one single season. You can't
Yes,
give me, you can't get, P5 just asked you what is his season. You
I
can't get
mean,
him a
if we
consecutive
talk
season
about
of him
peak, it would
being great.
obviously be around
That's why
the
you pick
time
a
of the.
single season. You
Why
notice what you're
can't you?
doing there?
That's his peak. That's what he
Yeah, yeah,
defined
yeah,
his
yeah,
peak
yeah,
is
yeah.
one
That's why I
year.
make sure to
That's
That's
his
define
sad
it
as
peak.
hell, bro.
That's what
immediately
he
because
think.
that's
That's
I
Niggas
sad.
wouldn't
don't
change
say
it
what
just
he
for
think
this
is
this is
peak. What
conversation.
are you saying?
so
The
Mar.
nigga won three,
Mar,
four
I'm
championships.
gonna put 5 screenshots on. I'm gonna show you each one of their 4 best years. I want you to pick and rank. I'm not gonna tell you the player. I want you to pick and rank their peaks.
Not that.
So that's one peak, right? That's one
Steals
peak right
leader
there.
don't really matter to me, honestly. Like, believe it or not.
So what do y'all go about with peaks then?
The
When I
icing.
watch the games, honestly, with
It's the
The
icing.
recent
impact,
players,
the impact,
especially
the
because
greatness
like
of
when
the
we were in the
players, the
moment, we
impact.
remember how dominant Curry was. He was more
That
Exactly.
dominant than
1
James
year,
Harden.
2016.
No, he was no,
That's
Name
his
us,
bruh.
name
He
peak,
some
been
more years.
dominant
and
for a
that's his
long
peak.
time, bro.
James
Man, y'all
Harden
making
Name
me
some
was
do
more
it
years.
again.
What other years? What
Y'all making me do it
2016 from
again.
what year? From what year to what year that Steph Curry was
but
2015,
that's a
dominant?
bro. Steph
prime in
was
my
great in
opinion because some
2016.
players their primes are
Y'all
cut
2015.
still
short.
not
Like
answering my question from what year to
Bro,
what year that Steph Curry was dominant.
he been
2015 to
dominant for a minute.
2022, bro.
He was not
2015
dominant
to
all them years.
2022.
Stop capping.
Was,
He was
bro.
not.
You
No, he
sound
was
dumb.
not.
You
Steph
sound
Curry was
dumb.
You
not
sure about
dominant from
that?
bro,
no
he was shooting the
2015 to
most threes in the
2022.
league
Oh,
with like
stop
Ryan,
the
it.
you sure
highest
about that?
percentage in the
He
league.
was,
None
That's
of
he was
this,
dominant.
not
none of
That's
dominant
this shit
all
dominant.
is the
those
eye
years,
test, bro.
bro.
None of this shit matters. Like
What
scoring
is
leader, assist
this?
leader, All NBA first team, 4 separate times.
That shit
That
does
means
matter.
you.
It
That
adds
means
to
you're
it.
the. That means you're the
All
best
right.
player at your position.
On the
That's a good
scoring
point.
meter, that matters a little bit. That matters.
No, that matters.
I don't think that. I don't
First
even think
team.
scoring championships matter. No, it doesn't.
First team.
Bro, if you're All-NBA first team, you're the best player at your position.
Why does scoring champs matter? Because if scoring champs matters,
I
then
didn't say that. I didn't say scoring champs matter.
no, I'm talking tomorrow.
Because that means you're number one in the league at scoring. I'm not saying that automatically means
But do you think scoring championships can be an argument to why someone is better than somebody else?
For sure. MJ has 10 of those.
Yeah, you're scoring a lot of
MJ
points.
has 10.
Yeah. I mean,
So okay, I don't want to have to do the classic Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson thing. But like I kind of have to do the Kobe Iverson thing. Like why? I don't understand.
What do you mean? They're both great scorers. It's just in their argument, you know that they're a great scorer. When we argue Ben Wallace, he doesn't have a scoring champion to his name. You know, we know he's not a great scorer. Both of those guys are great scorers.
Who's a better scorer between Kobe and AI, Mar?
They're both great scorers.
Kobe.
I would personally go Kobe. I don't really watch too much AI, so I'm just gonna go Kobe.
This is why I don't think scoring.
But AI got more scoring titles though.
They do and they don't. Like you have to you can't.
No,
put
scoring
that
titles
as
don't
your
matter
scoring title.
because scoring
You
titles.
can't let stats be your whole answer.
Exactly. They do matter and they don't, bro. They don't.
Yeah.
You have to-
So
Scoring titles and stats completely matter based off the situation that you're in, not how
But
good
it
of a
depends.
scorer
But
you
they matter a little bit though, bro.
No, they don't matter at all.
They matter more than
So
steals.
MJ's 10 scoring titles doesn't mean shit. That's what you're telling me.
I don't have to say MJ has 10 scoring titles to say he's the greatest scorer the league has ever seen.
I'm just saying they don't mean nothing. That's what
No,
I'm
they
asking.
don't. No,
You're tripping, bro. He averaged 30
Yeah,
for his career.
wait a minute now. You can't dismiss a whole
He averaged 30 for his career.
We ain't doing that now. Wait a minute now. We ain't doing that now.
Now let me explain
You
myself.
can't dismiss a whole accolade like that. Now, come on now, bro. We ain't
Kevin
doing
Durant
that.
has 4 scoring titles. That doesn't matter.
Does MJ having 10 scoring titles matter towards his legacy?
Of course it does.
Absolutely.
He's the best scorer of all time.
Wait. I was just about to agree with you. I was about to say absolutely they do. Do they matter to me when it comes to ranking players and saying who's a better scorer, who's not a better scorer? No.
That does matter though, bro, because
No, it
you have to
doesn't.
put the ball in the hole. Yes, it does.
Of course you
matter.
do. Of course you do. Of course you do. It's just I don't
So
care.
P5, quick
I don't
question.
care if you
What
average.
do you base? What do you base? How do you judge players? If you don't use accolades, you don't use stats, you don't.
Jester,
you
it's
don't
the eye
judge players.
test. Jester, it's the eye test. It's the eye test.
So you have to see all this.
No, he's right though. The eye test shows me that MJ has 10 scoring titles.
You haven't seen MJ play. You haven't seen Kobe play. What you like?
We are aggressively agreeing right now, y'all.
I
We
totally
really are
agree.
aggressively
I
agreeing.
just that intertwines with everything that we just listed.
Literally, the scoring
But
titles,
you
all that.
can't use eye test if you haven't seen it. What you looking to?
Jordan's the best scorer we ever seen, bro, from the eye
Yes,
test.
he
That's why he has
is. Yes,
10
he is.
scoring
It's not
titles.
because he has 10 scoring
Yes,
titles.
it is,
Y'all are
bro.
agreeing. Y'all are agreeing.
No, it's not.
Y'all are agreeing.
You can watch Jordan play and you can see how efficient he was in the regular season and the playoffs, see how great he was
But
then.
that's I totally agree
it's
with you,
not
bro.
because so if Jordan's the greatest scorer of all time because he has 10 scoring titles, that would have to mean that
No,
AI is the best scorer.
But that ain't the only
that's not what I'm
thing
saying.
though. It's other factors.
Of
but
course.
that's
And
one of
I'm
them.
just saying, me personally, when I'm ranking players based on their scoring, I don't take into account scoring titles at all. That's just me.
Wow,
I
that
can
is
see what
crazy.
you're saying, bro. I can see what he's saying.
Taking
The
a-
eye
I
test
don't
is
see what
better.
he's saying. Cause
You
taking
can't
away a whole
compare
accolade
scoring
is
titles
insane.
across eras.
I
You
don't
can't
see what he's
compare
saying. Cause
scoring
taking
But I
away a
think we're
whole
all
accolade
agreeing,
is
though, bro.
insane.
I
All
think
right,
we're all agreeing.
it doesn't matter if you're a great scorer, but when you're nitpicking the greatest, it matters. It matters.
No, it
Like
does.
when
You
you're
can watch and
nitpicking
tell
like
who the
Jordan,
better player is.
when you're nitpicking
You can
nitpicking
clearly
Jordan
watch
and
AI
AI,
and
that
Kobe
matters.
Bryant.
Wait,
You can
bro.
clearly watch a guy like AI and Kobe Bryant and
But
tell
wait a minute. Hold on, people. Let me ask y'all a quick
clearly
question.
watch and tell that.
What's the question?
Since y'all was trying to bring championships into the argument when I was talking about peak, okay. Let me ask y'all this quick question.
I wasn't.
Do y'all rank Russell Westbrook? You know when he averaged the triple double like 4 straight years. He didn't win a championship in that span. Where do y'all rank that at? He didn't win a championship, mind y'all now. So what do y'all rank that at?
I rank I think Russell Westbrook had a great.
During his peak, and that's by his peak.
Hey, y'all
So
gotta
what do y'all
stop
rank
bringing
that
up
at?
Westbrook's name in this conversation, bro.
I'm asking y'all because y'all was trying to bring up championships. And my point was, if you don't win a championship during your peak, what do you rank at then?
Russell Westbrook, I don't think had like a top. Maybe he had like a top 10 individual season of all time in 2017.
No,
Daniel seemed like he had a higher peak than James Harden.
No, he
Why y'all
didn't.
keep
Had a
saying
higher
that?
peak than James Harden. Like what?
I agree with that. I agree with that. He
I
had
don't
like
think he
3
did.
straight
I don't
years
think
of
he
triple
did
double.
personally. No, I don't think he had a higher peak.
Come on,
The
bro.
problem with Russ is that he didn't have enough playoff stats and accolades. His season was magnificent, but he wasn't getting in the playoffs. Them same numbers, he was not doing that in the playoffs because he wasn't being there. He wasn't getting there.
Exactly.
I mean,
James Harden's game
was.
translated better.
He all that well. I mean,
He was getting it,
gotta
but
say
we
that
lost
too.
in the first round. He was getting it, but he lost in the first and the second round.
And he was losing to
Who did he
James
lose
Harden.
to? Hey, but my
James Harden.
He's been to a finals, and he's been to a finals that James Harden was on, and James Harden was on the bench, coming off the bench. What the
Right.
fuck are
James
y'all
Harden was like
talking
year
about?
3, bro.
Are
Right,
y'all
I
forgetting? I
right.
think y'all forgetting. Y'all forgetting when it was point guards that didn't want to stand in front of that
Yeah,
man.
but that
What y'all
was
talking
way in
about,
that
bro?
was way in
KD
20.
ain't even
That
want
was
to
way
stand
in
in front of,
2012,
bro.
though.
Stop
Monty,
playing, bro.
Monty,
Y'all
you
But
brought
that was
up
way
disrespectful
in
as shit,
Monty,
bro.
2020,
you
though.
actually brought up the
Listen, he
argument
averaged
that's
a
bad
triple
for
double 4 years in a row, bro.
But
Y'all
more,
drunk.
I did want to ask you
He
about
did that, though. He did
more. I
that.
did want to
Drunk
ask you
as
because you
That's
said
what I'm trying to
Curry.
ask
drunk
him.
as
What's his
shit,
peak? He
bro.
didn't win the championship during
More.
that time.
Talking
So what do
about
y'all rank that at?
You did say
man,
that
bro.
Curry's peak season was like either 2016 or 2022, right, Mark?
That's not Kyrie's peak
Yeah.
season. That is not Kyrie's
I
peak
do want to
season.
say this about 2016. How is 2016 not easily like number 2 for you at least?
It's number 1 and 2.
So
16 and
wait a minute. So we
21.
judging it off of one season?
Yeah,
That's
for
what
me, a peak is
that's what Mar's
one.
doing. That's what
Can't
Mar's
be,
doing.
nah,
Like
Hey,
for
hey, Mangle,
Not one
It
season.
can't be your peak.
It's not one
Mangle,
season. He's right about that,
a
bro.
Hell
peak
no.
is
One season?
multiple
What are we?
seasons,
Oh
bro.
my
It's not
goodness!
one season.
Wow.
The peak, when you say is multiple seasons, bro. When they're that highest peak, it is not one season. You can't go with one season because you gotta stay
me
consistent.
personally,
They
I
gotta be
think
consistent, bro.
me
You can't.
personally, I am
If you go
consistent,
with
and I
one
think that's a
season,
prime. I think over the years that's a prime, and at your prime, you have 1 year that's your peak. The peak is the highest point, the apex. There's only
And that's
one
fine.
apex.
That's completely
So
fine.
okay, so let me ask y'all this question then. So is Steph Curry 2016 season y'all keep trying to hang y'all head on? James Harden averaged like 37 points one
And
season.
guess
So
what?
that season,
2016 was a better
37
season.
points, like
2016
eight
Curry had a better
assists and
season.
like 7
2016 Curry had
rebounds.
a better season.
So
2016
Curry's
Curry had a
season is
better
better than James Harden's season when he
season.
averaged 37
Yes.
and
Yes.
8 and 9 or
Mingle,
something, or 9 and 8,
Yes.
something like that.
Yes.
Mingle.
Yes, Mingle.
He
Yes.
had 30. He shot 50% from the field. He had a 40, 50, 90 year, bro. And he won 73 games. Stop it, bro.
Jester. Do you
Okay.
realize that
Stop
Stephen
it, bro.
Curry? And this is why, and this is why you can't just make points per game arguments because they both had different roles on the team. Stephen Curry played in a system, right, where he wasn't dominating the ball like James Harden was.
He was dominating the ball. Nigga, what? Nigga, Steph
Curry was dominating the ball in 2016.
Bro, Steph Curry was doing anything that year with the handles. I
No,
promise.
no. Does he do it as much as James Harden?
Of course not, but he didn't have
That's
to.
what
He
I just
averaged
said.
30.
That's what I just said, Kirk. That's what I just said.
Oh, my bad.
I don't understand y'all argument. Y'all messing up the argument. I don't understand.
My argument
I'm
is
confused.
James
Hold
Harden.
on. Let me go to Andre real quick, and then I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. What's good, Andre?
What's good, Joe? I mean, me personally, I got Harden number 5, Kawhi number 4, Kevin Durant number 3, Steph Curry number 2, and obviously LeBron James is supposed to be number 1. The dominance speaks for itself. The stat speaks for itself. The eye test speaks for itself. If you want to throw in accolades, I mean, I don't really factor in accolades like that, but yeah, if you want to factor accolades in, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, James Harden, I get that he averaged 36 points per game, but one thing people got to realize is that he had the second highest usage rate in NBA history. So meaning he was dominating the ball, the offense was running through him, and he was doing whatever he wanted. So he's number 4.
That don't matter.
Wait, what?
That's a system.
That don't matter, but you still got to put the ball in the hole, though.
Okay, when he put the ball in the hole, how did it translate into the playoffs?
They don't want to talk about that.
Oh, Lord.
That's why. That's
This is
okay.
crazy.
That's
That's why I think y'all messing up
point.
the argument, man.
That's a good point. My problem is that people are saying all this insane dominance and eye test without looking at what they accomplished. That is part of your eye test, and that's part of dominance. The reason why you got Jordan, the apex, is because he has 6 championships. He has multiple all defensive teams, multiple all scoring. Those are accolades. That goes into what you did. That's your accomplishments.
Thank you, BJ.
BJ,
BJ.
The All NBA team is voted for, so you can't really go off of that. And
But that's the eye test.
But wait. And y'all Kawhi fans, y'all Kawhi Leonard fans keep telling me that Kawhi don't give a fuck about the regular season. All he cares about is the playoffs. So if you're going to use the accolade talk, That's gonna go against Kawhi Leonard, so Kawhi can't be number 2.
No, it's not because I already put the damn accolades up there. I already put
Kawhi don't got no scoring titles.
Bro, every
But it
fucking
adds
year,
into it, you
the
dumbass.
dude every fucking year is all NBA team or all defensive team. That
So
means
that's
you're
all
the
that
best
matters?
player on both ends.
So that's all that matters.
At the same time, though, if you're taking into account accolades, all these guys have MVPs. They have all these guys have MVPs.
But all that stuff matters, though.
Okay.
They have assist championships.
And all
have
these
that.
guys. Okay, that's true. None of these guys got no all defensive player of the year.
But if you're taking
None of these
into account accolades, all defensive teams, all NBA teams, those are fine and dandy. But these are guys that have MVP. So like, I don't know what you want me to say. A guy that has an MVP has a better resume than a guy who doesn't have an MVP.
All the stuff matters, though, bro.
Guy who has the guy, first off, who beats the same guy. Y'all making me do this shit. Every time he faces your guy that say he's better, what does he do? He sends their ass home in the postseason.
So now when it comes
but those guys also beat him before.
So pick a lane. If you want to talk about the regular season or postseason, I can do both.
But
that's why I keep telling y'all the conversation gets tricky when you start bringing all that extra stuff into it.
It's more than just accolades now. When it comes to Kawhi, it's more than accolades.
Every one of them guys home that you say is better than.
So BJ, LeBron didn't send Kawhi home.
Yes,
he did. But Kawhi sent him home too.
Kawhi sent LeBron home too. Yeah,
exactly.
KD sent Kawhi home. KD also sent Kawhi home.
And Kawhi sent him home too.
Yes. So like these are guys. So KD has an MVP. KD has scoring titles. KD beat Kawhi. Why would Kawhi, if you're going off of accolades, why would Kawhi be over KD?
I said simply off of the peak years.
So simply off the peak
you guys now y'all taking this out somewhere
else.
So
KD, who has multiple championships, multiple Finals MVPs, All NBA first teams. Why would KD still not?
Yes,
and also beat Kawhi in his peak. Also beat Kawhi in his peak.
Hold on,
why would KD not be over
KD's peak? He has 2 All NBA first team and 2 All NBA second teams in his peak. He has
2 Finals MVPs, a scoring championship, and he also beat Kawhi.
First teams and 2 All NBA second teams. He's never won any defensive awards.
He also has 2 Finals MVPs and a scoring championship and beat Kawhi. So why would
he beat Kawhi in his peak too?
He also has a regular season MVP. Like, what are we doing?
The regular season MVP, yes, but Kawhi has 2 defensive player of the years.
Okay, what else?
That's you being the best player on the defensive end. It's the same thing.
So 2 DPOYs. So 2 DPOYs overtakes. No, there's got to be more. Come on, you got to give me more than that. Give me more than that.
A DPOY means you're the best player on the defensive end of the ball.
Okay, and what? And KD has an MVP, a scoring championship. There's more. You gotta give me more than just DPOYs, BJ. More.
Didn't this dude just say he don't take scoring championships?
I don't. But you do. But you do, BJ. You do. I'm going off of your logic.
You want to prove?
I don't take that into account.
Now that we switched over, you want to use scoring championships now.
Clearly, that's what BJ using.
Just go off play on the
BJ.
That's what BJ using, Cody.
BJ, clearly everybody up here almost, or I don't know the people that did.
That didn't matter to you.
It doesn't matter to me, but it matters to you. Though I'm saying you're being inconsistent, BJ. I'm saying you're being inconsistent, BJ.
That did not matter to you.
It doesn't matter to me, but to you it does. I'm saying you're being inconsistent, BJ.
No, you're being inconsistent.
No, I'm not, because I don't think I don't have KD above Kawhi, but you should, because BJ.
I want to be on one line, bro. What are we going to be using to compare KD and Kawhi in their peaks?
I think Kawhi Leonard at his peak I don't think he was as good of a scorer, but you could argue that they're close. I think that Kawhi at his peak was a better playoff performer than Kevin Durant. And then you add in what he did on the defensive end of the ball. And I contextualize KD's playoff performances by saying that he played next to Stephen Curry. And that he got a lot of one-on-ones because teams are game planning for Curry, not KD.
You can't do that.
I co-sign all that.
You can't do that. LeBron got one-on-ones
Yes, you can. You can do that.
LeBron got one-on-ones too, bro.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
LeBron,
everybody's beneficiaries of their team, though. Everyone benefits off their team.
No, but I think but there's a stark contrast from KD with Oklahoma City to KD with Golden State, and then there's a stark contrast even from KD since he left Golden State. Like those things, like that, like KD. Before he went to Golden State, was never as good as he was with the Warriors. Not even close. They
I
were
think
even
KD's
below
peak
him.
was on Golden State.
But we're talking about what he
I
did
think
on the
KD's
court.
peak was on Golden State.
I'm saying what he did on the court. I'm saying that his numbers. I think I'm saying that
So you
KD's
said eye
efficiency
test.
numbers.
You said eye test then. So eye test, and the peaks. Who would you say is the better player eye test wise?
Kawhi Leonard.
So what are we talking about?
I'm saying that you should have KD over Kawhi because you take into account accolades.
I wouldn't. I had KD over Kawhi at one point in their careers, but after their peak, when Kawhi Leonard entered his peak, I put Kawhi over KD.
Okay, why?
Because his ability. Because he finally, first of all, KD's peak started before Kawhi's.
Exactly.
So you have to look at it like what Kawhi got to his full self. Then you have to be able to judge what it was in 2016 to 2021 to KD's peak from 2013 to 2019. I thought Kawhi was a better playoff performer, like you said. I thought eye test wise on both ends of the ball, he had more impact. Okay.
Now, BJ, nothing in that argument did I hear you use any type of accolades, except for DPOY. You said DPOY a couple times.
No, that's why I keep putting the accolades up what Kawhi did.
I get that, BJ. But if you're gonna, BJ, what do you value? Because you keep saying you value accolades, and you brought up Harden and Curry, but you still said Harden had a better, or Curry was better than Harden. Well, what do you value? The eye test? Do you value?
I value I value the awards, the eye test, the dominance, and I value winning championships.
Impact.
The reason why I got Curry over Harden is because of the playoff success as far as the championships, and that he beat Harden head-to-head 2 separate times. But if you're talking about what Mingo said, Harden individually in the regular season, he had more years. He was more dominant than Steph Curry.
You can
went
do that
all
in the
NBA
regular
first team,
season.
but that's why I put Curry over him. But to sit up here and people to say Harden is nowhere near Curry, that's crazy.
I don't think
He's nowhere near.
It's Harden and Curry
They're in two different stratospheres. James Harden would never see what Steph Curry.
Man,
no,
Monty. This for you to be on NBA first team. This man was being on NBA
yeah.
first team with Steph Curry right there in his prime. So we can't say that he wasn't on the stratosphere.
Yeah.
That's cap, bro.
He literally was the only other guard, actually.
You
on
literally two different levels. That's two different stratospheres, man. James Harden is not. He's not there. That BJ, I get what you're saying.
BJ, what's your list? Why are these guys so hard?
And you trying to give him credit and all that, but come on, James Harden, he was not him, bro. He scored a lot. He did what he did. Okay, it was cool. He had a good regular season and all that, bro. But James Harden was not him, bro.
So let me ask you a question, Monty. Do you think Steph Curry can lead the league in assists?
You said who?
Do you think Steph Curry can lead the league in assists?
No, I don't. His game is not predicated on that. You know
no. Well, that's what I'm saying. Harden can do that.
He could do that now. You want to know why he got to do that now, BJ? You want to know why? Because his game digressed. He's not the same.
Bro, he was doing that in Houston, bro. He averaged his most assists per game was the same time he was scoring all them damn points.
Harden is top 10 all time in triple doubles, by the way.
Bro,
I was listening earlier. You were talking like Harden doesn't get triple doubles too.
Nigga, he was averaging. He led the league in assists when he was in Houston.
But BJ, that goes to the point that I brought up though. He had the second highest usage rate in NBA history.
Bro, so does Steph Curry has a system? Kobe had a system. That's part of his system, bro. We can't fault him for what he's good at. That's his system.
Does he do?
No, we're not faulting him. We're not faulting him for his system. But I mean, when he got to the playoffs, he was not as good as he was in the regular season.
That's why I got Curry over Harden.
Okay, then we agree on that then.
But people can't act like Harden and Curry are just so far apart, bro. I watch both of them dudes play.
BJ, the thing is,
I watch both of them dudes. I would not put Harden. I would not say Curry just head and shoulders over Harden. That is no.
Yeah.
I mean, offensively, Curry is though.
I don't think at that time anybody was head and shoulders over Harden though.
That nigga Harden was looked at, man, like, bro.
What?
Man.
Just at that time, not his career, just at that time. Nobody was head and shoulders above him at that time.
Fuck no.
They were good, but they might have been better, but they weren't head and shoulders better than, you know what I'm saying? Like offensively, you know.
But as far as my list, go ahead, Mar.
Oh no, I did want to hear this. So yeah, say what your list was.
My list, I got Harden last. I got Steph, KD, Kawhi, LeBron.
I don't hate it. My list is actually pretty similar. I have Harden 1, I have Kawhi 2, I have Curry 3, I have KD 4, and I have Harden 5.
You said
I got
Harden
LeBron
twice.
5.
Yeah. KD
Yeah.
4, Curry
So you
3.
got Harden 1?
You said Harden twice.
I have LeBron number 1,
Okay.
Kawhi number 2, Curry number 3, Durant number 4, and Harden 5. I think that I misspoke earlier. By the way, I said 22 for Curry. I think the 21 season it was where he came third in MVP. He shot like 13 threes a game at 42%. That's insane.
That's
That year was crazy. I remember watching those games. Kawhi Leonard, I think it was his last year on San Antonio or his first year on the Raptors where he won the championship. Whichever one you want to argue, I think Kawhi was the best two-way player. That year when he was on the Raptors, that was the first year in my life where I had somebody besides LeBron James since I started watching basketball ranked number 1. The year that Kawhi won the championship, I never had somebody else ranked number 1. The only players I've ever had ranked number 1 in my life has been Kawhi, LeBron, Jokic, and Giannis. I've never had anyone else ranked number 1, and he's the only other player on this list that I've thought that highly of. Curry, I've always had him number 2. KD's always been number 2 behind LeBron. You know, Kawhi's the only one who ever, I thought was touching him. Curry,
Kawhi passed Steph Curry. There's all of his stuff.
Peak wise, because I look at peak as one season. Kawhi's prime is short because he's hurt all the time. You see that's I look at it differently than y'all. 1 year, I think Kawhi did have a year that was better than Curry's best year. And I think KD, although he's higher than Kawhi on the all-time rankings, it's because Kawhi's always hurt. He's never there in the playoffs. That's what it is. KD is the beacon of consistency. He's been doing this for years. LeBron, he's been doing this for years, and he's been LeBron. That's why he's like in the argument for greatest ever. He's been doing this for like 20 years. He has like 4 different years where we could argue if it's his peak or not. I personally think 2018 LeBron, where James Harden won his MVP, was peak LeBron, and he didn't win the MVP because people felt bad about robbing James Harden the years prior because of Westbrook. Honestly, I think somebody who we could put on this list is like a Anthony Davis. I think even Anthony Davis probably had a higher peak than James Harden when you look at 1 year wise because of two-way impact, and he also is a great scorer and a great rebounder. What Harden was doing offensively, AD's doing that defensively and more on offense.
You talking about the 1920 season, huh?
Yeah. Even on the Pelicans, like AD was a dog on the Pelicans, bro. Like, and he was shooting wise on the Lakers. He became like Michael Jordan's of Clint Capella. Like he just lost his jumper, but
he's still a beast, dog.
Yeah, he's still a great player. He just lost his jumper. Yeah, that's my
Yeah, man. That's my list. I just value what you are, like, as far as like what you on your ability on the court, your accolades, stats, your rise from season to the postseason. I value all that.
Yeah, y'all do it on a year basis.
Yeah, I think you should do away. I think you should do away with the media voted awards because it's narrative driven. So
the way I do it is what peak player, if I put them on the court at the same time as the other peak player, who's gonna win that matchup? And that's why I got LeBron 1, I got Kawhi 2, and then everybody else after that. I got Curry. I think I had Curry 3.
No. Not with your logic. KD's whooping Curry's ass on the 1-on-1 defensively.
We seen that in 2016, bro. I mean,
that was
2020.
That was a team.
What was the year OKC played against?
2016. Yeah.
Yeah, we seen that 2016. Even though KD was putting up numbers, I think Steph Curry had a bigger impact.
Oh, you meant as a team? Okay.
But bro, that was a team. You're talking about one on one.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying one on one. I'm just saying like as far as them on the court, like
them as a number one option.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where they going? And I love KD, but just taking my, me being a KD guy out of it, just looking at it for what it is.
Yeah.
I think LeBron's putting up numbers against, anybody, and then Kawhi is locking everything up. So
and he's shooting 40%.
It's like, bro, like you're as great as you are defensively and offensively. So how are you not the best player?
There's playmaking.
It's jail time, man, when Kawhi's on people.
It's like, how you not the best player? You can only play basketball two ways.
I mean,
I always go with the two-way players, bro.
Yeah,
that's just me. I just love defense.
I think KD's an underrated two-way player. I think he's a good weak side rim protector, which is valuable. I do think like every teams that KD go to, they're actually pretty decent on defense. This year, the Phoenix Suns were a top 15 defense with no defensive talent around them. This year, we saw Nicholas Claxton fall off without KD, and the Nets defense looked terrible. I understand the Nets are a way worse team, but it's like they got a number 2 and defensive player of the year guy with Mikal Bridges. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't no slouch. I understand they got Cam Thomas, but KD's a dog defensively. Like, he's underrated in that aspect, but I think he's just like.
But he's more of a rim protector. Like,
which is more valuable.
Yeah, I agree.
But the thing is, Kawhi is legitimately one of the best perimeter and wing defenders of all time. And KD's a good rim protector. You know what I mean? He's good at it, but it's like he's good at a really valuable asset while being as dominant as he is offensively.
Yeah,
wait, BJ, can I ask you a question? When was Kawhi's peak?
You heard him, BJ? Oh.
Yeah.
On the screen.
See, me, I think Kawhi's peak was that 16-17 season. He thinks multiple seasons is it. But I think when he was all first team, both sides of the ball, he was doing in the playoffs. Dude, he was crazy, man. And I think that year they won like, I understand the 73-9 Warriors. I think they were like 67-15 Spurs. You know what I mean? They didn't lose a home game that whole year. Kawhi was a dog.
But BJ, here's my issue with this. Kawhi has multiple years where he didn't finish the playoffs.
On his peak years?
Yeah.
He's had 2017, got them to the Western Conference Finals. And in 2021, they got to the so basically, so that's true. But the guys, some of these dudes ain't even finishing past the second round. So by the time Kawhi's hurt, they're already out the playoffs.
In their peak, they're getting to the conference finals though.
Okay, so name the years that Steph Curry got to in his peak, where he got into the NBA Finals or the conference finals.
I think Curry's peak was 2016 and 2019, and all those years he was in the finals.
So 3 years, and Kawhi had 2 years when he finished. Now, his peak again. You said eye test,
right?
The same peak you have for Steph Curry, he faced Kawhi. That was his opportunity to show I'm better than you. KD's gone. He's out. That was your opportunity to prove you were better. That's why I got Kawhi over Steph.
Here's my question. Why didn't Kawhi get on Steph Curry?
What do you mean?
Why he didn't guard him?
He didn't need to guard him.
Somebody averaging 30 and the best defender doesn't want to guard him?
No, he didn't need to guard him.
Why not?
And why Steph didn't guard Kawhi?
Because Steph is a point guard. Kawhi is a bigger forward.
Have you seen Kawhi guard Steph?
Have I seen Kawhi guard Steph? No. But
you never
but
seen
according
Kawhi
to y'all
guard
logic,
Steph.
Well, according to y'all logic, y'all say Kawhi can drop 30 and he can guard the other team's best player.
You've never seen Kawhi guard Steph Curry.
That's not our logic. We've seen it.
Hold on. You've never seen Kawhi guard Steph Curry.
He didn't guard him in that finals. That was not his. That was not his
Who won
assignment.
the finals, Andre?
The Raptors won it, but Steph Curry
Because
was
of
still being
who?
Steph Curry.
Because who?
No, he averaged 28 in the finals. Don't do that. Because Kawhi Leonard did play like a great player, but
Because he
again,
was the best player on the court, Andre.
yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying y'all say that Kawhi Leonard
Stop this,
guard
man.
and drop 30. Why he didn't guard Steph Curry? Because Steph Curry was also doing what he was doing.
But
But
who
the
was the
thing
best
is,
player on the court, man?
who was the best player? I'll say
Yes.
Kawhi Leonard was the best player.
Who was Kawhi guarding in that finals?
Who was he guarding? You got Kyle Lowry on Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
You have
Kyle
Fred
Lowry
VanVleet
was
on
balling.
Steph Curry.
Kyle
if
and
you
Fred
put
VanVleet.
If you put Kawhi on Steph Curry, who they gonna guard? Exactly. That's why Kawhi didn't guard Steph.
So then that two-way logic goes out the window then.
Andre, stop.
No,
Because
it
he's not
doesn't,
guarding the
because-
best offensive
What?
player.
Bro,
Because
No,
that's what
I remember.
Locke's
And
saying.
how in the fuck is he all
No.
NBA first defensive team
No.
every year, bro?
No,
Regular
He's guarding the best
season.
guys.
Regular season, BJ. Regular season.
Man, get up out of here, man.
I asked that question because I remember that finals. I'm pretty sure Kawhi was guarding Draymond and Clay and like Andre Iguodala. When he was guarding Draymond, he was stopping them from doing their sets, because that's what they felt like was valuable. Because you sound like one of those guys who probably thinks Steph Curry is a shooting guard. So yeah, Kawhi was on the perimeter guarding their play initiator. I don't know what we're doing. And he's guarding the bigger play initiator, which is just makes sense because it's like they're the same physique. Draymond is 6'6", Kawhi is 6'7". Why would you have your small guards guard Draymond when you have one of the best defenders of all time right there?
Man. He guarded Giannis Antetokounmpo the series before.
He was guarding Kevin Durant the play that he got hurt. Like that crazy sad play.
That was Ibaka. Try again.
It was Ibaka guarding him on that play.
Yeah.
All right, but I remember watching the game and KD was cooking Kawhi to start it off. That shit was.
That's a one game sample size. You can't really go off of that.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, what their intention was in the one game where KD played, in the few minutes that he played, their initial intention was Kawhi on him. That's what their intentions are. It's just that KD wasn't there, so he got the Draymond Green matchup. He got an easier matchup because of health. If KD was hurt, we know because we saw he would have guarded KD.
What was the win margin on those finals? Like as far as the rest of the games without KD?
I remember that game 6. I was watching it to the end. I remember when Clay went for that dunk. It was a pretty close game.
It was close.
I remember Curry missed a buzzer beater game 6, I believe.
I gotta go back and watch that.
Yeah, he did. He did. But I mean, let me just say this real quick. I mean, I don't have Kawhi up there because the playoffs, he's not really finishing most of them. Now, 2019, yeah, we get it. That's why he's top 4 because he had a top 10. I mean, a top 3 all-time performance. But most of the years he's hurt. 2017 got hurt. 2018 he didn't play. 2021 he got hurt. So that's why I got him where I got him at.
Yeah, that's y'all argument. I look at
that's y'all argument. I say who just put them against each other and who you picking. If you line them all up, who are you picking?
That's what I say. The best player, basically who you taking the best out of the best, man. You put them on the court, and what do you see?
Bro, that's
Bron.
Let me go to Bookie real quick. What's good, Bookie? What's good, Bookie?
What up, though?
What up, though? What's good?
What's the subject about today? What y'all ranking? Who the best out of the 2010s?
Yeah, we got the y'all put the list up right here. You got five people on the list right here on the screen. You gotta rank their peaks.
I got Kawhi 1. I got Steph 2. I got LeBron 3. I got KD 4. And I got Harden last.
Hold on, let him finish. Go ahead.
Y'all play too much.
Crazy as hell.
I got Kawhi first because Kawhi the better defender out of all of them. And he don't want Out of all of them, he the one that won without a. Well, Steph won without a super team, but Kawhi never had a top 10 player when he won his championships. Out of all
Oh
of
my
them.
God.
That is
What are you
true.
talking about?
Huh?
So he didn't have
Hold
Tim
on. Let
Duncan
him
on his
finish. Let
team?
him finish. That wasn't his peak. That wasn't his peak, Monty. He talking about his peak.
Oh, all right.
Bookie, you dropped. Yeah, Bookie dropped.
Outside.
Must be out. Yes, man. Let me take him off. I wanted to hear what the rest of his list. You said Kawhi, Steph, LeBron.
He said
KD,
LeBron. He said
and Harden.
LeBron 3. KD then Harden.
That's a good point. He was out there doing work with Kyle Lowry. So
you back? You keep cutting out. Yeah, that's another thing too, bro. Like everybody talk about this man has so much help, bro. Like look who he won with.
A 6-time All-Star. Okay, accolades.
He ain't win with no top 75 player. No, man. The Raptors, man. Anybody say the Raptors coming in and win that championship is fucking lying.
Yeah,
I know why
nobody saw
you
that
mad,
coming.
Andre. I know why you mad.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad, but BJ, you're not being consistent. You're
I've
not
been
being
consistent the whole time, bro.
Nah, you
hate
talk
that
if
he beat
you.
the Sixers that year. That's why.
Oh
you
yeah,
mad.
I mean they were favored, so it's not even that surprising anyway.
They were
But
favored.
Toronto was favored to win that series.
Bullshit.
BJ, Toronto was favored to win that
Y'all
series.
had Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons, and
He
Jimmy Butler.
he was in year 3. Ben Simmons is in year 2. Kawhi was in his prime.
Y'all were
Try
still
again.
favored.
They were not
Y'all had
favored,
Jimmy
BJ.
Butler.
They were
Yeah,
not.
he was the third option.
What?
Y'all had Jimmy Butler as the third option.
BJ, the Sixers was not favored. I just rewatched that series. They was not favored.
They what? Yes, they was.
No, they
Hell is he
weren't.
talking about, man?
Should I pull it up right now?
They had like.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up, man. BJ, you can share my screen.
They had like four. They have like four All-Star caliber players.
And so did the Raptors.
Who?
Kyle Lowry was an All-Star, right?
Who else?
Kawhi Leonard was an All-Star, right? Marc Gasol was an All-Star, right?
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
No. The Raptors.
Why y'all doing this? Marc Gasol made the All-Star team, won Defensive Player of the Year, and y'all be telling me that Marc Gasol was locking up
Defensive Player of the Year like years before that.
No.
Man,
The three best players on the team are all All-Star caliber players. It was Kawhi Leonard, it was Kyle Lowry, it was Pascal Siakam.
Pascal.
They were caliber players, but they weren't All-Stars.
They were all All-Star caliber players.
we hyping up
Pascal Siakam wasn't no All-Star until Kawhi left.
No, he wasn't. But he was an All-Star caliber player, though.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. What?
How you an All-Star caliber player? You never made an All-Star team until this man got there.
Pascal Siakam.
Jamal Murray's the All-Star caliber player, but he never made it.
Kyle Lowry was the only proven All-Star on that team.
Is Jamal Murray a proven All-Star?
He's a proven player in the finals, and he's a proven champion.
Is he an All-Star caliber player?
He is comparing Jamal Murray to Pascal Siakam is dirty as hell.
No. I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing.
We're comparing the logic, bro. The logic.
I'm asking you. Is Jamal Murray an All-Star caliber player?
Yeah,
he's an All-Star caliber player.
Okay,
but he never made the All-Star team.
So that means you don't have to be an All-Star technically to be an All-Star.
And then that was
now, can I have my context? Can I have my context too?
Yeah, go ahead.
In 2019, that was Pascal first year starting. So how was he an All-Star caliber player?
Except Raptor fans.
Kawhi did start. Well, Pascal did start in 2019 though, bro.
He didn't start in 2018 before Kawhi got there.
Are you talking about Pascal's second year in the league? He didn't start. No, he started. He started the year that I'm talking about, though, Bookie. He started the year that.
Did Pascal win Most Improved that season? I think he won Most Improved that season. So he became an All-Star caliber player.
They trying to post. They trying to boost.
I'm not trying to post up
bro.
Y'all capping.
It makes sense. Pascal.
But Bookie said when Bookie pulled out that no top, the All-Star, y'all want to add this shit.
That's nasty
No, I'm
work.
not trying to
bro.
add this shit. I'm not trying to add this shit. Bad John just said Marcus Gasol, and I don't think Marcus Gasol is a good name to say in 2019. I was just trying to correct him. It was Pascal
What you
Siakam.
mean? He was wasn't Marc Gasol the defensive player of the year?
Not in 2019, he wasn't.
Not in
What year?
2019, but he was
He
still.
won that in
Oh yeah,
2013.
he was coming off.
He won
Yeah,
that
he
in
won it when LeBron
2013.
deserved it. He won it when
Yeah.
LeBron deserved it.
You're right. You're right.
He won it in 2013
I'm remembering it wrong. You're right.
when the
Yeah.
Queen kept saying he got robbed. What the hell he did?
Oh man.
I think you could argue that he did, to be quite honest with you, but
The
The
numbers
Queen is
don't back
crazy.
it up. The numbers say otherwise. If anybody got robbed, it was between Tony Allen or Tim Duncan.
and Thomas
Tim
talented.
Duncan's not
And
bad.
Thomas talented. Kyle Lowry was still a very good player in 2019. I'm not
Man,
going
that dude was a mental choke job before Kawhi showed up.
Yeah, I think Pascal was
Because he's not a first option. He's not a first option.
Exactly.
He ain't no first option.
I don't
He
care
been
what
in-
I don't care what anyone says in the chat about 2019. Kyle Lowry was still a very good player in 2019.
Yeah, he's like a better version of Mike Conley, but he ain't no like, you
He
know.
made
like
the
a
All-Star
fake-
team in 2019 and in 2020 after Kawhi Leonard left.
And
And
Mike
that
Conley's
fake-
like an all-star
he like-
caliber player, ain't like our competitor.
Kyle Lowry like a fake. He like
Okay.
a fake. He like a fake. He like a fake Chauncey Billups.
Man, get out of here, bro.
What are you talking
Fake
about?
Chauncey.
Niggas talk about a fake child. This nigga trolling.
You can't take away his All-Star making moment, bro.
Nah, for real.
So we're just gonna just scrape all the scraps up and just say this was an all-star team that Kawhi had, huh?
Oh no.
That was a well-fit team that all looked like
I'm not what I'm
all-stars.
saying. I'm not saying Kawhi was on some super team. I'm saying Kawhi was on a very good
Nobody's even arguing that.
Yeah.
team. It was a very
Kawhi
good
brought
team.
the
Oh,
best
P5,
out of the team.
P5. P5, you're a Raptors fan, right?
NBA history as a
I
good
heard
team.
somebody
Yes, I'm a
try
Raptors
to
fan. Yes, I'm a Raptors fan. I
Hey,
remember that.
I
P5.
heard somebody try to sneak Tim
Bad
Duncan.
John. Trust me, I remember that team very well. That was a
Hey,
very
P5,
good team.
that was Toronto favored to beat the Sixers in 2019?
Oh, yes.
No, I
Oh,
don't.
yes.
I don't think.
All
I
right,
don't think
BJ.
they was.
BJ, I'm gonna
Was
take my
it?
bow
Hold
right
on.
there.
How do you determine they were favored?
You can just go
According
by
to the
betting odds and what
betting
media
companies,
say.
they were
Man.
favored.
I don't take
They
favor.
was
I see what
favored.
you doing on
They
Man,
was
you gotta
favored, but
step on the
they
court
have
and
a
play,
decent
man.
team.
Man, BJ, now you want to move the goalpost
Man,
now.
if you
try to move
if you are the second seed and the other team's a third seed, that
And we
ain't
was the
no
third
gap
seed.
where you can say that team was favored, man.
The Raptors were the second seed,
The
though.
Raptors was the second seed.
Exactly, they were
The
literally
Sixers-
neck
the
and neck
Sixers-
that year, bro.
So that means they were, by what you just said, they were favored. What?
The
A
Sixers
regular
had
season
two.
team, because you have a better regular season record, means you're favored and going into the playoffs.
No, I thought
There's
you just
two-
said.
that's two points, bro.
BJ, I must have misheard you then, because I thought what you just said was if you can't tell me that a higher seed wasn't favored. I thought that's what you just said.
Toronto was not favored, bro, in that series.
Okay,
That's
so
why
you
I asked.
changed your team.
I
Okay.
literally
were,
asked that
BJ.
man, how was they favored? And Andre said based off the odd makers.
I also
How else do you determine who's favorite though?
Also going into the series, even Joel Embiid wasn't 100%. That also went into it. But
wasn't
But
Kyle Lowry hurt too?
Toronto had a good.
I don't remember Kyle Lowry injury.
Wasn't his hand messed up?
In the conference finals, try again.
No, his hand was in the playoffs messed up, and Kawhi was dealing again. I gotta keep repeating this out. Kawhi Leonard was limping around in the playoffs, man.
Was that known during the Philly series?
He was limping
he was.
around.
He was.
He was limping around.
I didn't know. Because I heard about the Kawhi stuff after the playoffs. I didn't hear too much about it during.
In the Milwaukee series, you ain't see him limping around after he dunked on Giannis with the left hand?
I mean, I saw, but I didn't hear that in the Philly series.
Yeah, he was grimacing on that play.
I didn't hear it in the Philly series.
Yeah, because I think Philly had two all.
Too. They had a decent team, man. Toronto had a decent team. They had Norman Powell, Danny. That's a decent team. And they had
Norman
Serge
Powell's
Ibaka.
averaging 4 points on that team, bro. Danny
Serge
Green.
Ibaka,
Let me
they
pull up
had-
these. Let me pull up
He
these
didn't even
numbers.
touch the floor.
Let me pull up these numbers. Let me pull some up.
Norman Powell wasn't even getting no clock.
My man was getting no burn.
I will say this though, that I'm not saying it was some super team, but I'm not going to say and act like it wasn't a very good team.
I mean,
Very-
nobody's saying
They
that.
were a championship team. They fit well together, but Kawhi uplifted all of those players.
Oh,
The year
1000%.
before, they had DeMar DeRozan, who's like more of a black hole, while Kawhi Leonard is a guy who seamlessly fits.
Oh,
He
1000%. Yes,
shoots
Kawhi
threes, he
clear
guards.
upgrade over
He makes
Kawhi.
everyone's job easier
yeah.
because he spaces the court. Like Pascal Siakam, if he had DeMar DeRozan on that team, he's not able to attack the rim the way that he does next to Kawhi Leonard because DeMar DeRozan would be the guy doing that. You know, like
Yeah,
Leonard,
Kawhi added additional space into the team.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
1000%.
great defense.
1000%. Kawhi was a
Right.
huge upgrade over DeMar DeRozan. Huge upgrade.
Right.
And look, those guys are good players like Kyle Lowry and Siakam and those guys and Norman Powell. They're good players, but we're comparing them to the other guys on the list and what they had when they won. So it's like,
What
once
guys?
you look at it like that, the other guys on the list that we're comparing.
Yeah, like
Oh, you talking about the peak list?
Curry, KD.
Yeah,
they had
once you
they
look
had
at
each
it
other.
like that,
shit.
he won with the least amount of talent. If you look at it like that.
I mean, Steph Curry too.
Look at the screen.
No, not
Look at
not what Kawhi. Well, what year are we talking about?
What
2017?
No,
22.
are you talking about 2022?
Yeah.
No, we're talking about
yeah, that wasn't his
2019.
peak.
No,
Yeah, that
we're
wasn't
talking
his
about
peak year.
2019. We're talking about
I think
2019.
I think this or the last playoffs Kawhi had on the Spurs was his peak. This or that one. This was a great run. And Pascal Siakam, this honestly is like a borderline all-star caliber numbers. 19, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, good defense. He was a great defender. We know that, and his rim attacking was really good for them.
Who, Siakam?
Yeah. Siakam
He's
is
not.
really good.
No, he's not a good defender. Stop it.
Yeah, he is. What?
Nah.
Come on.
He was getting cooked by
He got
Giannis.
demoted off. He got
Kawhi
demoted
was
off of
soft.
Giannis. Stop it. It was Kawhi Leonard who got on that ass.
Because look, like you said, this was a great team. This team's identity was built around their best players' defensive mode. You had Kawhi Leonard, Marcus Gasol, who are two great defenders. You have Serge Ibaka.
Yeah, but Mar, I ain't gonna let you get away with saying
Siakam was
great.
a good defender. That's
okay, good. I'll give you good, but he's not great. So stop it.
Right. Look, right now in the NBA, he's a great defender. But back then, his third year, or no matter what, he was still good. So
yeah,
Here's my thing about that Raptor team, and I agree with Mar on this. Every player on that team was a good defender.
Yeah.
Every last one.
Good defender, yeah, but not great.
Every
Kawhi
last
Leonard
one.
was the
How
only
about
great
Kyle
defender.
Lowry, who was very good with his hands,
Kyle
could actually
very good.
Kyle Lowry was a very good defender. Pascal
Kyle Lowry
Siakam,
was a smart defender.
Pascal Siakam at that point in time was just a good team defender at that point. Kawhi Leonard, we know how great he is defensively. Marcus Gasol was still great defensive. I think Marcus Gasol is a massive reason why we won that series against Philly, to be honest.
Yeah.
Serge Ibaka, Fred VanVleet, even at times, and he showed that in the Warriors series, especially. Danny Green.
Man, that was a stacked team, man.
Hey, even Chris Boucher. Look,
Well, Chris Boucher didn't get any type of burn. We're not going to say.
but what I'm saying is, look, in 2 minutes he averaged half a block. Like that means he came in there and got a block immediately.
Yeah, he came in. He came in like in a blowout, a couple of blowouts against the Magic.
Got some immediate blocks. You know, that's
yeah. You know, you see Jeremy Lin scoring the point.
Those other guys are defenders.
Shout out to Patrick McCaw, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
This is a squad.
This
is a squad right here.
Yeah, Patrick McCaw, he 4-peated, bro. That's a super team, bro.
Hey,
So
BJ, this is a squad right here.
Are these guys all stars, like all star players?
Two of them are.
Two of them are.
1.5. I think Siakam's like borderline all-star.
I think because Siakam at that time didn't put up that many great numbers because Kawhi was the number one option, and that's who the offense ran to most of the time. But the very next year, Pascal showed that he was that guy. Well,
The next
I don't want to say that guy like he's great or amazing, but he was
all-star caliber.
No, he was great, but he wasn't like a number one type of player. I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying that.
Right.
But he showed that he was that guy the very next year when he was the number one option. So I mean, yeah, I would say they had 2 all-star caliber players on the team.
Yeah, that's not bad. Like
but that doesn't make them some stacked super team. They're just a really, really good team.
Yeah,
I mean, that Raptor team in 2019, I think, stacks up with a lot of different teams in the finals. I think.
It was a stacked team, but not a super team.
Yeah.
In my opinion,
that team stacks up very well with anybody, I think.
Yeah, you got like 1.5 all-stars who are defensive orientated with all those defensive players with 3-point shooting around them, and good coaching.
And a
Yeah,
great
they had
coach.
interior defense, they had perimeter defense, they were switchable, they were spaced out the floor offensively. That team was
Yep.
that was a great team.
Yeah, you know what's crazy?
Nobody's discrediting Kawhi Leonard, old man.
Man, why is this too?
Oh yeah, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not because hey, Kawhi is one of my favorite players of all time because of 2019. I love Kawhi, but I'm not gonna say he wasn't on a great team though. That's what I'm not gonna say.
You know what's crazy was OG Anunoby hurt in the playoffs.
Yeah, he didn't play at all.
Yeah, he was hurt.
Yeah.
Damn! Imagine if Kawhi stayed, bro. Holy!
If Kawhi stayed, the Raptors go back to back. I'm convinced of it.
Kawhi stays, and then you move
if
OG
Kawhi
to like
stays, the Raptors
He
going
probably
back.
should have stayed. He probably should have stayed.
Because if you have Pascal, who's continued to develop as a player, you have literally everybody else on that team coming back except for Danny Green. But you have Fred VanVleet.
No, but you'd have OG replace Danny Green. They're the same.
And then you have OG and Anunoby.
OG's just a better version.
That level of defense and spacing coming off the bench, transition play. That team goes back to back. I think 1,000.
Damn. That team gets better the next year because Siakam gets better. OG.
Yeah.
Right.
They're beating Boston. They're beating Miami, and I think they beat
That
them.
Toronto team that next year, they were on pace to win 60 games, but the season shut down. So
So that's
so you put Kawhi Leonard. You put Kawhi Leonard on that team. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they beat Miami for sure.
Thing is, no, they don't. You know why?
Because
the whole Clippers run has been health. No, the whole Clippers run has been Kawhi.
No, in 2020, health wasn't the problem.
2020
health wasn't the problem, though. In 2020, health wasn't the problem.
Yeah.
And if you look at how the Raptors and if you look at how the Raptors managed Kawhi, because
the Clippers are more careful, bro. Now Kawhi got hurt. We're not gonna blame anyone but himself. But the 2020 year, you're right. Kawhi was healthy, but after that, that's just Kawhi.
Yeah. In 2020, the Raptors win again, but years after that, the Raptors could do all they want to because the Raptors.
So y'all saying the Raptors beat the Lakers in the finals?
Yes, they beat the Lakers.
They beat the Lakers.
The Raptors had.
I don't like the Lakers, so I'm a definitely say the Raptors.
The Raptors had the perimeter defenders to deal with the Lakers, unlike the Heat. They had the interior defense to deal with the
Lakers had defenders too, though.
Caruso. The only difference. The reason the Lakers were able to beat the Heat was because they outmatched them at every aspect of the game. I don't think they outmatched the Raptors.
They were not beating the Lakers. They were not beating the Lakers. Bro.
Yes, they were.
No, the fuck.
At the very least, they're pushing them to more than what was it, 5-6 games? They're pushing them to 6.
They were not. Who was checking AD?
It's not about who's checking. It's not about who's checking.
Serge Ibaka.
AD is honestly gonna get checked. Yeah, he is. Marc Gasol.
AD. Who's checking AD?
Serge Ibaka and Marc Gasol.
My man Mon say he does it by year.
And the Raptors at that point had many type of big physical wing defenders that could make it tougher on LeBron.
And AD's defense is gonna be less valuable than it really is because Marc Gasol and Serge Ibaka could stretch him out.
Yeah, and then you have Kawhi and OG. Then you have Kawhi and OG. That would Kawhi and OG would have been like the best defensive duo in the league on the wing.
Agree.
I mean,
no, wait. I think OG would have came off the bench though.
Yeah, but when they're playing, when they're playing on the court together, that lineup would be incredible defensively.
OG would have started the next season. Then he left.
That Lakers team had Ron.
No, but like when they're on the floor together, because they would play together.
They wouldn't start.
OG had the 2. Kawhi had the 2.
That makes them even better.
Yeah, that makes them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That team would have got even better
because you're having Fred VanVleet come off the bench and your backcourt isn't as small, and that's a reason why they lost to Boston.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, that's even better.
Yeah, that team would have been nasty.
Man, I'm starting to cry just thinking about it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They would have lost.
Why did he leave again? He just wanted to
he left because A, he never wanted to be in Toronto in the first place.
Yeah, that's true.
And then B, the Clippers were able to bring in, and then B, Kawhi felt like he needed another secondary star to win another title.
That was a good situation in Toronto, man.
He was gonna bring Paul George to Toronto, but Toronto couldn't get Paul George there, so they went to LA.
You're right. Actually, they were gonna trade OG.
That's true too. That's true too.
Come on,
that's true too.
Bro, I already watch basketball, bro. I don't just look at this shit for sport, for fun, bro. He wanted.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like a contributing factor that was that Kawhi never wanted to.
I love money, bro.
No, y'all both right. Like y'all both right because I remember it now.
So they went to LA. Kawhi was gonna stay. He was gonna stay in Toronto if Paul George can get it to Toronto, he was gonna
Yeah,
stay.
yeah.
You know what
Money
I'm
Monty.
I think y'all wrong, honestly.
You're right, Money Monty, but I wasn't
That's
done. Because I
that's
talked
fact.
about the Paul George
You
thing.
could
Because
look it up,
the
Ma.
main
You can look it up.
the main battle was the Raptors and the Clippers, and we all know that at the end of the day, Kawhi wanted to play with PG, and the Raptors weren't able to make that happen. The Clippers
Yeah,
were.
they
That's
could.
Nah,
They could.
disagree.
what. Or Jimmy Butler. I think
Ma,
Jimmy Butler was another name.
you could disagree, Ma. That's facts. It's facts.
No. What
That's what
y'all are
Paul George
saying is
said.
correct. I just disagree with the fact that y'all are saying it's the main reason. The main reason is that them boys are from LA. You know, Paul George from LA, Kawhi from LA, and they wanted to play with each other. Y'all are right about them wanting to play with each other, but it would have happened in Toronto. Paul George talked about it on his podcast. Actually, they had the trade. I think it was. I know OG was in it for sure, and
I
I
know
think
Paul George and Westbrook were supposed to go to Toronto.
yeah,
No, not
yeah.
Westbrook. Not
No,
Westbrook.
I think he's right. I think, bro.
It
Or
is.
Westbrook was gonna get.
No,
No matter
Westbrook was in
what,
the trade
that was
too.
never.
Westbrook was going to get
What?
moved somewhere else. I think it was 3 teams involved. I think he's right about that, but it was a third team. No matter what, Paul George would have ended up in Toronto with Kawhi,
What?
Marc Gasol, Kyle Lowry. That would have been nasty. But the main reason was because both of them are LA natives and wanted to finish their career.
That was the last option. That was the other option. He was already in Toronto. You know what I'm saying? He was already in there. He just won a championship. Why would he leave?
I remember the Serge Ibaka. You know the Serge Ibaka cooking show that he had, right?
Yeah.
He had Kawhi Leonard as a guest. I remember in that episode, Serge Ibaka tried so hard to convince Kawhi to come back. If you go back and watch it, Serge Ibaka's nagging at Kawhi to go ahead and re-sign with Toronto. He's talking about the waterfalls in Toronto, how great it is in the summer. All that.
I think they ended up calling Kyle Lowry in that video too, right?
Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, they called Kyle Lowry. Yeah, they were that whole episode was trying to recruit Kawhi Leonard. That was
and while he was on their team, they knew he was gone.
They knew he was about to leave because
Paul George don't get traded, I think he would have I think he would have stayed.
Oh yeah, if the Clippers can't get Paul George, then there's no reason to go to LA. He stays in Toronto. I think.
Yeah, but you got 2 hometown kids who want to go home. And, Kawhi was like, if you come home with me, I'll do it. And we got a chance to win. They did have a chance to win.
Didn't Paul George, like, when he was in Indiana, still like, he was talking about how it was a dream for him to play on his childhood team, the Lakers. And then when he went to the Clippers, and then when he went to the Clippers, it was like, it was always a dream. And then when he went to the Clippers, it was always a dream to come play for my childhood team, the LA Clippers. It was such a dream of mine.
That pissed me off. Hey, P5, that shit pissed me off, man, when he said that shit. I was
like, wait a minute, I thought you were a Clipper. I thought you were a Laker fan.
I said, this motherfucker lied.
Yeah. Of course he got to lie. Right? He lied, bro. He lied. Did
you
see
you were a Laker fan just a few years ago? What's going on here, PG?
I hated him for 3 years, bro. I hated him for 3 years.
He was definitely Paul George. Definitely was a Laker fan. He wanted to be a Laker, but it didn't turn out that way. Kawhi didn't want to play with LeBron. During Kawhi free agency point, LeBron really was trying to get Kawhi on the Lakers. But Kawhi, he the type of person, he like, bro, I'm not playing with you, bro. I'm not playing with you. Kawhi
played chess that off season.
You feel me? So they couldn't go to LA. So
really? San Antonio tried to screw over Kawhi.
They had to go to the Clippers.
They sent him to Toronto. They sent him to Toronto, a place where he didn't want to be. Yet it worked out.
Yeah.
They Paul George or Kawhi, they couldn't go to the Lakers, so they said, "Fuck it."
I'm not gonna lie, I still love Masai Ujiri for that because that was the biggest ballsy move I think a GM has really ever made.
Yeah, he did DeMar wrong though.
They did do DeMar wrong, and I feel bad, but it is what it is. DeMar is my favorite player of all time too. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, they did him wrong, man.
But I still respect Masai for that because if you look at what Toronto was doing the years before that, I mean, come on, Masai Ujiri's job was on the line.
They were going nowhere.
And if that move failed, he would have been fired. But he
definitely would have been fired.
He would have been fired. And then Toronto would have completely blew it up. Kyle Lowry probably would have been traded earlier. I don't know what happened to the rest of the team, right? And then now
they would have had a yard sale, bro.
Now they are where they are. Kyle Lowry's probably gone. Valanciunas still would have been gone.
And DeMar DeRozan's having the same problems on other teams. He did the right thing.
Oh yeah, DeMar DeRozan is not a playoff performer. That's just how that.
He's a good piece, but he's not the piece. You know what I'm saying?
I think he's going to do really good for the Kings this year. I think the Kings might be a really good team. Well, offensive team.
Good regular season.
Yeah, they're going to be a really good regular season team. They should have a top 5 offense.
I don't know. I think they're a good playoff team.
I think the Kings should have a
It's not even just DeMar. It's just a bonus too. And he's bad at defense, so the other teams are going to have easy shots at the rim. You know.
I ain't gonna lie. That was to me.
I will say this though. I think it's Thunder.
Why the fuck did he go to Sacramento? I hated that.
Because he went home. The main reason that these people.
I know he went home. I know he went home and all that, but I just hated that. You know what I'm saying? I hated him going to Sacramento because I just feel like DeMar DeRozan been losing for a long time, bro.
Yeah.
No winning team wants to give him a starting job.
Sacramento's on the up and
I'm not gonna lie. All I want for DeMar is like his last 2 years in the league. Just go ring chase. Just go sign with the best team in the league and try to win. Coming off the
DeMar and Bradley Beal the same nigga to me. They both should just be 6th man of the year off the bench so we can win the finals.
I will say this though. Who are y'all's championship favorite? Because mine is the Thunder.
Oh, I got the Thunder too. P5.
I think the Thunder are easily the best team in the league now. Not easily, but I think they're clearly the best team in the league.
That boy SGA is, man.
Yeah, but it's not even just SGA. I mean, look at what they added. I mean, geez, that team is stacked.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm happy. I mean, you talk about what the Raptors were able to do with the team they had. I mean, boy, the Thunder have better shooting, probably better perimeter defenders, probably just as good interior defenders or better interior defense. They're more switchable.
Do you think the Grizzlies are back now that John Morant's coming back?
They'll be for sure. They'll
have home court advantage in the
they're going to be. Bro,
yeah. No, the Western Conference is unbelievably stacked.
Mark my words, bro. When John Morant is on the floor, the Grizzlies is a whole different
team.
Yeah. So
that's why there's really a chance that the Mavericks might be a playing.
That's why I don't think Sacramento. It's gonna be a hard time for like New Orleans or Sacramento for them to get in the playoffs because Memphis is gonna be back in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're gonna take the Clippers spot.
Everything gonna change. Like you feel.
Yeah, Memphis is cold.
That's why I honestly think
if he don't get in trouble, if he don't come back and get suspended and get in trouble again, Memphis gonna be scary, bro.
They got Edie. They got Edie, right?
Yes, they got Edie.
They got Morgan. That shit about to get real, dog.
You know what's the most interesting team?
Hey, that shit about to get real in Memphis, though.
But you want me to be honest? That's why I think the West being so good. That's why I think like the Clippers are gonna miss the playoffs.
Yeah, I can see that. You know what team really is the one thing that's messing me up?
Gonna be tough. The Pelicans gonna be tough too with DeJounte Murray and Zion. They gonna be tough.
Oh,
CJ McCollum.
I forgot they got DeJounte.
DeJounte Murray. He about to go. What?
I like Daniel Theis signing for them too. He's a stretch 5.
Then they got New Orleans with Brandon Ingram, and you got Zion with CJ McCollum. Boy, what?
Trey Murphy off the bench is insane.
Yeah, they got defense too. Long way.
I still think they need to get rid of Brandon Ingram though. I think if they get rid of Brandon Ingram, that team can really be maximized.
Why they gotta get rid of Brandon? He one of the best.
BI just doesn't fit. BI just doesn't fit. That team.
We're gonna see.
But I think he do. I think he opened up their scoring.
He's too talented, bro. You got to make him fit.
No, bro. Here's my thing with BI. That team, what he brings to the table is not something that team desperately needs. I think what that team desperately needs,
scoring and defense.
I think that team has plenty of scoring and defense. I think what they need is
not like him.
No. Okay, well, wait.
He don't provide defense. I want to cut that. No, he don't.
I don't know why you said defense. BI does not provide that much defense. What BI provides is a really solid isolation score, and he provides good shooting. But he reminds me of DeMar DeRozan. Not like the fact that they have the same place.
I ain't gonna lie.
You guys have the same place.
That's a great comparison.
Yeah. BI is a ball. BI is a ball.
Yeah, but what's wrong with that?
BI is there's many things wrong with that, especially when you get into the playoffs. There's many things.
No, I disagree. BI, his problem is that you're right with the DeMar DeRozan comparison. He's just not willing to shoot the three. So when he does, he's like legit great. And this year, I don't want to use the end of the season to rank BI too much. You got to remember, He was hurt, you know. And the last time where they made the playoffs and Zion was hurt, Bi looked amazing in the playoffs.
He
When
was
they
an
played in
all
Philly.
star. He was an all star.
Yeah,
Bi
for
was an
sure, But
all-star.
Bi at this point in time, I think on a team like the Pelicans who's trying to compete and good with Zion and I guess DeJounte now. Remember that team also still has CJ
and Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, but remember that team also
P5,
still
you want
has
him to
CJ
go to the
McCollum.
Warriors, don't you? That's what this is all about. You want
No, I want Bi. I want Bi to go to a team where he can be maximized. I don't think the Pelicans is that team.
I think you're trying to play the Pelicans head coach job too hard.
I think my whole point is I think Bi.
I think you're trying
They
too
got
hard to
too
make a
many
starting
guys.
lineup.
Somebody gonna have to come off the bench.
Yeah,
because I think
they have a good
Who
problem.
got to come off the bench?
I'm still thinking.
I'll bring
CJ McCollum.
I'm still thinking in my mind the best version.
CJ should come off the bench.
The best version of that Pelicans team is having Herb Jones and having Trey Murphy start.
You put CJ at the 2.
Nah, he come off the bench, boy.
You start DeJounte Murray. You start him because he active. So I ain't gonna lie.
You
start Bi, Zion, and then I don't know who would you have at the 5.
I'll put Daniel Theis to start the season because he's a stretch 5 and he brings a high floor. And you let Yves Messi, come
small,
into the season.
He's small. You gonna put Daniel Theis against Jokic?
That's the thing about it, though. The whole team is
the whole league small
because
stuff. Jokic and Embiid.
No, that team is lengthy still though because you got DeJounte Murray at point. He's like 6'5". Me personally, I have Trey Murphy at shooting guard. That's where me and you differentiate, and he's like a 6'8" shooting guard. You got Brandon Ingram. You got Nah, you got Herb at shooting guard. You see that? That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's not too hard to play the Pelicans head
so
coach job. It's a hard job.
So you starting DeJounte Murray over CJ McCollum, and you putting Herb Jones in the start. I can understand that for defensive purposes. I can understand that.
Hold on, wait. If you have DeJounte, Herb, Trey Murphy.
No. Take Trey Murphy out. I was wrong about Trey.
See, that's what I'm saying. That is just what I was about to get to. That's just what I was about to get to. Because my thing. No, you don't start CJ McCollum on that team. No, that's why you bring in DeJounte Murray. My thing with the Pelicans, I think the best version of that team as a contender.
I'm talking about CJ at the 2, P5.
No, you don't. You just don't start CJ. You just don't.
You don't want no small backcourt.
I have him off the bench, bro.
But here's my thing with the Pelicans. Their best version of that team is with Herb Jones and with Trey Murphy starting. And that's where I think, and because those two can play off the ball, they can, well, not Herb Jones, but Trey Murphy can create enough to where teams have to, at least guard him when he has the ball in his hands and he's trying to create something, right? And then you have DeJounte and Zion, and you have whoever the big man's going to be. I don't think
So
Bi.
where are you going to put Ingram?
That's my point. Bi doesn't fit into all that.
Trade Ingram.
He made too much money to be sitting his ass on the bench now.
They need to move him.
That's what I'm saying.
They need to move. They need to move Bi is what I'm saying. They need to move him.
Yeah, you need your scorers in the game, bro.
The Pelicans have scorers. They have DeJounte. They have Zion. They have CJ McCollum off the bench. That team has scoring.
But you can't sit Brandon Ingram on the bench.
That's what I'm saying. They're gonna have to start him, but they have to trade him. I think they need to trade him.
They don't
trade him for who? Trade him for who?
A center.
I don't know. Get draft. You can't
say you don't know because they gotta trade him for
center or draft picks. A center.
Get more depth. Give me a name. Get more depth. I don't know. Clint Capella. Trade him to the Hawks for Clint Capella or something. Trade him for Clint
Capella.
Just say a big man P5.
No, Mar. But you get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's why don't even say names. Just say a big man.
Whatever. And I don't think Clint Capella is all that bad. But and I don't think guys don't think he fits with. I don't think he fits.
But it's got to be the value got to match up. That's what.
Yeah. Say a big man worth Bi.
Bi for you're trading Bi for also draft picks. I think what the Pelicans need to do.
Vucevic would be a perfect fit.
I think that'd be nice.
Y'all niggas hate Bi if you think he's the same value of Vucevic.
Didn't they just didn't the Pelicans just let Vucevic walk?
Vucevic sucks.
They just let Vucevic walk. I don't think Vucevic fits on the Pelicans.
Hey, you might as well open the door for Bi and tell him to walk out.
No, but I think what the Pelicans need to do, if they're not going to get like a truly like good big man in return, then like just trade him for draft picks and young prospects. Just do that.
I think you're wrong about that. I think what you're doing is you're buying into Trey Murphy a lot, which I love because I'm high on Trey Murphy also. But you also got to account the biggest reason that BI is in these questions for you is because of health. And Trey Murphy also has health.
Well, it's also not just the health; it's the fact that he's on an expiring contract. And
yeah. So it's everything outside of basketball. You know,
bro, and again, I like BI the player, but it's also the fact I don't think BI the vision that I see the Pelicans going towards if they're going to contend is around Zion and around what they have right now: versatile defensive wings that can shoot, that can create a little bit. You add DeJounte in there, and you add whatever other pieces you want. I do not think the best version of this team is starting Brandon Ingram.
You think that because of the 3-point shooting, and I think that Brandon Ingram isn't getting paid because of the 3-point shooting. And I think on a contract year, he's going to understand that he has to take more 3-point shots, or the team may be willing to bench him. And I think Brandon Ingram is a great 3-point shooter.
Also, the fact
he's
that I have
going to be told
concerns
to take more 3-point shots. Did you not see the Warriors ask Brandon Bogdansky to shoot 8 threes a game now?
It's also the fact that I have concern about him playing next to DeJounte Murray, who I also do not think it would be a great fit next to BI.
You're wrong. DeJounte Murray is one of the better shooters in the league. That stigma of DeJounte Murray not being able to shoot is wrong.
I'm not saying it's because they can't shoot. I'm saying they're both ball dominant scorers who, at their best, has the ball in their hands. We all know DeJounte Murray, even though you're
trying too hard to do a coach's job. That's what I told you earlier. Let the games play, and we'll see.
All right, well,
the only thing that I agree with you is that they need to shoot more with BI specifically.
This is all me assuming that it's not going to work out.
Capella ain't going to cut it, though.
You're assuming it is. You're trying to be the head coach. The head coach has a stretch 5.
Oh, yeah, this is me predicting how they're going to. Yeah, we're talking about basketball here. It's what I think is going to happen.
I think you're wrong. They have a stretch 5 and Daniel Theis who's going to let them have rim pressure.
I don't think Daniel Theis
and you got to remember, just because that they're going to start together doesn't mean every single minute they're going to play next to each other. There's going to be times where one of them's hurt. There's going to be times where one of them's on the bench. They have a great rotation with
for sure. But when they're on the court together, I don't think it's going to look all that great offensively.
Why not? I think DeJounte Murray could shoot. I think BI could shoot. I think Zion cannot shoot, and he's the biggest question. It's not BI. Zion's the biggest question.
I disagree with that heavily. I think
Zion is a great player. You've never seen him in the playoffs.
No. Zion Williamson is desperately needed by this team because Zion's the only player on this team
that can't defend.
But he got to stay
No.
Only player on that team that can't defend.
Oh, that's not where I was going.
Oh. You said only player that can't.
Zion individually as a defender isn't very good. If you put him in a team defensive scheme, I think he could work. We've seen it. But as a scorer, Zion is the only player on the team that gets to the rim with any type of consistency. The only player.
No, DeJounte Murray
does. Now, listen, wait. DeJounte Murray does, but is he going to be able to do that as much with Brandon Ingram, where he's off the ball a little bit more, where maybe BI has to be off the ball? How effective is BI? I do not have confidence in that working. I don't think it's going to work. It's the same problem I have with Trae Young. It's the same problem. I don't think it works.
Trae Young is different. I think Trae Young is in a similar world with like Luka. You know, like if you said that Luka and DeJounte don't work, I can see that.
Do you guys fire the coach?
And also, Daniel Theis does not provide floor spacing. Teams are not spacing. Our teams are not spacing out their defense.
What does he shoot?
It's not about just what they shoot.
I don't know what he shoots. I agree with you. It's not about what they just shoot. I'm saying it off the top of my head. When I watch, I'm just want to see what he shoots. And he shoots 37% last year, so he shot pretty good. And he shot 35.
It's not even just that. What our team's going to view Daniel Theis, who, if I go look at the numbers, right? Yeah, he shot 36% from 3. And he did that.
On one attempt. Yeah. Not crazy, but I'm like you're the one who's diving into the numbers. We weren't looking at numbers. You're right. I agree with you. I don't care about numbers. I'm talking about from what I watch. Daniel Theis, he spaces out the court. You know, for a little bit. I'm not saying he's elite. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But 1-3 on like 38%, whatever, bro. Like he could shoot him.
But see,
it's a good fit. It makes sense.
When Zion's out, Ingram been carrying the team.
Exactly. Zion doesn't play a lot. Trey Murphy.
So Zion's always hurt.
Trey Murphy's hurt a lot too, and this is the guy who we want to get a starting job to.
Right. You don't want to get that to no Trey. First of all, Trey Murphy is coming off the bench. Herb Jones, he's going to be coming off the bench. If they all hurt Jones, I like him starting. Matter of fact, you get what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
like Kurt
But
Jones.
DeJounte Murray, he's gonna be starting. Bi is gonna be starting. Zion is gonna be starting. You know what I'm saying. In order for them to be impressive, I think all of them gotta play. If you trade Bi, what are you getting back? P5. If you
That's my
trade,
question.
if
A
you
big man.
trade
I
Bi,
think you're gonna go to go. I think Golden State gonna
But
trade
you
for him.
can't just say a big man, bro. You got to say who.
I
That's
think
the
you
go.
gotta
reason he's
say
not getting
who and what are you
traded,
getting
though.
back.
I think the
You're not
Warriors
just
Because
gonna
gonna
there's
trade
get.
not
for
a
him.
trade available. That's
You're
why he's
not
not
just
getting
gonna get
traded.
a
He's on the market.
Clint
He's
That's
been
what
on
I'm
the
Capella.
saying.
market for
It's got to
months.
be a
You're not
who
gonna
when
get
we
a
talk.
Clint Capella for a Brandon Ingram. It don't work like that. You get what I'm saying? Like they not gonna do that. They was just playing on the same team. You know what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying? I mean,
exactly why
DeJounte
he's
Murray
not
just
gonna
playing
get.
with that man. He not gonna be. Come on, man.
Bro, if I was the GM and I seen you do that shit, you'd be fired immediately. Or
You
either
said
try and
fired
do it.
immediately.
Even if you tried to do that shit, you'd be fired before you push the button on that shit.
You said you be fired
And
immediately.
the phone be taken out the office. Hell
Oh
no.
yeah, it's the end of the summer. Most trade candidates are like gone. Like Bi is most likely going to be a Pelican, and if he's moved, it's because what P5 said, and the team just doesn't work throughout the trade deadline. No, Bi
They'd
is
have to
a star.
collapse for that to happen.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, Bi is such a good player. They could mess around and they could collapse, but they could also prevail if Bi stays healthy, if Zion stays healthy, if Trey Murphy stay healthy. Those three guys, they healthy and they
I
do
think
something.
I think Ma, you right. If they stay healthy, they gonna be tough. Y'all think
Yeah.
the Pelicans they always tough in the playoffs? Y'all think they not gonna be tough? They gonna be tough as hell with DeJounte Murray, Bi, Zion get the rolling. He stay healthy, bro. They gonna be tough with Trey Murphy, Olivado. What?
Yeah.
They small though. They missing a center. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna have nobody checking Embiid or Jokic, but they gonna be tough though.
What they're gonna ask is use Messi to be like Derek Lively. You know what I mean? And if he could be Derek Lively at the trade deadline instead of trading Bi, you could trade for a Daniel Gafford. You know what I mean? And fix that center.
Oh,
They,
Daniel
they
Gafford would be good.
No. Okay. I'm not saying that. Okay. I'm not saying Daniel Gafford specifically, but what I'm saying,
You saying
I'm
that
using like
type of
the
player? I get
comparison
what you saying.
of
Yeah.
like the Dallas Mavericks. Like they hit on a rookie center and use Messi if Yves prevails, and if he doesn't prevail, they have a backup center and Daniel Theis. But if neither one of those guys, if one of those guys got to work out, if the Pelicans are a good team, one of those centers, and at the
Or you
trade
could
deadline
trade
they can
them and
trade
get
for
another center.
a better center.
You could trade them and get another center. You don't have to trade B out to get a center. You can trade one of
Exactly.
these
That's
centers
what I'm
who
saying.
ain't
You can
doing
move other
shit.
pieces if the team's working out to get another center. You could even move like what's that? Hawkins. I love Hawkins. He's a real good player, and I think you could get legit value out of him because I think he's gonna have a good season this year for the Pelicans. I
Yeah.
think that's one of the reasons they let Dyson Daniels go alongside DeJounte Murray being brought to the team. Hawkins is a
Man,
guy who he's gonna
because
need
they
minutes.
got a squad for real. If they keep their squad together, man, and have CJ come off the bench, and then you got Alvarado, and
I
man,
mean,
they
look
got a
at what we're
squad.
arguing about. We're arguing
They
about who should
they they
start.
got a they got a squad. They got a
Yeah,
squad, y'all mod. They got a
yeah,
squad, Bookie and Kobe. They get
yeah.
they got a squad, but I just think the Pelicans might be on the outside looking in with Memphis coming back in. You get what I'm saying? And then you
Memphis
got
gonna be tough.
Sacramento. You feel me? You got it's a lot of teams that's gonna be down there. We still don't know what the Lakers where they gonna be at in the mix. Are they gonna be at the top or the bottom? Like which
There's
one? Like
two.
you feel me? So
Hey, you see
and then
Ja
you
putting them
still
guns
got
down?
Minnesota out there. So it's a lot of teams in the West that can actually make some noise. So I just think the Pelicans is gonna be the lower tier for real, for real. But
There's
they gonna
two
be nice
teams.
though.
There's two teams in the West, in my opinion. They're a roll of the dice. We don't know what they're going to be. One of those teams are the Pelicans, and the other team is the Spurs. Like those two teams, I can't predict them. I don't know what to predict out of them. The Pelicans, they have so many ways they could go. They got so many different starting lineups that can happen. They got so many different bench lineups. They have so many assets. So like,
I,
if things aren't working out, they could go
I
all in
think
one way.
I think the Spurs gonna win like probably like 10 or 15 more games than what they won last season for real. I don't think they're gonna be as much as proof. I mean, they got Chris Paul and Vassell from UConn or wherever he came from, but they not gonna be as good.
They're gonna be
Chris
better. They're
Paul.
not gonna be dangerous or nothing, but they're gonna be better
Yeah, they gonna
with
be
Chris Paul.
respected. They ain't gonna be dangerous or nothing.
Hey, Monty, you funny. Chris Paul came from Golden State, by the way, which was a good. It was Chris Paul. If he stays healthy, I think that Spurs team is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, because the reason he was brought to the Warriors was that they have a problem with the Jordan Poole, with the turnovers, and in
They
the
were
game
just
that Steph,
desperate.
yeah, in the punch also, and the games where Chris Paul did play for the Golden State Warriors, like he did what he was supposed to do, pretty good. Not as good as a defender, but playmaking wise, making opportunities for his teammates.
Nah, I
He
get
does
that,
that.
Ma. I get what you saying. Nah, I get where you coming from, but I don't think they gonna be. You get what I'm saying? I don't even think they gonna win about 10, 15 more games than what they won. Can Chris Paul play a
But that's
star
a
point
big
guard?
improvement,
Can
though.
can he
Yeah.
still? Can Chris Paul still be a starting point guard right now? He got to play 82 games, and he got to mentor those young guys and still try to make the playoffs. You
I'm
think
gonna
that's
tell you yes. I'm gonna tell you yes because think about it. This Mr. Lob City. So you got Wemby, bro.
All he
You gotta
gotta
do
do is stay
all
healthy.
you gotta do is
Literally,
throw that shit up at the rim. You're gonna get wide open mid
I
range
have
because they're gonna be
no
trying to
question on it.
contest the rim, bro.
Yeah,
Like
no question on it.
He's gonna make sure Wemby gets the ball,
No
Nah,
especially
question
in
on
pick and
it.
roll.
I'm pretty sure of that. I know he gonna do that. But what's gonna happen when he gotta check John Morant and he gotta check De'Aaron Fox? You know what I'm saying?
That's
He
the thing
got
about it,
But
though.
I don't
I
think they're
think
gonna ask him to do that. I don't
exactly. I
think they're
think
gonna
he's their
ask him to
fifth
do that.
best starter, and he's just gonna be asked to, as the fifth best starter, be a leader. You know, that's all he's gonna be
Nah, I
asked to
mean,
be.
I get being a leader, but he still play point guard at the end of the day. And
Exactly.
I know De'Aaron Fox play point guard too. So I know when they play Sacramento, he more than likely is gonna be guarding De'Aaron Fox. You
Who
know
do
what I'm
you
But
saying?
think
you
is
I
the
saw
think
no.
he's
who
still
do you
gonna
But you
be
think are the
saw
point
no.
best
guard.
three defenders in the NBA right now?
Huh?
Who do you think are the three best defenders in the NBA right now?
Right now?
Mm-hmm.
Like as we speak,
Mm-hmm.
the three best defenders. I ain't gonna lie, I definitely would put Wemby in there. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? I feel like Wemby,
Nah, you
he
said
had
enough. You said enough.
So he could shade whoever he's guarding to Wemby.
And then they're gonna have Jeremy Sohan, who's one of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA, guarding De'Aaron Fox. But yes, I agree with you. In the 5 to 6 possessions in a game where De'Aaron Fox gets his Chris Paul mixed match, yes, he will toast them. But that's like 5 to 6 times in a game. You know, Chris Paul is gonna bring the ball up, 50 times a game. He's gonna
Nah, I know that,
impact
but I'm
more
saying if he bringing
positive
it
than
up
negative.
50 times a game, I mean he got to go against somebody like Dame that's bringing it up 50 times a
No, he
game.
doesn't, because we're gonna hide him.
Oh, y'all gonna
And
hide him,
and
huh?
and bro, you gotta think about this though. Wemby's gonna make the game so much easier for
Bro,
him, bro.
Wemby just took
Cause
France to
cause
silver,
look,
bro.
DeAndre Jordan looked like a superstar next to Chris Paul, bro. If you get Wemby can shoot the mid range. He's got great handles, great footwork.
AKB film that's
Wemby
when
probably is a
Wemby about to
superstar.
take off,
though,
bro.
bro.
Wemby probably is a superstar,
I
bro.
don't think Chris Paul is still Chris Paul no more. I'm not
No,
gonna
but he
lie to
don't have
y'all,
to
bro.
be. He still got the passing gift. He don't have to be because now,
Nah, he do got the passing gift though. He still got that.
yeah, he still
I
got
can
that.
see that.
So if they come off that pick, bro, they gonna
Nah,
have to
I
double
like
team.
it though. I like Chris Paul. I like that move with him going with Wembanyama, being a mentor, playing under Pop. I think that's big. I think he waited too late to play
Yeah.
under Greg Popovich, but I just think that was a
It's
great
the
move.
thing of
But is that how he gonna end his career? He gonna
But
retire a Spur or
he's there, Monty. He's there to help Wemby. Think about this, right?
yeah,
Think about this. Those dudes were freezing out Wembyama, bro. Wembyama was supposed to have bigger numbers than what he did.
exactly.
Bro,
Wemby's gonna have it.
his
Holy,
teammates were not getting his ass the ball. Bro,
Wemby was
with
on a
Chris
bad
Paul,
team,
bro.
though. A bad team.
Bro, with Chris Paul gonna make sure he get the ball because Wemby started off the gate clutch. You know what I'm saying? He started off the gate wanting that shit. So now you got a guy who's gonna be looking for him. I'm telling you, Wemby about to take
You're
off,
gonna
bro.
have Harrison Barnes, who spaces out the court more. You got Devin Vassell, who's one of the better shooters in the league.
He about to take off.
And then another thing about this team is they had a top 5 pick. They got Stephon Castle, who
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, that too.
Stephon Castle. I like Stephon Castle. He like
That's
that.
why I said like they're so weird to me because Wemby, if we are on this podcast next year over summer talking about how he played better than Jason Tatum, I wouldn't be shocked. You know what
He
I mean?
might be the best player in the league, bro.
Like
It
if
only take
we
him a
talk,
year and a half.
Nah, you going too far, bro.
I
Man,
think,
Dre.
bro. Have you
Hey,
seen
Dre, I
him in
was
his rookie
wondering where
year?
you was at, Dre.
bro, he took them boys to silver, bro. I understand those rules favor Wemby because no defensive violation and stuff like that, but like. He is amazing, bro. I'm sorry, I'm glazing right now, but Wemby is
You
nice.
are.
No,
Bro,
I
have you
know I
seen
am, but
his skill
Wemby is
level?
nice, bro.
Hold on, let me say this.
He
Have
nice,
you seen
but
his
I
skill
just don't
level?
think Chris
Man,
Paul
no
like
player in NBA history in their second year have been the best player in the league.
I got a
I don't
question.
think Chris Paul gonna be a great mentor for him. Don't get me wrong, bro. He's gonna be a great mentor, but I don't think Chris Paul don't move the needle for him. You get what I'm saying?
Wemby,
They gonna
I
win
think he
10.
do for Wemby
They gonna
personally.
win 10 to I think 10 to 15 more games, bro. That's all
Wemby's
it
gonna have
is.
a
No,
debate
no,
of
I'm
being
talking about
Wemby.
his personal development. I'm not talking about the
Oh
game.
Oh yeah,
no,
absolutely.
personal.
He's gonna
Oh
help him
no,
develop.
personal development. It's going maximize Wemby for sure. But then once
Right.
Chris Paul leave, then what happens? You feel what I'm saying? So it's not gonna be a long. It's gonna be a 1 year thing. He only signed 1 year
Yeah,
unless
but
he
he ain't
resign.
gonna look back after that though.
No,
All
I
he
know.
needs is somebody to help him, learn how to position himself, learn how to make the game easier. Just like he's got some great mentors down there in Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, but they're not on the floor with him. You get what I'm
Robinson.
saying? Now you bring in one of the greatest point guards of all time. He's on the floor. He's gonna teach him veteran tricks. He's gonna teach him a lot, bro.
It's not even about
That's
chemistry
true,
is
but
not even
KB,
a question.
when you said he's gonna be the best player, that's where I kind of have an issue with.
I think he can be in about 1 or 2 years.
And the thing is, look, he might even have a debate about being one of Chris Paul's best teammate of all time by this time next year. Like, depending on how he plays, you
He
know.
gotta get stronger, but he gotta be more assertive and demand for the ball. But
Yeah,
I think if he cleans up that, he has the skill, bro. I seen this dude before he got in the league. I did a video on him and his skill set. His skill set is unbelievable, bro.
yeah. Because like
It's it's going to progress, bro.
off
Because he's
rip, he's
getting
better
used to
than DeAndre
defenses.
Jordan. Like
That
for on like Chris Paul teammates, you know, he might
yeah,
even be better than a Blake Griffin, bro. I'm
but bro,
sorry.
Nah,
that
I
first
ain't.
year is a culture shock.
Blake Griffin was out like tough. He was tough.
Blake
Yeah,
Griffin.
no, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think like Wemby would probably like come in and be depending on
Blake
how
was
he plays, he
tough.
probably
He
could
was
be
all
Chris Paul's
star,
second best
all that.
teammate
Like
ever.
Blake was
He's a
tough,
better
bro.
lob threat, bro. If you throw that ball to
Better
Wemby,
defender.
no one's contesting him, bro. This
Blake
dude
Griffin
is
wasn't the playmaker he was with Chris
he's
Paul either.
7'6". I want you guys to think about this. This nigga is 7'6", bro. 7'6", and he can
No, I
move.
think you're wrong. I you said it too many times to be wrong. I think he's 7'4", bro.
Either way, but either way, even if he's 7'4", right? Oh, my fault, 7'4". Bro, 7'4", bro, and to move like the way he moves,
Yeah,
especially
yeah,
off,
moves like a
bro,
shooting guard.
nobody getting up where Chris Paul throws that thing up. Ain't nobody getting to that, bro.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody getting to that. He catches the ball at his high point. You see how high he jumps too, bro. Ain't nobody getting to that.
And then they're gonna have so many free picks at it because you're gonna have Harrison Barnes in the corner who can shoot. You're gonna have Devin Vassell on the top of the key, who's a great shooter, and you're gonna have Jeremy Sohan. You know, he's iffy, but there's gonna be times where they have like Stephon Castle in there, and I think Stephon Castle's a good shooter. I know people kind of low on that, but I'm not.
They probably need to move on from Vassell. I don't like the way Vassell looked Wemby off.
Vassell like that. Don't
Yeah,
move
but
on from
he looked
Vassell.
Wemby
You
off too
tripping?
many times for me,
Vassell,
bro.
he's a bucket.
No, you're wrong. Yeah, Vassell's a bucket.
He used to look Wemby off, bro.
Because he's the definition of a shooting guard. You know, like he's a shooting guard.
No, he's a bucket. He's a bucket, but on this team, you gotta understand the order.
It sound like to me, y'all got the Spurs making a play in. That's what it sound like to me.
No.
I don't know.
No, but I think Wemby's gonna progress.
No, I'm saying y'all saying Chris Paul gonna move the needle, so it sound like what they making a play in.
No,
They
I'm
going
talking
from the
about for
first pick to the
Wembenyama.
play-in.
I'm talking about personally for his game. I'm not talking about like
Because
winning or
Nah,
anything.
I'm
you got
saying, I'm
Memphis
asking
that's
y'all,
still going to be above them.
where do y'all feel like the Spurs is going to finish next season? Do y'all feel like
That's
they
why
going to
I
be?
said
I
they're
think
a
they can
roll of
make
the
the
Are
dice,
they
play
and
in.
are
I
that's
they
why
going
think
to
we
be in the
brought up the Spurs.
play-in, or they going to be in the playoffs, or they going
I
to be in
think
the
they can play in
outside?
the
They going to be in the
play-in.
house.
They
Which
can
one?
play in the
In the
play-in, but
crib, the
it
play-in,
depends. It
or the
depends on who they
playoffs?
face. It depends on who they face in the play-in.
Honestly, the
I'm
Spurs,
saying you saying they're going to make the play-in. I'm not saying we don't know if they're going to be in the play-in. I'm saying, do you think they're going to be in the playoffs, the play-in, or they going to be in
Playoffs
the
is
crib?
tough. Playing. They
The
the
might be at the
play-in, the
crib.
crib, or the playoffs?
It's
the
between being at the crib and the playing. That's their
the
potential.
Spurs are one of the only teams, in my opinion, that could be in all three of those. I think they could even have a world where they fucking round have home court advantage. Like Spurs are like like the reason we brought up the Spurs is because me personally, I said they're a roll of the dice. I don't understand what's going on with them because Stephon Castle is also a big question mark. I think he's a good player.
Yeah.
I think he fits that team. I don't know what we're gonna get out of him. So that's why I can't predict them because I can't predict the rookie. I can't
They
predict
say
what
he play a lot of defense, bro. He
he
play a lot
plays
of
like
defense.
Tony Allen. He plays like SGA. He plays
Yeah,
like
he plays
D'Angelo
a lot of
Russell.
defense. But when
Plays like D'Angelo Russell.
I seen him in summer league, and he could like Castle can ball, bro.
Yeah,
He
he's
could
not
ball.
bad.
He
He's
could put
not
the
bad.
he could put the ball in the hoop too. He's just not like a defensive guy, so he could ball, bro.
I think he is defensive. I think year one he should play small forward on that team, but I don't. He wants to be a point guard. I don't know what they're gonna do about that.
Nah,
I think Stephon Castle is pretty decent,
Right, I'm telling y'all, Wimby's coming, man. He
and I
coming.
think Wemby is coming too.
nah.
I
I
He's
think
know. I
coming,
Wemby's gonna
bro.
be
already.
really good.
I'm not saying he
He's
not.
coming.
I'm not saying he not. I feel like he is too, but I just don't think
Harrison
I
Barnes.
Wemby going. He not. I don't think he all that, bro. Wemby, he tough and all that, bro.
I think
He's gonna revolutionize the center position, bro.
But
he
they
already.
gonna have to. The Spurs
Yeah.
need a lot more. Wemby need a lot more if he think he gonna be doing something.
The thing is, you know what Wemby needs? Wemby needs Chris Paul to stay healthy and one of these West teams to get hurt, and he has a chance. Like I
Bro,
ain't
they
gonna lie.
weren't giving him the ball. His team is freezing him out, bro. He should have had way better numbers than what he had.
If Chris Paul stays healthy, that's the only question mark. If he's in and out of the lineup, yeah, Spurs are cooked. But Chris Paul is actually like a big part for that team because I think while he's on the court, not only is he going to make Wemby better, he's going to make Stephon Castle better. And I think Stephon Castle, albeit he wants to play like a point guard, I think Chris Paul is aware of that. In the moments where Stephon Castle's in the game, Chris Paul's the type where he's going to let Stephon Castle
He can
be
guide him.
able to raw. Yeah, he's going to like doing like SGA. I think Stephon Castle and SGA are a player comp I have. You know, Stephon Castle plays just like SGA in my opinion, but like way worse. You know, very calm, plays at his own pace. That's why I also compare him to D'Angelo Russell. I think D'Angelo Russell is very calm, plays at his own pace. They're not the greatest shooters, but they're good at it, and they're very crafty finishers. Like they're unorthodox like finishers, and I like it. And he's a good defender.
The
So
Spurs are
I'm
putting
happy.
defensive players around Wimby too. They
Exactly
look really great.
like how we talked about the Raptors earlier.
Yeah.
You got a playmaker who's a savvy defender at point guard. You got a shooter at shooting guard in Danny Green and Devin Vassell. You know, you got Wemby as your superstar, and then power forward, you got Harrison Barnes, who's going to be another 3-and-D guy. Hopefully, you just find that one more piece. The Spurs are one more piece away.
You go to the rim, your shit getting smacked. Wimby's not playing, bro. Your
Yeah,
shit is getting
no.
smacked.
The Spurs defense is absolutely like I know it played as a unit bad last year, but they were terrible with Wemby off the court. And their backup center, Zach Collins, he's pretty good too. And he's gonna allow them to play the same scheme of a stretch five. So they're gonna be having stretch five spacing all game. Wemby's the worst shooter, honestly. Wemby didn't shoot that well last year from three. I think he's gonna be better. Like he takes them. I don't like how much he makes them.
That boy has the competitive drive. He's got the skill set. It's
Yep.
only a matter of time. I mean, I think really it's just his age. It's just time. Like with him, it's just time. It's gonna happen.
Wemby,
Let me ask y'all this then. Who do y'all feel like is coming out the West as far as going? Who y'all feel like coming out the West? Like
I
You
don't
know what I'm
even know.
saying?
Yeah,
You think Luka has reached this point? You think he gonna be going to back-to-back finals?
I think
Or
the
it was
Wolves
a
could possibly come out the West if like with what was his name? Terrence
Rob
Shannon
Dillingham.
Jr.
Oh yeah,
Terrence
Terrence
Shannon,
Shannon also.
bro. You put him up there with Ant,
Yeah,
you said who?
bro.
You
yeah.
said
Terrence
who?
Shannon Jr., bro.
Oh yeah, you talking about the nigga they just drafted behind
Bruh,
Dillingham, right?
Yeah,
that nigga's a monster, dog.
You
yeah.
talking about? Oh yeah, you talking about the nigga shining? I forgot
Yeah,
his name, but I ain't gonna lie, bruh. He is so tough, bruh.
that nigga's a monster.
I'm wondering. I'm watching the draft, and I'm wondering like how the player from the
The player from the what you cut off after that. If you're here, but Terrence Shannon, if you're wondering why he dropped because of.
turn shining. Nah, he's tough, bruh.
All
And
right.
I was
Talk again.
wondering
Hold
why
on,
did he go
money.
higher than what he was? Like, why didn't he go higher than what he was? Like, why did he
Because
go?
of his draft age, he's older in the draft, and he had an open case.
Oh, he had an open case.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he won. He won the case. He was innocent, and his draft age, he's like 23 years old. You know, teams aren't interested in that unless they're a contending team. He went to the
Nah,
perfect
nah, nah.
place.
Yeah, nah. Already, I know that. I know that part because I seen the way the
man,
draft
he a
went.
damn beast.
They want a lot of young guys, but for them to let Ant-Man and him on the same team, oh my God,
Yeah,
that
And they
and
is.
got
Rob
Dillingham
Dillingham.
too. They
And
got
Rob
Dillingham too.
Dillingham, that is
Yeah,
OC.
nah, that
And
is
we thought what we seen from the Timberwolves last year was crazy. Oh my God, they
yeah.
gonna be tough. And we was just talking about the Pelicans being tough. Well,
Terrence Shannon Jr. might be a sleeper, like rookie of the
Bro,
year
that
type.
nigga's a beast, dog.
Yeah.
I just think the Timberwolves need to get rid of Karl Anthony Towns. That's what I think they need to do. They need to find a
To
trade
be
for him.
honest though, they got a team that like
They got the
covets his weaknesses. You know what I mean? Like
Nah, but
everyone
look what
around
happened in the
Carl Anthony
look in
Towns
the
and Rob
Western.
Dillingham are
Look what
defenders.
happened in the Western Conference Finals. He folded. He was the
But
second best
everyone
man.
around Carl Anthony Towns and Rob Dillingham are defenders. You know what I mean? I agree
Yeah.
with you that Carl
yeah.
Anthony Towns, he is like that. Like if it don't work, he is the next piece on the chessboard. I agree with you on that. But
Yeah,
like,
they gonna move him if they keep getting no results. They gonna move him.
yeah,
So you think y'all think give him one more season this season to see what he do,
no,
and
I
then they
think soon
start
as you
This
get
is
a
his
better
last
opportunity.
year in Minnesota, bro. If
No,
that nigga, if his ass don't play well this year, bro, he's out of there.
I think wherever DeMar DeRozan was during that Kawhi stuff that we talked about, that's where Cat is. If as soon as you get a good offer, you take that shit. But like, it's gonna be hard to give enough for like Cat. You know what I mean? He's not some guy you're just gonna give up on for free. But as soon as you get somebody
Nah,
who
I'm
fits, you
not
take that
saying.
shit.
I get that. I'm not saying that that's somebody that you give up on for free, but at the end of the day, bro, is it about winning or is it about you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Like I'd trade Cat for KD right now. No
It's
cap.
like
about Ant-Man right now.
I'm sure Ant-Man was kind of. I know he was disappointed in him, bro. Like, come on, bro. I got drafted after you, bro. Like, you was here before me, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? If anything, I supposed to be having your back. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and Ant-Man now he's the talk of being
Ant
the
Man's
best.
just one of those. You feel me? He's just one of them ones, bro. That's just what it come down to. It. I think Cat. He soon as the Timberwolves get a chance to trade for a player better than Cat, they'll do it. If KD says I want to come to the Wolves, the Wolves are giving Cat immediately, even if it's for 2 years worth of KD. It's going to be the DeMar
Oh,
Kawhi
Cat's
Leonard type.
gone. If they got a chance to get KD, his ass is
Yeah,
gone.
he's gone.
Yeah. But Charles Barkley, one thing he said what Cat problem was is he shoot too many threes. Like he never want to play. Like he don't want to post
Yeah,
nobody
but
up. He
that's
don't
his
want to use
problem.
his size. He don't use his size. He don't post nobody up. He don't use his size. You know what I'm saying? He defer a lot. He shoot threes. You feel what I'm saying? So I
That's
don't
the
know.
problem for himself, like on a player ranking wise. Like he'd be a better Cat if he do that. But like the Timberwolves are okay with that. They built around that. They have Rudy Gobert, who you never want out the paint. So Cat, who
Nah,
never
yeah,
wants to go in the
right,
paint,
right, right,
you
right.
know,
I
it
feel you.
compliments him.
Right.
Hey, Rudy Gobert playing in some of those games hurt him too. Like as far as starting, his ass should have been on the bench too.
No, I disagree with that. I do think though they need to be willing to take him out the
No,
closing lineup. Like
exactly.
sometimes it's just obvious you got to get Gobert out the game at the end of the games, but you always start with a center like
But
that
you
in my
can't.
opinion.
But the thing is when they start searching for somebody, that he's too much of a liability.
At
They
the
Yeah,
end
start
of the
you
searching
got
for him.
games,
at that point.
at the end
Yeah,
of
they
the
gotta
game,
get his ass off the court, dog.
at the end of the games, I think that they only could do that, and that because of Rudy Gobert, the defender. It's him as the offensive player. Like he's such a weak offensive player that he
Both
doesn't
sides,
even
bro.
like. Nah,
Both sides.
it's the offense. It's offense. He's such a weak
Nah, bro.
offensive player.
Luca smiled, bro. Did you see Luca look at him? He smiled. He said, "Who is this nigga?" And
Yeah,
he
yeah, of course.
smiled,
That's
bro.
Luka Doncic, bro.
He looked over to him and shook his hand and said, I'm about to cross you today."
I
Bro,
mean,
that's Luka, bro.
that's Luka Doncic, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
Luka crossing
Yeah,
a
but
when
bro,
you
rim
you
got
protector,
when
bro.
can't
you
give
got
up
like
what
when
he
you
did.
gotta
Congratulations.
give Rudy Gobert, you gotta give him credit, bro. Minnesota, they was the best defensive team last year. Rudy
Yeah.
Gobert,
No, I get it.
he definitely is like a full-time defensive player. I mean, BJ was valued defensive player of the year so much. Rudy Gobert, he's a defensive player of the year, like
But he's
what,
an
4 times?
overrated defensive player of the year, though. Because
Yeah,
if
you
you
know what
look at
I'm saying? Like he been a
if you look
defensive
at how
player 4 years in a row, so you gotta give him some type
nah
of credit.
he get credit, but this is the thing, he's a little overrated as far as defense. Because
Me
like,
too.
bro,
I think so too. I think he
there's
is
no
too.
way you let Luca. You supposed to run him off the 3-point line. There's no way you let Luca step back like that, bro. Like size
Bro,
you
he's
up,
a
bro.
big man. What you expect?
What you mean? Ben Wallace was a big man. You're not sizing him up.
So you think Dikembe Mutombo can guard? You think Dikembe Mutombo can guard a Luka Doncic on the perimeter?
The Kemba Mutombo is going to make sure Luca's shot is in the paint, bro. He's not
Right.
going to he's going to close out on that. He's not going to let him spin him around in circles and all that other shit.
Dikembe's not guarding on the perimeter, bro. Stop it.
I didn't say he was. I said he's going to shade him towards the
Nah, but the point that Kobe that Kobe's making was when Luka had that clutch shot on him on the perimeter. That I think was a game 2, game 3. That was on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So that's you putting Rudy Gobert in a very, very tough situation. He's a rim protector. He's not a perimeter defender.
It's a tough situation, but you have to force him. Like, for example, if you're down 2, you don't give up a 3, bro.
I get that. I understand it, but I think that was a coaching. That defensive coverage in that moment was trash. You don't switch in that moment.
That was coaching too.
Yeah, you don't switch in that moment. I think Jaden McDaniels should have been on Luka, which Luka probably would have got to a shot because Jaden McDaniels is still skinny. But
he's going to
I think that was a better.
certain way.
Jaden McDaniels should never guard Luka Doncic until
he
he adds
make
weight
Luka
in his
earn it.
life.
The thing about a defensive player of the year or a top defender, you make the player earn it. There's no way in hell that this guy feels comfortable when it's you guarding him. Whether if you're the defensive player of the year, no one feels comfortable trying to take you 1-on-1.
I disagree.
I mean,
with you on that.
it depends though. To be honest,
who
it really
gets picked
depends.
on in the defensive player of the year?
What?
Who gets picked on? Who's the best defender in the league? Who gets picked on in that situation?
I saw Marcus Smart get cooked by Steph Curry.
And he's an overrated defender too.
So then so the logic of using accolades goes out the window then, because almost everybody's overrated.
I don't use accolades.
You don't use it? Okay.
Look at my name. I go off film, bro.
Okay, cool.
Okay. I go mainly off film, but accolades does kind of give you an idea before you get into the film. You know what I mean? Like
it do.
All right.
But but when you bring up the accolades, and when I bring up Jaren Jackson Jr. in 2023, he got cooked by Anthony Davis.
Jaren lost.
But he's not getting cooked in a man. Look, he's getting cooked because Anthony Davis is talented.
Yeah,
Jokic is talented, and he cooked Gobert.
Great defenders, when they're guarding another great player, you're gonna get cooked. But there's certain things you're gonna do to make it not a green light, bro. Like you're not gonna just have the green light. Like even when Michael Jordan was matched up with Gary Payton, there was no green light there. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to work for this.
There was a couple games in that Memphis Lakers series where JJ probably outplayed AD. I remember that series. JJ was balling his ass off too, inconsistent, but
now I'm talking about defensively.
Yeah. I'm talking defensively. He probably had a game where he had like 7 blocks. I remember that series. JJ
7.
Yeah,
JJ,
he gonna throw your shit now.
I remember JJ,
Nah, the
man.
scorekeepers was cooking the books for him. That's why.
You said they were
Nah,
smack
I was
happy.
watching that. I was watching that series. It was actually a pretty good series. He was
But he
lost.
got cooked for the most part.
Yeah, I
He
mean it's
lost the
AD,
matchup. He lost the
but look,
matchup.
it's not the amount of points. It's not the amount of points. It's situational basketball. So, like to
Right.
me, like in that situation, Rudy should have shaded him inside the paint. Like you don't let this dude do that three. Like you don't let him cook you for that three. And the way
I agree.
he looked lost, bro.
I
Like
mean, Rudy's not, bro. Let's be real. Rudy's not the most coordinated player out there on the floor. So there's certain things that you really wouldn't expect him to know. And I know when I say that, people think I'm making excuses, but it is what it is. He's a rim protector.
if you think I'm capping, right?
Now I'm not saying you're capping.
Now watch this. I'm
Mhm.
talking like pretty much everybody, like the audience or whatever, right? Watch this. If you do a highlight reel of Rudy Gobert getting the business, bro, it's gonna show the most ridiculous shit you ever seen. It's gonna show this dude turn around in a circle. It's gonna show this dude like doing backflips. It's gonna show all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but you're talking
Man,
about
I
the
saw Steph Curry.
perimeter.
I saw Steph Curry turn this dude inside out. That was sad.
Yeah, but y'all talking about like his weakness. The
No,
only
but that
reason
don't
I'm saying he
happen.
should be
That don't happen to. There's none of the defense player of the years where you could make a whole highlight tape of them getting schooled, bro.
there's also
Nah,
not
you
a
can,
bunch
bro.
of,
You
but there's
can.
also not a bunch of the
Bro,
defensive
not
player
like
of the
that.
years where you could bring up seasons of their defense being the number one defense, mainly based off of their rim protection, which is the most valuable thing on defense because it eliminates the easiest shot in basketball. Rudy Gobert, his problem is closing games because he is so bad offensively and can't make a
Yeah,
hook
but he's
shot
a
at
help.
7'2" that
But
they're allowed to put 6'5" guards on him. That shows his weakness.
But
His
even with the
his
interior
weakness is
defense,
offense.
but Mar, even with the interior defense that you're talking about, the problem with Rudy is he's a help defender. He's more like
No, the problem
a
with
team.
Rudy is
He's a
his
team defender.
offense, and he's not
No, but
allowed
he's a
to
team
punish
defender,
small
bro.
people.
But KB, it's very, very difficult to guard somebody in the post 1-on-1 and get blocks every single time.
No,
And
it
he's
is.
not
But
allowed to
Most
he's a
shot
even do
help
that
blockers,
because
defender.
he's
most
so
shot
bad
blockers are help
offensively.
defenders.
You don't need to force a big man
No,
in the game.
hold on. Let me say this right.
Mhm.
Rudy Gobert, his impact is supposed to be in the paint, blocking shots, right?
Right. Not
So
just
it's
blocking shots, but being a rim protector.
But he's supposed to be but a rim protector isn't the top rim protectors of all time are intimidators, right?
Like who?
What you mean?
Don't tell
The
me
top
Rudy
rim
Gobert.
Like,
protectors
give me an
of all
example of
time.
somebody who you think was an intimidator.
Okay, a Mutombo.
Okay.
Not too many people are going inside the paint on Mutombo, trying to dunk on Mutombo.
Ain't Allen Iverson dunk on that nigga?
Man, Shaq got a different
Yeah, but that's Shaq.
opinion
That's
though.
different, bro. That's Shaq. But I'm talking about like everybody else. Everybody else is not looking to go they're not saying, hey, that guy right there, I don't respect that guy. Ant-Man was what Ant-Man say about Rudy Gobert? He said, I don't what'd he say? He said,
Yeah, he
ain't
said
nobody
that
worried
he's
about
not the
him.
scary. No, of course. Is he? Are they supposed to say yes? I'm scared every time Rudy
No,
Gobert is in the paint.
you don't
You
say
don't
yes,
say
you
that.
scared, but this the thing. He's not really a great post defender. He's more like a help defender. He's a team defender.
We
So
agree. I agree.
okay, so this the thing is that when you see him in any other scenario, they're not respecting him like that. They not.
Okay, you know you're not. You know what you're not respecting. You're not
What?
respecting the fact that you're right. He is team defense. You know why? He's the defense. The defense is built around him. He's the number one thing around
Nah, he's
in the
got other
team
defensive
defense. He's
players
the
around him,
anchor.
bro.
He's
It's
the
not just
anchor
him.
of the team defense. So
Nah,
it's like
KB don't do that because we seen
No,
Rudy
he is.
Gobert.
Listen, he's a good shot blocker, but we're talking
Right.
about defense in general. Like,
yes,
okay,
yes.
defensively in general, he's overrated.
The thing about it is, look, all right. Let's say that me and you are at the park, right?
Right.
We're the average person. Because you got to remember, basketball, these guys are people. So he's the average person. You see Gary Payton and you see other buddy. Fuck. Who are we talking? Rudy Gobert. I don't know why I just blanked on his name. Who are you more scared of to shoot the ball against? Gary Payton or Rudy Gobert?
Gary Payton.
Gobert.
Because no, Gary Payton, he's all up in your shit, bro. He's look, Gary Payton's gonna get up in you, talk shit.
You're
Meanwhile,
smiling, bro. You don't even believe that shit, bro.
what do you mean?
Man, in
What do you mean?
today's era,
You ain't never seen Gary Payton play defense?
Gary Payton is
Hold on.
the best
Time
perimeter
out.
defender
You
ever.
never seen Gary Payton play defense?
He is the best perimeter defender ever.
No, you're going off what he looked like. If you were at the park and you seen Gary Payton playing defense on people, you'd be like, holy shit. You'd be like, yo, this dude is like talking shit.
Wait,
to
what?
people.
Today's skill set or 90s skill set?
What do you mean? Any era?
Any skill set, honestly, because what I'm looking
Most of the guys
at,
in the 90s were not face up. Nah, most of the guys in the 90s, were not face up guys. They were playing with their backs to the basket.
Bro, if you dribble in front of Gary Payton, he's taking that shit from you.
And KD,
if you try to play with Gary Payton and a prime Gary Payton dribbling in front of him, he's taking that
KD,
shit.
you're right.
How many players that face up did he have to stop?
Are you serious?
Most of the guys
KD
he was
is
playing
right.
were
No,
back
no,
to the
no,
basket, bro.
Stop. KB is right. Stop. KB is right. Gary Payton's a great perimeter defender,
bro.
That's
Wait,
not.
so y'all telling me the guard play in the 90s is the same as a guard play now?
See, now you changed the argument.
I'm not changing it. That's the same argument.
Saying if you seen this nigga at the park picking people up, that nigga's he's gonna be talking shit. He's gonna be looking to the crowd, talking shit to the crowd, letting everybody know if when you come in here, you're next, Goldberg style.
I think the top echelon players are still like similar like level of talent. I think there's just more depth in the league. You know that's why the league is more talented. There's more opportunities of jobs in the NBA because it's a growing company. Like a lot of people can benefit from being in the NBA now, so more people are better.
I mean, if you brought up Scottie Pippen, I would have. If you replace Scottie Pippen like as a perimeter defender, then yeah, I'll probably say I'm scared of him more than Rudy Gobert. Wait, what?
They played in the same era.
But Scotty's a better defender though, and Scotty got long arms. Scotty's much stronger.
Maybe overall, but like perimeter defender.
Yeah.
Talk about. This is the thing. We go back to the park scenario.
Right.
If this is Gary Payton. We seen him in the NBA. He's 10 times worse at the park. You know why? Because they're not calling the same fouls they calling in the league, bro. You're not getting the ball.
I disagree. I think
you
he's
might have
better
to
at the
fight
park.
this dude, bro.
He's better at the park. Them loose ass hands.
That's what I'm saying. He's gonna be smacking your hands and every fucking thing, bro.
No, but he ain't gonna need to smack your hands. Your hand was gonna be so loose. He's actually just gonna take it from you. You know,
bro. Gary,
but I'm just saying if you had brought, because I mean, me personally, I'm scared of a wing defender than a guard defender.
That's where I was trying to make the.
Scotty is a nightmare, bro. If you
Scottie Pippen with his long arms, I don't want to face that. I'm not trying to deal with that shit,
bro. You go up for a layup if you want to. That shit gets smacked, bro.
And that's why I said Rudy Gobert at the park. I'm more scared of because
he's not gonna come out.
I'm not as exactly, and I'm
he's not as come out the paint.
Exactly, and I'm not as talented as these NBA players. So most of my shots I make are at the rim, and he's eliminated what I could do.
Well, what would you rather have? What would you rather have?
I don't care about Gary Payton locking me up from 3-point. I can't shoot.
What you mean? You ain't gonna be able to dribble.
He's talking about himself.
I don't care about being locked up.
You ain't gonna be able to dribble the ball, bro.
Exactly.
You're not gonna be able to put the ball on the floor, bro.
And I'm not gonna be able to fucking do anything.
You're gonna have zero fun.
If Rudy Gobert's in the paint, bro, I'm not making any layups, bro. Like Gary Payton, I could have a couple possessions where he's on my teammates. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna have Rudy Gobert in the paint. No matter what, if Rudy Gobert's on that team, he's gonna be in the paint every single time.
That's cool. You just shoot the bank shot.
Yeah,
I'm more scared of
Rudy Gobert step out.
Man, not everybody got a floater, bro.
But if he steps up, it's still not the same as he's not as physical as Gary Payton is.
Nah,
but Gary Payton could only guard one side of the court. I'm just running to the other side. You know what I mean? Rudy Gobert, he's guarding the paint. He's always going to be involved.
Bro, Gary Payton's guarding you in the paint too.
He could, but he's that's not
he's not gonna affect your shot more than Gobert is gonna affect your shot.
Bro, he's gonna ride the shit out of him. He's gonna hand check you. He's gonna be talking shit to you while hand checking you, telling the crowd you can't fuck with him. and he's gonna be dog. He's gonna be dogging you, bro.
All right. So as a coach, right? If we're playing 3-on-3, right, and Gary Payton's on one team and Rudy Gobert's on the other team, my plan as the team that's having Rudy Gobert is anyone who's being guarded by Gary Payton just pass the ball to the other side of the court and work to the rim. And
Yeah, but
you are gonna have to.
that's a bad mentality because Gary Payton's gonna be on your best player, and he's gonna make an example.
All right, and I'm gonna tell my other players to step up.
Yeah, but they probably gonna be trash, bro. He gonna be on the best player, and he gonna say, "Okay, I got you," and then what?
We're gonna try and make layups, while you are gonna have to keep making threes, and we had the rim eliminated. If you can make threes, shout out to you. You deserve to win, but I'm not gonna let you win off of layups.
Gary ain't gonna let you win off layups neither.
Yeah, he won't let you win, but Rudy Gobert will stop you.
Okay,
it's not about it's not about what Rudy Gobert does. It's about what he doesn't allow.
But hold on, you think Gary won't leave his man to guard you?
Oh, what you said?
You think Gary will not leave his man to come help guard you?
KB, you cutting up. Yeah, Mike.
I said, do you not think that Gary would leave his man and guard you? You don't think he'll leave his man and guard you?
And then you gonna pass the ball back.
What you mean you're gonna pass the ball back?
If he's doing switches and shit, no matter what the goal of my offense would be, whoever Gary Payton is guarding, we avoiding them.
So you think you're gonna just be able to pass the ball like that to avoid Gary Payton?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Rudy Gobert will set a good enough screen to where I'll have a lane to where I can pass eventually. So hopefully. If we don't, they got us that position, and we'll go back to the drawing board, keep the same plan.
So we're
gonna beat them eventually if we keep going with the same plan.
So let me get this straight. You're more afraid of Rudy Gobert guarding you at the park than Gary Payton.
Yes,
bro.
I'm more scared of Rudy Gobert on defense than Gary Payton at the park,
bro.
Yes.
Well, everybody got their opinion. I disagree, bro. I think that man, guarding you the way he's gonna guard you, talking to you the way he's gonna talk to you, I think that's different, bro.
I see what you're talking about, though.
And he gonna give you them old school fouls too.
Yeah, but like that nigga, bro, he's physically 7'1". I can't compete with that. Rudy
You can't
Gobert
compete
is
with
like
Gary neither. Gary ain't no regular athlete.
Gary, he's more regular than 7'1".
Bro, Gary got quick hands. He's
I get it.
He's the best, one of the best individual lockdown defenders the game's ever seen.
I agree. I just think that Rudy Gobert's teammates will be able to gain more out of him and be able to look better. Rudy Gobert will make his teammates be able to sell out on the perimeter. And like, hey, the perimeter defenders, their goal will just be you could funnel to the paint and just be a pest on defense. We're not going to allow them to shoot easy shots.
Gary talked the whole time, right? Gary talks the whole time.
And if you let him get into your head, that's you as a man. I don't care.
Gonna say, no, but it ain't about just psyching you out. He's gonna tell his guys to play up on defense. If he sees that his guys are scoring, he's gonna tell them to pressure more.
Gary Payton is great, but I'm just saying, like, a team with Rudy Gobert
talks the whole time on defense. I promise you, bro. He talks the whole time.
Gary Payton, I'm not. It just he's 6. How tall is he?
He about
6'4", I believe. Yeah. We will say 6'4". I do think.
Yeah, 6'4".
Yeah, 6'4" guard.
About
6'4". He's 6'4". He's 6'4". Great. That's great size. No, not for a guard. That's great size.
Maybe
great
like 6'3". Maybe like 6'3".
Great defender.
He's listed at 6'4", right? He's listed at 6'4".
Yeah.
He may be like 6'3".
I even might say he's the best perimeter defender of all time.
No.
I wouldn't say all that, but he's definitely one of them.
Who?
He's not even over Kawhi Leonard as a perimeter defender.
Scotty. The thing about Kawhi is his prime is so short. His prime is very short.
But his defensive prime is not short.
I think Kawhi is also more of a wing defender.
Right.
I would give him like the overall defense, maybe Kawhi. because like his wing and perimeter. But Gary Payton on the perimeter is insane.
And Kawhi is I would say Kawhi is somewhat of an interior defender as well because
Yeah.
defensive rebounds has to count for something.
Nah. Defensive rebounds is like kick returns. Like, you know what I mean? Like rebounding is the special teams of the NBA. But
if you see Gary is a very aggressive defender.
Yeah, but so is Pete Kawhi.
So
like,
is
Kawhi
Kawhi.
was a good interior defender.
Nah, he
Rebounder,
is, but
I'm not giving that for defense though.
I think Gary's a little bit more aggressive. Now, who's the better defender? That's up to y'all. But I think
Kawhi.
Gary is a more aggressive defender.
But Kawhi's better.
Kawhi's more physical.
He may be better, but I'm saying like as far as aggression,
Gary Payton is more gritty. You know, he's more like in your face. Kawhi is more physical just because he's bigger. You know, weighs more. You know, he could do more in the interior.
Yeah,
right.
With Gary, you're gonna be.
Gary's a dog.
Let me ask you this, and then I'm gonna let y'all have it. Let me ask you this: imagine going against Pat Beverly.
Oh, you're cutting up a little bit, huh?
Yeah, you're going in and out.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Imagine Pat Beverly at the park. Okay. Do you know how good Pat Beverly is?
Yeah, for sure.
Outside the
for sure.
Okay,
for sure.
So now
he's a midget.
Okay, so now imagine him playing defense at the park on the playground.
Yeah, but like, all right, but give me an example.
Midget.
Give me like someone on Patrick Beverly's level. That's the center.
Huh?
Like Clint Capella, maybe? Clint Capella? Can I get away with Clint Capella?
Yeah. Maybe.
All right, I'm gonna have Clint Capella on my team, and he's gonna defend that rim. I think the team with Clint Capella, the defenders have an easy job, and the team on offense got an easy job also.
I think you will hate Patrick Beverly at the end of that game. You will have a legit.
No, for sure. I agree. I play like Patrick Beverly. I'm going to the park tomorrow, and I play like Patrick Beverly. I understand, but that doesn't mean I'm better than Clint Capella.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying who would you go to the park? Who would you rather have guarding you, bro? You would rather Clint Capella than Patrick Beverly, bro. He's gonna be going under your feet.
I mean,
he's
absolutely.
gonna be playing dirty, chop blocking, all sorts of shit.
Yeah, but
bro.
Clint Capella, he's the better defender because my paint defense is better.
But you could take advantage of him. You could take advantage of him on the perimeter. You can beat him off the
dribble.
But
he's not going in the perimeter.
Nah, but KB saying he's guarding you.
You're not gonna have zero fun.
That's why every time when KB says guarding you, I make sure to say I'd rather have him on defense. That's why I change it every time.
You're going to the park to have fun, right? You're gonna have zero fun with Patrick Beverly on you, bro. I promise.
You're gonna have 0 points with Clint Capella on the other team.
But if you say he's gonna be in the paint, you could just shoot.
You can shoot, and if you keep shooting and you make them, you deserve to win. Shout out to you. But you're the average guy at the park.
Harassing you full court, bro.
You're the average guy at the park, man. I'd rather you shoot and beat me than you just keep laying up the ball on someone who's not Patrick Beverly.
But if you know how to play basketball, you can be making some of those shots.
Hey, let's see. Can you play basketball? Prove it to me.
But I would rather be able to make some of those shots than have a dude all over me. Pause.
There's guys in the NBA who can't shoot. At the park, if he could shoot, shout out to you. Do it again.
Yeah, but those dudes in the NBA, let me tell you something. They make those shots in other situations, bro.
But
like they just can't perform under the limelight, depending on where they are and what market they are. But
I agree with you. And when Clint Capella is going to be post fading, you're going to be so sick.
I guarantee you. I was talking to Kwame Brown about this. I was talking to Kwame Brown about this, bro. I guarantee you, if you played Kwame Brown at the park, bro, this motherfucker would hit damn near every shot.
Bro, KB, I swear, Clint Capella.
Jump shots,
bro.
Clint Capella is gonna post fade your shit, and you're just gonna look at him like,
have you seen Scalabrini? Have you seen Scalabrini play?
Yeah, I seen a clip where he was cooking. Yeah.
You see how many shots he was making?
Yeah.
Now he can't do that in the game, but he could do that in another setting. That's what I'm saying. Like these guys are way more gifted than people think. Like
Shaq and Dwight Howard they said in practice, them boys barely miss free throws.
Yeah. When you get in
Yeah,
the
I
real
heard that
game,
too.
bro, it's different in the real game, bro. Game
Yeah,
time, those game lights is different. The fans are
yeah,
there. It
yeah.
changes everything. People
And
don't
Clint
think
Capella
fans
is gonna
change
be
shit.
post fading your shit. Rudy Gobert is gonna be post fading your shit. Did you
That's
see Rudy
true. That's
Gobert in
true.
that game 1 or
No,
that
that's
game 7?
true.
I mean,
He gonna get off. That's true. He gonna get off. But it's different than a guy getting up into your shit and just like not allowing you to catch the ball, bro. Like you're gonna be like, damn, this motherfucker keep
He gonna deny
fouling
you
me.
every single time.
Yeah. And he gonna foul the shit at you too, especially if you talking back to him.
you know how easy it is when you're at the park and you're like playing little kids and you could just like catch the ball in the post and just throw it in. Rudy Gobert is gonna be doing that. There's no one else that's 7'1", bro. We're at the park with a bunch of normal people.
And
We're
Gary
little kids
Payton
to
and
that,
Gary Payton might trip your ass.
bro. Honestly, Rudy Gobert could treat Gary Payton like a little kid, bro.
I
Is
don't
he?
know about all
Is
that.
he? Okay, is he? I agree. Is he? Is he? I said that's his problem. I said that's his one problem, and that's Rudy. That's back to the Rudy Gobert problem on defense. I'm not even confident in him scoring on someone like Gary Payton. And when you have someone who's that bad offensively, it allows teams to put small guards on the other side of the ball and bring him out in space. And when he's out in space, I think that's why teams shouldn't have Rudy Gobert in closing lineups as much as he is, because he's so bad offensively that if he would just take advantage of a Gary Payton matchup and like post hook him every single time like he should, you would never have a problem with Rudy Gobert on defense in the playoffs. It's just that he's so inept
But the problem is
offensively that you could put Marcus Smart on him.
Nah.
You could let
Yes,
that's
yes,
the thing. You could go small and he won't punish you. You could go small and he
yes.
won't punish you because he don't really have skills like to score in the NBA game like that. So like think about it like this. On offense, when the other team goes small, you can't play him.
I agree.
You have
And
to
the
take
thing
him
is,
off the
you
court.
should be able to, but he's so inept offensively. Like Nikola Jokic, that's why he doesn't have the same problem defensively. Because if you put Marcus Smart on him, all right, you're gonna get him off real quick. You feel me? Gary Payton, you
But
gonna
you
get
know
him.
Jokic is much
Jokic's
better
defense.
than Gobert offensively.
But
Exactly.
Jokic's
But I'm saying
defense, he
that's
literally
why.
moves out the way.
Say it again.
Jokic literally moves out the way so you can score.
I mean, not always though.
He does do that shit.
Most
Like when he
of the
realizes
time,
he
he
does it
literally
when he
watches.
realizes he lost and he rather
Not
just stay healthy.
not always, because I see Jokic, sometimes kicking the ball, that's disrupting the other team's offense. Even though it's not
Bro,
really good defense, but you're disrupting the
bro,
other team's offense.
you know how many easy shots AD had playing the last game, just shooting
I ain't
the
gonna argue
ball?
that.
Because
I ain't gonna argue with
Jokic
you
would
on that.
not contest him, bro. He would
I'm not
not,
gonna
bro.
argue with you on that.
He didn't even try.
Yeah, AD was cooking him. I think he averaged like 28 on 60% shooting from the field.
Easy.
Yeah, so he was going off.
One thing about Jokic though, he's one of the best special team players, and he gonna grab that rebound. So you only got one chance. All right, so
Right.
The best defense for Jokic.
I think
is
he's the
when they-
second best rebounder in the game.
Yeah,
I think he's the best.
when they hide Jokic,
over
that's the best
Sabonis?
defense.
Yeah. Sabonis grabs Russell Westbrook like rebounds.
No, come on, bro. We can't do that.
Sabonis play like OKC Westbrook sometimes. Like when he grabs the rebound and like just gets a quick assist. Like the triple doubles are cool.
Most of them are contested.
Sabonis is a good player, but he disappeared.
Yeah, he disappears in the playoffs because like those stats,
Now,
like I said,
we just talking about rebounding.
And those stats, like I said, are they're created off of how much he rebounds. You remember like Westbrook used to rebound the ball and create instant offense because teams are sleeping. Teams don't sleep in the playoffs, and that's Sabonis' number one power, catching you when you're asleep. And teams don't sleep in the playoffs, bro. That's
he's a good passer.
He's a good passer, but like he's also a smart and he's also a smart player, and he tries to catch you while you're lacking. In the playoffs, if you're lacking, you're on the bench, kid. Ain't no lacking.
Stuff get tight, man. It get tight.
Yeah, ain't no lacking in the playoffs.
I mean,
playing better competition.
That playoffs that they played against Golden State. I mean, that was the first time he was. Now
As
he
a number
had been in
one,
the playoffs before,
yeah,
but this
as
was
an
the first time
all-star.
he had a very good or much more of a role. So I think that was his first playoff. So I think people should cut him some slack.
Nah, I would cut him some slack, but it's because I think it just that sometimes you have it in you. You know what I mean? And in the bubble, he just didn't want to play in the playoffs. The Kings made it to the playoffs, and he said he's not comfortable playing in the playoffs. And ever since then, he was
Nah,
on my left.
he was on the Pacers.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Even
Well,
so,
well,
the Pacers.
we can say we'll have to wait and see what he does.
Yeah.
Couple
He's
of
more of a
seasons.
wait and see, but like to me, bro, your team made the playoffs, and you say you don't want to play as the arguable best player. And then in the next time you play in the playoffs, you kind of like underperform to me. I'm gonna call you a playoff choker until you prove me otherwise. Because you had a chance to play in the playoffs and said no.
But he was prioritizing his health. That's what Kyrie did.
For sure. I agree. Yeah.
What type of injury did he have?
Nah, he just didn't want to go to the bubble.
Yeah, he didn't want to go to the bubble. Yeah. Shout out to you. Yeah, shout out to you. But guess what? Everybody else
just
did
ain't
it.
want to go to the bubble.
Yeah. Shout out. Yeah, exactly. So. And then you play bad in the next playoffs. Yeah.
Well, that COVID thing is a special.
It's a good reason. It's a good reason, but I also have a good reason for my doubt.
Yeah, it's different,
right?
Though,
that's cool.
It's a situation where people are afraid for their lives and things like that. So
yeah, good reason. I did the same thing, myself, but he's making millions of dollars, and all he had to do was stay in the Disney resort and said no. So.
Yeah, but that Disney resort required a shot, and it required you know what I'm saying. People just feel uncomfortable with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Being secluded from your family and you know, a lot of these players couldn't go nowhere, can't go out, got to stay like a prisoner in the hotel, and you know.
Yeah, no, for sure, I get it. But he also in the 2018-19 season did terrible in the playoffs. Yeah, you know he has a small.
He had different roles though.
Yeah, but he did terrible. He was coming off the bench. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
he got to play better, but it's okay. I mean, sometimes you play bad. It's okay. He'll come back, and then we'll get to see how he plays when he come back. He always has another year. So as long as he's playing in the NBA, he has another year.
Yeah, and I'm usually
a lot of people are doom and gloom after you lose, but you come back next year. There's always another season.
There's always next year.
Exactly, and I'm usually lower on non-defensive centers. You know.
Yeah.
Sabonis
non-defensive center. You gotta be awesome offensively.
Yeah, and Sabonis is right.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I mean not awesome, but he's
as a center. If you don't play defense as a center, you gotta be awesome offensively, bro. To be getting that much burn, yeah.
You have to be awesome in the half court set. I don't know.
And he initiates the offense though. The Sacramento offense.
The rebounds though. When it's the half court and slow down, De'Aaron Fox is, that guy. Sabonis, he's not a good shooter, and the reason he has the ball in his hands so much is because they're trying to covet around their best player's weaknesses. Is that he can't shoot the ball. Instead, we're gonna have him as a guy who sets a lot of screens with the ball in his hands.
Not only that, it's the Draymond Green role. It's like
you
got Mike Brown. Mike Brown came from Golden State, so he's taking a little bit of that principle and kind of putting that around that team too.
But I mean, I'm saying we should give him some kind of credit because I think that Sacramento offense in the 22-23 season, that was the best offense in the league, right?
Yeah.
And that was primarily because of him.
It was the best offense in a long time, I think.
Yeah. At some point, they had the highest offensive rating that season. And that was primarily due to him.
Every offense is the best offense of all time.
I mean, they were really scoring that ball there. They were really going.
No. That season they were the best offense of all time, and then this season that record got broken. The next season it's going to get broke again. Who do y'all think is going to have the
records
best?
Are made to be broken?
Yeah. Who do y'all think next year is going to have the best offensive rating of all time? Because someone's going to do it. So who?
Probably the Kings again.
Yeah. So who do y'all think is? Who do y'all think is going to be the best offense next year? Basically, is what I'm asking.
The Thunder. I think Gilgeous is going to be on another level. I was sleeping on him, but yeah,
that boy's nice, man.
Yeah,
tell you. Well, fellas, I gotta go, man. I'm gonna let y'all hold it down, man. I gotta charge my phone, man. About the job.
All right, man.
But all right, y'all. Peace.
Yeah, great conversation.
All
I
right.
think there's a couple offenses that's really good. You got
I mean,
Pacers. You got the
Boston.
Mavericks. The
Yeah,
Mavericks.
yeah, that boy Luca.
Clay.
I think he gonna have some vengeance in his eyes.
Clay, bro. I think that offense is cracked, actually. Yeah, I might. It's gonna probably be the Mavericks because you're gonna have times where what's that forward they got on the bench name?
Um, Najee Marshall.
Yeah, you're gonna have times where Najee Marshall is at power forward and probably like Maxi Kleber at center next to those three guys. And that offense is gonna be insane. That's insane. You're gonna have Kyrie and Luca 5 out. And then like whenever Kyrie's on the bench, you're gonna have Luca on the court. Whenever Luca's on the bench, you're gonna have Kyrie on the court with spacing at all times. And if they're not surrounded by spacing, they're surrounded by one of the best rim finishers in the league because Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively, they both I think were top 5 in the league in effective field goal percentage. Like
Yeah,
their
true
true
in true
shooting
season.
percentage, yeah,
Mhm.
they're insane, dog. You know, they're two DeAndre Jordans. You have two DeAndre Jordans with spacing and Kyrie and Luca.
But I think one of my biggest issues with that offense is they play very, very slow, especially Luca. He gets the ball, and it's like he always want to play in the half court. They barely
And,
get any transition, any transition buckets.
and
And it's
that's
like yeah, go ahead.
no. Every time what?
Now, and I said that's something that's going to kind of like hinder that offense because some of the best offenses they're very, very good and they're great in transition. Sacramento was great in transition. Indiana was great in transition. Boston was great in transition, and I think and those teams are all good. They had one of the best paces in the league, but with Dallas, you don't really see that with them.
You do see it. Then that's what I do think.
Were they
You see
top
it in
10 last season in pace?
I don't know, but you see it in the Kyrie minutes. Kyrie has all right. So Luca, you're right. That's why I think the Mavericks could be one of the best offenses because Luca gives them a floor consistency wise. You know what I mean? And then
Mhm.
Kyrie has points of the games where he just like he finishes plays in seconds. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's kind of a balanced attack more, and it throws teams off. And then you're gonna have times throughout the game where Luca's not on the court, and it's just Kyrie moving at like 100% speed.
Yeah, Kyrie does speed the game up for them when Luca's
Yeah,
on the floor. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean off the floor. I agree. I agree
Daniel
with that.
Gafford is also one of those guys who move a lot. Like Kyrie be having that offense moving. Kyrie even be having Luca moving sometimes, man. Luca doesn't even move that much, but Kyrie gonna be one of those guys who just make you do it.
Yeah,
Though
but
those other teams, though, they
Mhm.
are faster. I'll agree with you on that, but they don't have a consistency level of like dominance such as Luca.
In terms of in the half court or
Half court, yeah. In
half
terms
court
of
offense,
half court, yeah.
yeah, I'll agree with you on that. But I think Boston, Jason Tatum has to. I mean, I don't think he's a half court offensive guy than Luka Doncic, but I think he'll be better next season.
I don't think Boston will be in the conversation because Kristaps Porzingis is hurt until January. So
I don't think that really matters though.
I think it matters for their bench, and Al Horford off the bench is blur, but now it's going to be Xavier Tillman off the bench. He's not as good as Al Horford is offensively. You know what I mean? We're talking about best offense in the league. I think Celtics are still going to be a balanced, defensive team with Al Horford and a good offense. I still think they're going to probably even be like top 5. We're just talking about teams with upside for number 1. Like Mavericks, they could be number 1. They also could be like 11th. Boston Celtics, I think no matter what, they're like top 10.
Yeah. I mean, I think my Sixers would probably be top 10 as well.
Oh, Sixers could be 1 actually.
Number 1.
They could because like when we talk about number 1, you also got to look at some upside stuff. I think Jared McCain is a good guy off the bench, and if he's not, no matter what, no matter what Kyle Lowry is, no matter what, you know what I mean. So they have a floor there and they have a ceiling.
I mean, I think they'll be better. They'll be better in the half court because I mean, PG is one of the best, one-on-one players. Maxey, one of the Embiid, one of the best one-on-one players, especially at the center position. So the half-court offense is going to be great. Yeah, in transition, PG's not the fastest. Joel is not the fastest. Maxey, he can turn on the Jets at any time. Caleb Mark can turn on the Jets anytime. Yeah, I think it'll be top 5. They have a potential of being top 5.
I kind of agree with you, but with the Paul George comments, I kind of think differently of him. I don't think he's that good one-on-one. I think he's just a play finisher, like a super role player. But in transition, I don't think he's. I think he's pretty good in transition.
He's good in transition.
I'm pretty sure
he's gone a lot. He's gone slower because obviously the injuries, old age. But I'm talking specifically on his jump shooting. I think last season he had one of the best efficient jump shooting seasons.
Yeah. That's why I said I like him more as a play finisher. You know what I mean? Good defender. Okay. I'm actually pretty. I think he's pretty good in transitions too. Like he's still like a 6'9" forward, just who could dunk. like and he could finish. He
can get up there.
He has like every finish in his arsenal. Like Paul George is still really good. He just not as good in the one-on-one game, in my opinion. He's an overrated ball handler. Very overrated. Jimmy Butler, a better ball handler.
There you go with that shit. Where the Miami gonna be at? Miami they never have a top 10 offense in the regular season. And then they get in the playoffs, and then they have the best offense.
Miami's going to be doing a lot of this season. They're going to have to make the playoffs because their best player wants a contract. You know what I mean? He's going to have to step up. Same way I think with Brandon Ingram. I think Brandon Ingram's going to have to step up and shoot more threes. I think the Pelicans and the NBA have made it very clear to him that if he's not shooting threes, he's not going to get paid. The same way that the Miami Heat are making it very clear to Jimmy Butler, if he's not going to play games in the regular season, he's not going to get paid. So Miami, they'll probably be a playoff team, but it's not going to be off of their offense. Especially an all-time offense. I don't know.
It's going to be off of that illegal defense, huh?
No. It's going to be off of just talent. They're one of the deepest rosters in the NBA. You don't think that?
In the East, I would agree, but in the NBA, if you talk about in the NBA, that's
they were one of the deepest teams in the NBA last year. Also,
deepest teams.
Yes, deepest. They're not a top-heavy team. I can name 11 players right now in the Heat rotation that are no matter what guys who you would even tell me could start right now, and then they're the Miami Heat. So there's going to be 2 to 3 guys off of that summer league team who's also going to be in our rotation that you don't even know yet. I think
Keyshawn Johnson, Khalil Ware. I know those guys. I watch them.
Yeah. Keyshawn was nice, boy. Yeah. I like Alondes Williams a lot, and he's been here. I think this is his second year being here, and I hate Drew Smith. I hope Alondes Williams gets some burn at point guard because we don't have another point guard on our roster, and I think it just makes sense to me. I feel like he's going to be the guy we call up the most this year. Keyshawn is also nice too, though.
Yeah. And Khalil Ware.
Yeah, Pele Larson. What's the other guy's name? We brought up Alondes, Keyshawn. Oh, Josh Christopher. Josh Christopher was looking like a dog. Josh Christopher was the number one option, honestly. And he was the number one. Yeah, but he was a number one draft pick a couple years ago. How bad was the injury though? Because
he missed the entire. He missed the rest of the season, so it was pretty bad.
What do you mean? Rest of the what season?
Last season.
Oh, Josh Christopher.
Oh, Josh. I thought you were talking about Josh Richardson.
Oh no, Josh Christopher. Yeah, I don't care about Josh Richardson. His role on the Miami Heat is to be Udonis Haslem now. Yeah, no. I'm not trying to be funny, but he came back to be Udonis Haslem. If we need him, he can go at it. But Josh Christopher, he was our number one option on that team that just won the Summer League championship. Bro, that shot he made to force overtime was cold-blooded, boy. 6'4", shooting guard. Thing is, we have a bunch of shooting guards, but if someone get hurt, he could get PT. He seemed like a good NBA player. He was a first-round draft pick a couple years ago. He just didn't work out for the Rockets because they got Jalen Green instead.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be on the G League team.
He'll be a two-way player. Like
Two-way
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, whenever somebody's hurt, he's gonna have dibs. It's gonna be Josh Christopher. If we get like a point, if Terry Rozier is hurt, Alondes Williams gets dibs. But if anyone besides Terry Rozier is gonna be Keyshawn and Josh Christopher.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Miami Heat a real good team. You have Kevin Love who could start, Khalil Ware who could start, Bam Adebayo who could start at center. And if I'm saying those are guys who could start, that means no matter what off the bench, they're solid. You know what I mean? You got
Man, y'all got to put Bam at the 4, bro.
I agree with you. I think Khalil Ware. I think our day one lineup that I want it to be. I think first things first is Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson. The argument I'm gonna give Tyler Hero is I want somebody shooting.
Get one of those clowns off the team.
No. I love both of them. I think where you got to start it off from is you got to have a conversation with them in the front office and tell them we need 23s a game between the two of y'all. They are two of the best shooters of all time, and they need to keep shooting. My problem with Tyler Hero is if he wanted, yes, of all time, Duncan Robinson has made 1,000 career threes in the least amount of games in NBA history.
What about Tyler?
Tyler Hero, come on. You don't think Tyler Hero?
He was 9 for 27 against us. Come on, bro. Don't do this.
Hold on. Oh, in the playing game?
Yeah.
Where Jimmy Butler got hurt and he was forced to be a number one option. And I said that he's a shooter and he had to take off dribble shots all game. But that's what I was going to say. He's capable of taking off the dribble shots. But in the starting lineup, I want somebody who's going to take spot up threes. We have Bam Adebayo. We have Jimmy Butler. We have Terry Rozier.
Let me just say this. I'm just saying that because I want Bam to be the number 2 option. But when you have Tyler on the team, Bam is going to want to take a back seat because I think Bam's a 20 and 10 guy. I think Bam's in his prime.
He is a 20 and 10 guy with Tyler Hero. The thing about Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo, they have one of the better. He does that with Tyler Hero because they got drafted around the same time, and
2017, 2019. Yep.
Yeah. And Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo have one of the best 2-man games. Like when they have that pick and roll and they throw a lob or Tyler Hero takes a shot, it's pretty good. Like it's pretty consistent, and Miami love.
If I'm not mistaken, I hear your Heat brethren complain about his ball handling skills. Pause.
No, I have no problem with Tyler Hero's ball handling. My only problem is what I'm talking about with him is his lack of rim pressure. He's scared to go at the rim, and he takes deep pull-up mid-ranges, which I think are the least efficient shot in the game. And if he wants to do that off the bench and be a spark plug, that's cool. That's what bench players do. Bench players take deep mid-range shots because no one else on the bench could create, and they're your main creator. If Tyler Hero wants to be that, go ahead. But I think he's capable of being more than that. And if he wants to be a starter and shoot 10 threes a game, I think he's capable of being one of the best shooters of all time. And then we could have Duncan Robinson, who also is one of the best shooters of all time off the bench. But I think what we should do day one is start Terry Rozier, Duncan Robinson, Butler, Bam,
so
and Khalil Ware.
You think Duncan Robinson is a top 10 shooter of all time?
Not top 10 of all time, but he's an all-time shooter. Like
what range would you give him?
I don't know, but it's in the top 30. That's all time. If you're a top 30 NBA player, you're an all-time NBA player. Duncan Robinson is at least a top 30.
You said greatest. When you talk about greatest, you're talking like top 10, 15.
I'm talking about the guy who made the most amount of threes in the least amount of games to touch.
It's a 3-point shooting error, so it's not.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not saying it's top 10. But like,
okay, all right.
Probably like top 30. You know.
I just want you to clean that up because people take things out of context. So
yeah, but having a top 30 shooter of all time on your team, would you not say that's a positive? If it's Tyler Hero,
it is a positive.
Tyler Hero, I wouldn't be shocked if he's a top 100 shooter of all time. I think he's higher than that, but I could confidently say he's top 100.
So shooting in general, not just 3-point shooting, like mid-range, free throws,
3-point shooting.
Okay.
3-point shooting.
Okay.
Mid-ranges, I hate when Tyler Hero does that shit. That's what I'm complaining about. I hate when Tyler Hero takes those mid-ranges and stuff, but 3-point shooting, he's a dog. Those mid-ranges, I think, are just unnecessary, and he takes bad ones because he's like fragile and he doesn't get as close to the rim to take like those. DeMar DeRozan, he takes like mid-ranges.
A lot of long twos, Yeah.
Tyler Hero doesn't take too many long twos, man. But if all we need is Khalil Ware to be Myers Leonard. Do you remember when like the Heat had Myers Leonard and Kelly Olynyk next to Bam Adebayo? That's all we want from Khalil Ware. So he could actually start. Because he ain't like he has high expectations from me at least. And if he's better than Myers Leonard, holy, shout out to the Heat.
So you think that he gonna be a top 6 seed or?
I think that's what they want to be. I do think that's what the goal is. Are they?
So you expect Jimmy Butler to play more games this season?
Last year, I'll say this: he missed a lot of games on purpose.
He did.
I don't know if he's gonna. I can't predict if he has a season-ending injury. Something happens, but he will have less times for sure where he's missing games and posting himself being drunk.
Yeah,
because last year Jimmy Butler was legitimately missing games and going to the Wemby opening for tennis and posting himself drunk while like not showing up to the road trips. You know what I mean? Like that's what Pat Riley's upset about. And then he didn't make the playoffs. You didn't make the playoffs, and you were like,
he got hurt.
Yeah. But you got hurt because we were in the play-in game. We're better than the play-in team. That's what we're mad about. We're mad that we're in the play-in.
Yeah, I agree. I think Miami's they're much better than the play-in team.
Yeah,
I think they were better than the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, the Miami Heat, they took Boston Celtics to the most games last year without Jimmy Butler, without 2 starters. You know why?
It was 5 games, bro.
Yeah, and that was the most. They took a game from the Boston Celtics at home. That's the most. And it was only 1. So that shows us that we are their biggest. Even at our worst, we're their biggest threat.
Multiple teams did that. The Cavs did it. Dallas did it.
But did they take one from them at home?
At home? Nah.
Okay, so that's the most. That's the tiebreaker. We took one from home. At our worst. Is it just 1 game? Yeah. But at our worst, while y'all are fully healthy, y'all can't fuck with the Celtics.
Nah,
we
stop
can
it.
At our worst.
Stop it. Porzingis got hurt, bro.
Yeah, shout out. Yeah, and Porzingis was hurt through all those series.
He was.
Yeah, and we got the most. Without 2 starters.
Game, bro. You got gentleman sweat, bro.
Without 2 starters. And you know why?
Why?
The greatest shooting game of all time. I told you we have 2 of the greatest shooters of all time.
It was a fluke, bro.
If we plug in Jimmy Butler and Terry Rozier next to the greatest shooters of all time, hopefully we could have like 2 more fluky games. You're right, it's fluke. You're right. Hopefully we could have 2 more fluky games then. Yeah, like the Heat shooting stuff is fluke, but like we legitimately have some of the greatest shooters of all time. It's not a shocker that
just put it this way. Put it in their era.
Yeah.
Their generation. Yeah. I'm just saying I don't want people to take you out of context and then
But right now they are some of the greatest shooters of all time. Like maybe in 100 years from now they'll fall in the list, but for the next 50 years, these 2 guys will be known as top 100 shooters of all time.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
It is a fact. It's happening. Matter of fact, they'll be known as top 75, top 50, both of them. Since you want to like not give me 100, I'll take.
But why do you think Miami's offense can be top 10?
Because Jimmy Butler is
top 5.
No, top 5. No, I don't think they can be top 5. No. We're just talking about the Heat now. But yeah. They're not going to be built around their offense. They're going to be built around their defense. That's why Bam sliding to the 4 to provide more size and defense. So Jimmy could be at the 3. Khalil Ware be a shot blocker in the back end. Yeah, the offensive progression that the Miami Heat are looking for is with a stretch 5 and Bam Adebayo being a better shooter, and the Terry Rozier trade now having a full season to like see how it goes. Yeah. Defensively though, that's where Miami makes their bread and butter. Jimmy Butler is probably like one of the best off-ball defenders of all time. He is the best off-ball defender in the NBA right now.
Illegal defense. Illegal defense.
Yeah. Everyone plays illegal defense. Bam Adebayo is going to be playing the best.
Y'all
Does
play the
Bam
most
play?
zones in the league
Does
out of
Bam
any
play
team.
illegal defense?
Huh?
Does Bam play illegal defense?
He's in the system of an illegal defense.
All right, so he's the best illegal defender in the world, and we have Jimmy Butler, who's like the best off-ball defender in the world. So
Yeah,
gonna be illegal defense.
but that zone, I mean, I think Pat Riley. I mean Pat Riley. I think Espo plays, some of the best zone defenses that I've ever seen. And sometimes you don't even see where the double's coming from.
Yeah, and then
Like
the
you could be
reason
watching the game and you're like, where the fuck did he come from?
And the reason you don't see it a lot is because those zones are what they do throughout practice. Like the reason Jimmy Butler says he doesn't play is he claims that the practices are harder than the games. So as long as he's playing practice, sometimes he just don't feel like playing the games, because his body's done. But like Pat Riley's like at this point, like, nah, you gonna go through it, boy. You gonna go through that pressure, boy. Like yeah, we giving you like all-star superstar treatment, not no more because we ain't getting no playoff runs out of you. So, they ain't trying to treat him no different no more. You
Yeah.
play in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's gonna play more games. I think he wants that contract. I mean, this will probably be his last contract. So last big contract. So whatever it takes, if he got to be on the floor, he'll probably do it. I'm not gonna be surprised if he makes All NBA team, makes All-Star team.
Me neither.
Yeah, I mean he's done that before. So
he hasn't made an All-Star team in like almost half a decade. This is gonna be the most motivated he is to make one. He usually like
he made it in 2020, right?
He hasn't made it in like a while, bro. He literally be I be watching games and like at the press conferences, he like, I don't care about no All-Star. Like he just be playing around, like scoring 15 points, laughing about it. He a troll, bro.
He made it in 22.
He made it in 22. Okay.
Yeah.
So he hasn't
like
made it
2 seasons ago. I mean 3 seasons ago.
Yeah, almost half a decade if you round it up. So it's been a while since he's been an All-Star, bro.
I mean, me personally, I don't really value All-Star games. I value All NBA teams more than All-Star games because that's more of a full season. But the All-Star game is just half the season.
Maybe it's because I'm a Heat fan, bro, and like Jimmy Butler has proven it to me. It's the eye test, bro. Like you have to watch, bro. That's the main thing. First team All NBA does matter a little bit though. Like stuff like that does matter. Awards do matter, but it matters about giving you an idea of the player. Like if somebody keeps winning 3-point champion, you have an idea that maybe this guy can shoot. If a guy keeps winning defensive player of the year, maybe he could defend. Maybe when you want to watch games and nitpick it and see how good it is at whatever high of a level, go ahead. But accolades matter a little bit.
Accolades do matter, but I mean, earlier in the conversation, BJ was bringing up, first team, second teams, and MVPs. Like most of these awards are being voted for. And even I think BJ said last season's MVP, he believes was SGA, if I'm not mistaken. So SGA not winning MVP, that could probably hurt him down a few years later when we're talking about some of the best players, like some of the best peaks of this generation. Maybe SGA might fall out because he doesn't have an MVP. And those awards are being voted for. That's why I was that's one of my issues with it. But I mean, if you go by the production speaks for itself. The impact speaks for itself. The eye test speaks for itself. I mean, he's one of the best offensive players, one of the best scorers. I think he's the best. He's the third best scorer in the league. I think Embiid and Luka's over him, in my opinion. But yeah, I think the accolades is just it confuses you a little bit. So
I think accolades. I look at accolades, but not for individual players. I look at the races. Like I look at who was in the, you know what I mean? Like who were the candidates? That's what matters to me. Like if you're a top 10 MVP candidate, that's what's up. But if you win the MVP, that's what's up too. But like you said, it's voted for. I understand other players have arguments. So instead of looking at who won it, you look at who were arguable MVP candidates. Because this year, for example, SGA could have won and I would have not been mad. Giannis could have won and I would have not been mad. Jokic could have won and I would have not been mad. Luka could have won and I would have not been mad. If fucking Joel Embiid, who played 30 games, won, I would have been mad as shit. If Tyrese Halliburton won, I would have been mad as shit. But those 4 guys, they could have won it. It's whatever, you know.
Yeah, because you're saying they had a legitimate argument to winning
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I agree. I agree. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you're being voted for, so I mean, even the race, sometimes it could get tricky.
But being a part of the race does have a meaning to it. Like you're like getting a 90% on the test. You have a better chance at being smart than being dumb. You being an MVP candidate, you have a better chance at being an MVP candidate than not. Most people who are in the MVP candidate are MVP candidates.
One time I took a test, but I didn't get there early, so I didn't really answer all the questions, so I didn't really get a good grade. But I was pretty good in that class.
Exactly. So that's why, like, you have to. The main thing you have to do is watch who you watching, and that's why Jimmy Butler is a top 5 player in the NBA right now.
Whoa. Hold. Say that again.
Yeah, I'll show it. But like,
all right. You should be.
but that is why I rank Jimmy Butler higher than other people. Yeah.
Top 5?
No, not top 5.
Top 10
right now. No, he's top 20 right now.
Yeah, he's not even top 15. So yeah,
I'm looking. He's better than some of these people that he's below. But you got to respect those people playing games. So
playing games, bro. Producing at a high level.
Yeah,
Jalen Brunson was producing at a high level.
Yeah,
Jaylen Brown, all these guys.
No, Jaylen Brown, shut up. Jaylen Brown, shut up. Don't you ever say that again.
What are you talking about?
Not Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown just produced at on the biggest stage. He just produced at a high level.
He's not better than Jimmy.
And took on I'm using that. I'm gonna use that defensive logic, and took on the biggest defensive challenge in the NBA Finals. Luka Doncic.
Not better than Jimmy Butler, bro.
Man, stop it, bro.
What is he better at?
Yo, we got Sean on the.
What's good, fellas? Yeah, motherfuckers. Y'all got away with a bunch of bullshit while we gone. Talking a bunch of damn nonsense. Andre, don't you ever in your life talk about no fucking Kyle Lowry. 14-8 fucking man, Mo Williams had 17-6, and all y'all motherfuckers running around saying LeBron had no help. But now Kyle Lowry got 14-8.
Made the All-Star team.
What's the All-Star team? It's popularity contest, right?
Then you should tell that to BJ because he really cares about that.
Nah, don't bring me in now because you can't.
Making the All-Star team is not an
All-Star contest.
Making the All-Star team is not an accolade no more.
Listen. Fred, to take it easy on you, Andre. To take it easy on you. Let me explain the All-Star games to y'all. Y'all realize Magic Johnson had HIV, left the league, came back, wasn't no All-Star caliber player. He was starting in the All-Star game. Kyle Lowry had 14-8, decent, good, solid point guard numbers. Some Mike Conley in fucking Minnesota type shit, maybe a couple years before Minnesota type shit, right? That's not an All-Star. I understand you got the title, but that's like, Andre, you the same 76er fan that when I said Tobias Harris was averaging 20 points a game and he didn't make the All-Star, you said, nah, he don't want no fucking All-Star. He ain't an All-Star. Nah, Thomas, we're not doing that. 20 points a game is way more relevant. 20 points a game is way more fucking relevant than fucking 14-8. Way more. But it's not just Andre. It was other people saying that stupid shit.
Any player can average good numbers on a bad team. Even Charles Barkley said that. So
Tobias, y'all wasn't bad. Y'all was going to the fucking. The 76ers was getting to the second and third round. Now,
Thomas, I think you got this whole thing wrong. The Raptors were favored to win the series.
It don't matter. The bottom line is, right? The bottom line is, listen, the bottom line is, what is Trae Young doing? So if Trae Young hangs 28 and 10, he's not named to the All-Star game. Kyle Lowry hangs 14 and 8, and he's named to the All-Star game. And remember, I'm not a stats guy. Y'all, and this ain't to pick on Andre, PJ, because there was a million motherfuckers up here saying this fucking ignorant ass shit. But Andre trolling ass sometimes, he gets shit started and shit, and then he be quiet and everybody else is wrong with shit. But Trae Young don't make the All-Star game. Dame Lillard, for example. If Dame Lillard don't make the All-Star game, but Kyle Lowry, 14 and 8 is making All-Star game, but Dame Lillard, Trae Young in the All-Star game. Like, so the title means absolutely nothing. It goes by the caliber player, right? So if Kyrie misses the game or misses the season, he gets in the playoffs, he hangs 29 points a game on Steph Curry's head while Steph's hanging 23. But Kyrie didn't make the All-Star game. Curry made it, so now LeBron don't have no All-Star. And I know you didn't say that, Andre. I'm just saying,
Kyrie was an
shit that goes
all-star.
on,
Kyrie already made the all-star team, though. Kyrie already made the all-star team. What happened in 2016 was Kyrie had a knee injury, so he didn't start off the season. That's why he didn't make the all-star team.
Right.
Had he played, he would have made the all-star team.
Right, but he's an all-star caliber. 2019 Lowry is nowhere near the all-star caliber. Here's another example.
Stop it. Thomas, stop it.
Here's another example.
He averaged 16 points in the finals. That's all-star caliber numbers. 16 and 8. That's all-star caliber numbers.
No, it's not. You know how many players get all-star in? No, it's not.
16 and 8 is all-star caliber numbers.
There's a
lot of Hall of Famers. There's a lot of Hall of Famers in the NBA that average 16 and 8 for their career, and they're in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
So how you gonna tell me that 16 and 8 is not all-star caliber numbers?
That's my whole point. It's not fucking all-star caliber. The motherfucker no, it's not. He had listen what Larry had. He had 4 games where he scored 7, 9, 10. There's 3 games under 2 games under single digit. 7, 9, 10, and 13, right? That's what he really did. 4 games of mediocre shit. He came back with 2 boosted his average. So you gave me 4 mediocre. You want me to call that a fucking all-star? No. And you're the same dude who won't give Tobias Harris all-star credit when I gave it to him. Because I actually, and I'm gonna give you a W right here. Because don't nobody get W's on me. I'm gonna give you a W on me. I said Tobias was an all-star, and you was right. He wasn't. However, I was going off. In my mind, there's no fucking way in hell he never made an all-star game because I didn't fact check it. You fact checked it. He was not an all-star ever. You get a W on that on me, which is fucking rare. But the bottom line is he did that shit a couple times. 18, 19, 20, 7 rebounds and a couple assists, and he's a defender, getting steals and blocks. That's better than that fucking shit.
You still there? Let me eat to this dude real quick. So the difference between Kyle Lowry and the Tobias Harris was Kyle Lowry's numbers had impact on the Toronto Raptors and improved after Kawhi Leonard left. The team was the 2nd seed and they were on pace to win 60 games that season. Kyle Lowry made the All-Star team. Tobias Harris, on the other end, was on the Clipper team, averaging 20, getting good numbers on a bad team, and the Clippers were the 9th seed, and then get into the playoffs. They finally made it to the 8th seed, and then they made it to the playoffs. But even when he was averaging that 20, the Clippers was not even in playoff contention before he got traded mid-season.
No, sir. He did that in Philadelphia, Andre. He averaged 19 in Philadelphia. I'm assuming I broke up.
He didn't average 19 in Philadelphia. He didn't average 20 in Philly.
He averaged 19. It don't matter. 19 is fucking 20. It's right there. And he averaged
he didn't average 20. Okay. So Thomas, let's do this real quick. Who should he have made the All-Star team over? Who should Tobias Harris have made the All-Star team over?
No, the 76ers.
Answer my question.
The 76ers made the
Is he cutting up or is that me?
He is cutting out. But I mean, name one player that Tobias Harris should have made the All-Star team over, and I'll wait. And give me the year.
Tobias Harris, he's a borderline. Tobias Harris, what he was doing around that time is what Pascal Siakam was doing for the Raptors. That's kind of why I said Siakam's like a 1.5. You know what I mean? They had like 1.5 All-Stars.
Exactly.
Like, he's borderline.
Here's the other thing. Here's
He been cutting up crazy.
With Tobias Harris 19. Your
mic messing up. Messing up.
I don't know what is he trying to argue. Is he trying to say Tobias is better than Kyle Lowry?
So what's going on is that I said Kawhi had less help than all them guys on the screen. They didn't have any All-Stars on his team, and Andre included wanted to pack in fucking Kyle Lowry and Marc Gasol.
Kyle Lowry and Marc Gasol, he wants to compare to the health that these guys had when they won. And James Harden didn't even win. James Harden had Chris Paul and he had Dwight Howard, and he still couldn't win.
Mm-hmm.
So Andre's trying to be slick and take credit from Kawhi.
I mean, I'm not. I don't know why, and it's not even with Kawhi
he
fans.
had
I mean,
Kyle
LeBron,
Lowry.
LeBron fans do the same thing. When you're trying to give guys credit, they think you're trying to demean the other player. I mean, Kyle Lowry made this.
Is a all-time playoff choker. When Kawhi won that ring, that really showed me how.
No, we're talking about All Stars though, and he made the All Star team 6 straight years in a row. We can't take that away from him.
What Kyle Lowry is. What Kyle Lowry
switch him to the West, see what happens.
Switch him to the West. I mean, we can't play that hypothetical. We can't play that hypothetical.
No. I'm saying Jamal Murray. I like to pull up that Jamal Murray thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was all attempts to take credit away from Kawhi, man. And the
how is it taking credit away from Kawhi?
Because unfortunately, the guys that y'all put in front of him, including you, couldn't do that.
Nah,
LeBron
BJ,
couldn't do it. KD couldn't do it. Steph couldn't do it.
Didn't Steph do it in 2022?
In his peak?
Yeah, 2022. I don't consider that his peak.
Okay.
But I mean, BJ, how can he control it? He had players on his team that the front office constructed. He can't go and say, "Yo, I want to play with this guy. I want to play with this guy. And let me see if I can win." It don't work like that. So
he kind of did. We talked about it earlier.
He did what?
Isn't that what LeBron does? Yeah, them guys, all them dudes ask for players. I mean, my only thing is,
nobody's gonna argue that. I mean, Kawhi asked for players, right? Would you agree with that?
He asked for players, yeah.
Yeah, everybody does. I mean, who wouldn't ask for players if you're a superstar?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That don't matter. All that matters is on the court.
Right. I mean, when you get on the court, right, that's what I care about. When you get on the floor, when you perform at a high level, yeah, I'll give you your props. And Kawhi Leonard did perform at a high level in 2019, but he had some all-star caliber players as well. That's all I'm saying. And I never capped Tobias Harris. Like, come on, bro.
He had former all-stars who knew their role and a borderline all-star. Actually, Kyle Lowry, no, you're right. Kyle Lowry was an all-star around that time. He had 2.5. I was miscounting.
He made it 6 straight years.
Yeah, Kyle Lowry
I think 2014 to 2020.
Yeah, Kyle Lowry was a straight-up all-star around that time.
Right.
Yeah.
They were very turned off by, man.
Yeah, I'm at 2.5 that whole time.
Kyle Lowry got so much hate when in the playoffs. All of a sudden, he was such a high-caliber player. They called this dude an actual choker. He had to go to the back and decompress because he couldn't take the pressure of a playoff game.
Yeah, in the playoffs though, it was 1.5 for sure. No cap.
So what happened?
But BJ, they always do this with a lot of players until they win. Jokic was being considered a playoff choker. Giannis was being considered a playoff choker until they won. Right?
Exactly.
So after Kyle Lowry won, why are you not giving him his props?
I'm giving him, but who came to obviously settle that calmness to give Kyle Lowry a championship?
Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green, Nick Nurse.
Kyle Lowry was legitimately still choking throughout that run.
No.
BJ, what? BJ, you
P5 a Raptors fan, actually. Ask P5.
P5 is back.
What's up?
P5 be capping sometimes.
Well, what are y'all talking about?
Is Kyle Lowry a playoff choker?
Oh,
man,
from an overall standpoint, yes.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm not even arguing that. My argument was he made the All-Star team 6 straight years in a row, and that should count for something. Playing with Kawhi Leonard, and Kawhi Leonard is an all-time player. When they had Kawhi Leonard, it opened up the game even more for him. It's the same thing it did for Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, sounds like a championship team to me.
It was a stacked team, and look at Thomas. Thomas is sad, man.
It was a well-built team.
Nobody was looking at Toronto, bro. Like,
and BJ, I agree. Nobody picked the Raptors to go win the championship, obviously. But when they faced us, they were favored.
They were contenders.
They were contenders.
They were contenders. So as long as you contenders, there's a world where you win, bro.
But before the season, nobody said the Raptors
they were
contenders
contenders before the season.
They were.
That has to count for something.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, I mean, BJ, it does count for something, but BJ, you try to make it seem like Kawhi Leonard just threw these guys on his back and went, no, we not
He
doing
kind of
that.
did. I'm not gonna lie. He averaged 30. Nobody else averaged 20.
Stop it. Siakam was averaging 20 in some of those playoffs.
He averaged 19, and earlier you were arguing with someone, and they said, "Can I please get Tobias Harris 20 points?" But you said no, he averaged 19. So no, I'm gonna say Pascal Siakam averaged 19 because of your standards. I'm sorry. I would have gave you 20, but you didn't give it to Siakam. He averaged 19 throughout the playoffs. So no.
Throughout the playoffs?
Yes, he averaged 19.
What you're talking about?
Yes,
okay,
you didn't
cool.
want to give.
Okay,
you
cool.
didn't want to give it earlier, so I'm gonna be petty.
But I mean, does numbers alone make you an all-star? Because we saw Bradley Beal average 30, and he didn't even make the play. He didn't even make the all-star.
All-star that year, in my opinion.
He got robbed. Not in 2020. He didn't make it.
He got robbed.
Okay, then. So making the all-star team is not just numbers. Your impact should count for something.
Didn't DeMar DeRozan make it over him as a guard? Like, he got robbed.
No, not in 2020. So Thomas, that point that you made, that goes out the window. Your impact has to, because you can average good numbers on a bad team.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that that's automatically empty stats, because when you look back at Devin Booker's career in the beginning of it, were those empty stats now that you've seen that he made the NBA Finals, or was he just a good player on a bad team?
I want BJ to answer that.
Oh, you're being petty. Oh no, I started a petty war.
I mean, if you're not winning, I mean, your team is missing the playoffs. I mean, come on, it's empty stats.
I don't think.
I don't think. I mean, empty stats. I feel like a player that was truly putting up empty stats was a guy like Colin Sexton for a year or two. That's a guy that was putting up empty stats on empty stats. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's kind of like.
So Devin Booker wasn't putting up empty stats. Putting up 70 and losing is not empty stats.
No, you remember.
Dropping 70 and losing is not empty stats.
No, you remember what you said earlier with Kyle Lowry winning an NBA Finals. Shouldn't that like make him not a playoff choker anymore? But he actually choked in those games. Devin Booker was on a bad team losing.
And
you know
guess what?
Devin Booker, now that he had a good team and made it to the finals, shouldn't that show you that like he
and got walked down, lost 4 straight.
Hey, won the first 2.
Lost 4 straight. Which one's
won
worse?
The first 2.
Yeah,
won the first 2. He made it to the finals.
I'm a Booker fan, but don't let me do this to him, bro.
Yeah, I'm a Booker fan too, but like he he's not an empty stat warrior. Like he proved it when he's been in the MVP races and in the playoffs, he's been a good playoff performer. Not empty stats, and it gets proven over the years.
Man, I think I don't know. I just don't like empty stats because
Zach LaVine is empty stats because he had a team around him, and you see he couldn't win. He had DeMar DeRozan. He had Vucevic.
Because my thing is, I don't really view it as empty stats because my whole thing is, if you're a good player, I don't really care how good you play unless you're like fucking LeBron or some, or at least in the modern era, unless you're like fucking LeBron. If you put up amazing numbers, but you're just on a really bad team, I'm not expecting that team to win. But no matter how good of a player you are, I mean, did Kirk put up empty stats in 2021?
Who?
I mean, I don't think so.
Oh, Kirk.
Nah, the team was not good enough.
Exactly.
So like you know, that was the thing with Devin Booker. Devin Booker was a great player, good player, and before Chris Paul got, it's just the team wasn't good enough. I don't think those are stats.
Hey, you agree with that, BJ? I don't think he's still on.
Yeah, but like Zach LaVine is empty stats, you know.
I disagree.
My thing with Zach LaVine too. I think he's a good scorer. I just think that his role got exhausted. I don't think he's a guy that on a winning team is putting up 27, 28 points a game.
Exactly.
He's just a guy that is a good scorer who had too big of a workload, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying they're kind of empty because even in the playoffs, he does bad. You know what I mean? Like when teams
he made the playoffs one time.
Exactly, and he's been the leader of that team for how long? You know, he's. I
just don't think empty stats are really a thing. It's just whatever team you're on, whatever role you're on, it just all.
Empty stats is not a thing because I've heard you on other platforms saying that Wilt Chamberlain's 50 was empty stats.
I've never talked about Wilt Chamberlain in my life. I know you're
really. You didn't talk about him on Mookie Channel, bro. Come on,
you're not.
Come
I don't
on.
talk 60s basketball. Whenever the topic of 60s basketball comes up, I have never ever. I've always said I don't talk about the 60s. I don't know anything about the 60s. I brought up Will Chamberlain
So,
points and I contextualized it. I never said it was empty though. What? Never said
so you're
that.
saying that there's no such thing as empty stats?
I don't think empty stats is fair at all. No, I don't think there's any empty stats.
I think there's very few empty stats. I don't think there's a lot of cases, but
Like the people that were saying Trae Young was putting up empty stats on the Hawks.
I think that's wrong.
I think those people are wrong. The people that say Devin
Yeah.
Booker put up empty stats, I think those people are wrong. The
Yeah.
people that the people that would say, I mean, even the people that would say Kobe had empty stats on his bad Laker team, I think those people are wrong. I don't think there's anything such empty stats. You're either a really good player on a good team or you're a really good player on a bad team.
I got a couple guys who like I said, it's not a lot, but like Kemba Walker, I look at him as an empty stat guy.
He was on a bad team.
And then he went to the Boston Celtics, who very much needed a point guard to finish out that roster, and they needed a guy who could score the ball. And
I
he was at his prime.
I recognize Kemba Walker as a guy like Zach LaVine, kind of just a.
And I look at Zach LaVine as one of the very few.
I look at Kemba Walker as like a good scorer. It's just he was on a really bad team, so the team.
I look at Zach LaVine as
so the team made him, or they had to have Kemba Walker score more than what he was really good enough to do. Because I mean, if you look at Kemba Walker's efficiency numbers,
yeah, you know, like somebody who. I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say something crazy, but yeah, guys who start off their career on bad teams and then they get moved to a good team and keep playing bad, all of a sudden I would consider those guys like empty stats.
What do you mean? Name an example.
Like Zach LaVine, he started off started off his career on a bad team, on the Wolves.
I don't know. I think the Bulls were still a bad team, even with DeMar and Vooch. I don't think that was a good team.
I'm talking about the Timberwolves.
That first year. That first year, they were a good team.
I don't think they were ever really a good
I'm
team.
talking about the Minnesota Timberwolves. Zach LaVine started his career on the Minnesota Timberwolves. He looked pretty decent. And then he got traded to the Bulls. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then he put on some stats, but they weren't nothing too crazy. Then he went to the Bulls, who were even worse, and he got better. So, his stats looked crazy. And then the Bulls went into a contention mode around Zach LaVine with trading for Nikola Vucevic, who had just recently made an All-Star game, who Nikola Vucevic is another empty stat guy. DeMar DeRozan might be too, man. I mean, the Chicago Bulls, did they just have all of them on one team?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would call DeMar an empty stat guy.
I mean, if I'm being consistent, what I'm saying is, when you're on a really good team in the playoffs and you keep underperforming, bro.
DeMar DeRozan's ability and his impact was at least. I don't care how weak you think the East was or how good or bad he was in the playoffs. He was leading the Raptors to like the first seed, second seed. Well, not the first seed, second seed, third seed, first seed. I mean, like he was leading that Raptor team to the playoffs year in and year out.
DeMar's done it for so long. I don't want to call it empty, but I'll say for him specifically, over exaggerated. You know what I mean? I don't want to call him empty, but like
he's just not a championship player. His style of play, it just won't work as a number one.
I'm not gonna disrespect DeMar, but like.
I mean, you just called him the empty stat guy. It's pretty.
No. I'm saying that like he's closer to that than a championship type player. You know what I mean? He's like in the middle. He's still to be determined.
I guess.
But he has a year to kind of like change that narrative, right?
I mean, this year, I guess he'd be the third best player on the team. I guess. I just hope he wins a ring soon. That's what I hope. But that's just me.
Do you think Brandon Ingram's an empty scorer, P5?
Do I think who?
Brandon Ingram's an empty stat guy?
Nah.
It's tough with Brandon Ingram because I'm not a big BI.
Yeah.
I think BI. I don't really think BI has been put in a situation to show what his impact can lead to. I don't think he's been put in that situation yet.
Good answer.
Yeah. So he hasn't. Because again, I don't believe in empty stat guys. I can see a world where BI is truly like a second option on a championship contender. He just hasn't been put on that team yet, and I think that's why the Pelicans need to trade him. I really just want him to get out of New Orleans. He needs to go somewhere else. It's not going to work. I still don't think it's ever going to work.
You think he'll thrive in Cleveland?
If they move on from Darius Garland, yes.
Agreed.
I was thinking of them moving that clown, Jared Allen.
I think he would I also think he might work in Detroit, but I don't know if he really wants to go to.
Yeah, he'd work in Detroit. He'd also
They have
work in
Tobias. They have
Charlotte.
Tobias though, so I don't know.
Tobias isn't taking too many touches away from.
What you think about him in Charlotte?
They already have their thing going on with Brandon Miller, LaMelo.
Brandon Miller, yeah.
I don't know if that would stop Brandon Miller's production or his development, or if that would just stunt Bi.
It will.
I feel like another place he might work in is maybe Orlando. I think he could fit.
No.
That's assuming the Magic move. That's assuming the Magic move on from Franz. The move in the Magic.
I would just keep Franz.
I don't think Franz is. I think Bi is better than Franz. Like if I were the Magic, I would certainly be willing to trade Franz for Bi.
I think the Magic are a team that's building that defensive identity, and trading for Bi kind of like nukes that. And
I think he'd be really good in Golden State. I think.
Golden State. I like that. I love Golden State.
I think he'd be fine. I think he'd be fine in. No, not Toronto. No.
Honestly, what about like Denver for MPJ? The Pelicans say no.
That no. I think the Pelicans might. They probably would have taken that. I just don't know if the Nuggets to take that because.
Pelicans say no. MPJ is a guy with back issues on a max contract, and they're not even willing to pay Brandon Ingram a max contract, and he's the better player.
I guess so. That's fine. I mean, if you're
Wolves for Cap,
I think if you're Denver, you could move a first or two to get that done, but
I don't. And then like the Pelicans would have the same problem with them having too many wings still.
But then again, Bi is on an expiring contract, so what is his value really at?
It's higher than MPJ's because MPJ's, no matter what, you're guaranteeing yourself an overpaid player. You know what I mean? Like he's overpaid no matter what.
Yeah, but at the same time, what is Bi going to be in a year? If you
borderline all-star,
they can take a chance. Yeah,
pretty overpaid.
He's a borderline all-star though.
I think Bi could probably work in. I think really the top teams that we named is just really the Wolves.
Yeah, the Blazers also. I love the Blazers actually.
If they move on from Jeremy Grant, sure.
They have to move on.
Simons.
Why not move on from one of those guards for real, bro?
They're trying to do. They want to keep Scoot because I think Scoot still has pretty high upside.
That's stupid, man.
Oh, Scoot's.
No, I'm not talking about you, P5. I'm talking about the Blazers. Because
they're still trying to move on from Simons. That's what they've been.
Stupid, bro. Simons is nice.
Yeah, but like, who has higher upside? Do you think Sharp or Simons?
Simons.
I disagree.
Simons' upside is if
I think
stay healthy. Oh wait, you said Sharp.
Yeah.
I just assumed you're talking about Scoot.
Sharp, I think is going to be really. I think Sharp's going to be a beast.
Sharp, I'm still giving it to Simons though. I think Sharp is nice, very nice, but very clutch too, actually. But Simons, he's a legit lead guard.
I don't know. I think Simons is a good. I look at Simons as one of those guys who's kind of already hit his peak or hit his development.
No, he's like 25, bro.
I get that, but like the improvements that he's going to make to his game is like marginal improvements as a scorer. Like he might get better.
Oh, what a 25-year-old? He's already like borderline.
Simons will develop a better feel for the game. His shot selection might get better, and he might become more efficient. But my thing with Simons is I don't really see him ever having that ceiling of. Like he's always gonna be like maybe an all-star caliber guy in the West. He's never gonna make it, but he's always gonna remind me as that all-star caliber guy, a guy who can score, a guy who can create a little bit. But I just think when you look at Shaedon Sharp, I think Shaedon Sharp has all NBA upside. I think that's how good Shaedon Sharp really is. I think Shaedon Sharp's he's more athletic. He's got a better frame. I think he has higher upside as a scorer. He can get to the rim, do it on all three levels. Defensively, I think he has a higher upside than Simons. I think Sharp's going to be really, really good. That's how good. That's how high I am on Shaden Sharp.
I like Shaden Sharp also, but I think Anthony Simons
And
at
plus,
the
Anthony
age.
Simons' contract is coming up soon, so like
It's like,
you're gonna have to do something with him.
yeah, it's like, why do they care about that? Like, why they pocket? Like, why the Blazers watching his pockets instead of watching who they drafted? They need to worry about the fact that they took Scoot over Brandon Miller because they didn't want to have Anthony Simons given the keys to the franchise. That's so stupid because if there's a NBA team in the modern era that should understand that two small guards shouldn't be a thing that you do, it should be the Blazers. And what did they do? The first thing when they let go of the Damian Lillard era that didn't work because of a small guard duo, they get a small guard duo.
Shaden Sharp a small guard?
Huh?
Is Shaden Sharp a small guard?
No, I'm talking about Simons in school. The thing about it is Shaden Sharp is going to be playing the three.
Hey, P5, why you keep saying Shannon Sharp?
Shaden.
All right, so okay. I'm kind of confused when he brings up Sharp.
Shaden.
Okay. I know.
My whole thing was that I think the plan was always to eventually use Simons as an asset. I don't think they were ever going to pay.
Yeah, that's stupid.
I don't think it's that dumb when you have Shaden Sharp on the roster. I think
they're not the same position though. They can play with each other. Simons is a point guard.
I get that, but like if you're also still trying to develop your second overall pick, the guy that you essentially chose over Dame, and for being honest, that's what it is.
They
right?
could have had Anthony Simons, Shaden Sharp, Brandon Miller if they just.
I agree with you. They should have picked Brandon Miller, but they didn't. So I mean, at the end of the day, I think their plan was always to draft Scoot.
No, they had the third pick. I think Brandon Miller was gone.
Oh yeah, Brandon Miller was gone.
Wait, did they have them?
Yeah, Charlotte had the second pick.
B Miller was gone.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Okay, but whether that's the case or not, that's fine. I think the plan was always to draft Scoot, develop him. He's the Dame replacement, or not replacement. But he's the guy who's the next point guard, lead guard for them, right? I think they always plan on eventually using Simons as an asset to move and get more picks, or even maybe get better players or just other young talent on the team. And they wanted to develop Shaden. I think Shaden's their franchise guy. That's how high I am on Shaden Sharp. I think he's gonna be really, really good.
I don't think they have a franchise guy yet. I think they do have like core pieces. I do think Shaden is a core piece though.
I think Shaden Sharp's gonna be a star.
He's a core piece. I agree with you.
I think Scoot's gonna be really. I think Scoot's gonna have a really good bounce back year too. I like Scoot Henderson. I still like him.
He ended off the season well.
Yeah, but the thing with Scoot, when you watch his earlier tape, I mean, he still easily got to the rim, right? He played fine enough, I think, in the pick and roll. It's just the shooting. I think he took too many jump shots. He really didn't have any type of feel in terms of finishing at the rim, being able to get around guys, and just clumsy ball handling mistakes, which I think can be fixed with just maturity in his second year. I think
going from college to the NBA, I think the sports.
It's the G League at night, right?
Yeah, but like going into the NBA for anyone, I think the point guard position is the hardest one to like.
It's the hardest one, especially if you're a smaller guard.
Yeah, point guard position. The NBA, these guys play so fast, bro, and like you're the one who has to make all the decisions with them moving this fast. It kind of take a while to process.
That's why. That's a reason why, because a lot of people were mocking or on their big boards they had Scoot as the second best player. I always had Brandon Miller as the second best player in the draft, and it was because at first I thought Scoot was going to be a better player coming into the league. Immediately, I was wrong, but that's what I thought. But I thought that for the long run, I thought that Brandon Miller, who was 6'8", 6'9", he's a taller wing who is already a great shooter, who has a good frame that can develop into at least a good defender. And I looked at him as like his ceiling was like a Jason Tatum-esque type of player, a guy who's versatile defensively, a really good shooter, a good scorer. Maybe not to the level of Jason Tatum, but a Jason Tatum-esque player. I viewed Scoot as like maybe a lesser version of John Wall at best. Of course, he wasn't as long as John Wall or as athletic, but a guy who could play make, a guy who could drive but couldn't really shoot. I was never that high on Scoot's upside, but I was high on Scoot the player, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, but I think the Blazers took this pick as an upside pick. I thought vice versa than you. I thought the Scoot was an upside pick, and you're right about him being the third overall pick. I totally like look at the Blazers a little different now because of that. Because I thought they were just stupid and forced the 2 guard thing, but they did what I said you should do every draft. They took who they thought was best player available, and they're just gonna let those 2 point guards see who wins the starting point guard job, and somebody gets traded. And you keep. I like Shaden Sharp as a shooting guard. I don't want him at small forward. That's the thing. If he's at small forward,
That's why they need to move on from Simons or Scoop, one of the two.
yeah. You're gonna see out of the two who wins that job, and then they have a deep center job. You see who wins the center rotation. I like Simons, man. Like, dude, they should trade him to the Magic, man.
Oh yeah, that's the play. Yeah, I agree with you. With the Magic needs a player like Simon roster. They need.
My goodness, bro.
They need a perimeter creator. That's what they don't have. The Magic is another team. Look out for the Magic. I think the Magic could be really, really good this year. I mean, they're going to have like a top 5 defense, and the Eastern Conference is not a good strong conference.
I don't like their offense, though, man.
The Magic is the best team in Florida.
Nah, bro, that KCP signing was like, it's cool. It's cool for defense and 3-point shooting, but like they needed a playmaker. Like this team had, I think with a playmaker, their 3-point shooting would have looked better because
what it does though is it does like open up the possibility of because with the KCP signing they're trying to start competing. I think that's pretty.
Yeah, they got better. They got better. For
sure. They're trying to compete. I mean, they're kind of they're not going all in. But they're trying to compete a little bit more. They think
they upgraded their weakest position.
They think they should be a second round team bare minimum this year with the KCP signing. Franz has to improve, but I mean, signing KCP opens the door to trade because they have a lot of draft picks. They still have their picks.
Yeah,
they still have younger players on the roster. I mean, they still have guys that they can move, right? And we're looking at the core of their team. It's Suggs, KCP, like Paulo, Franz, Wendell, Cole Anthony.
Their core is Suggs, Franz, and Paulo. After that, I just want to build around those 3 guys with their defensive capabilities and find guys who could complement them. Yeah. Maybe Jonathan Isaac too, because he's been here for a while. He's been here for a while and fits what we're looking for. You know what I mean?
Been there for a long time, but I mean,
and he fits what we're looking for though. So like, why not?
A core piece, but he's a really good role player.
Yeah, that's why he could be a core piece because he's a really good role player who's been here for a while. You know,
I think Jonathan Isaac,
and he fits our team. Why let him go?
Jonathan Isaac's kind of a sad story.
Yeah, and he fits our team. Yeah, just
they have Markelle Fultz on the team too. Still,
Markelle got to go. No, he's in free agency. Markelle got to go. What they're looking for is playmakers who can shoot. They got a playmaker who can't even look up at the 3-point line, bro. Well, let Markelle go.
I think
they should get Dennis Schroeder.
No, they should not get Dennis Schroeder. I don't think Dennis Schroeder. I think Dennis Schroeder. The thing with Dennis Schroeder is like his traits as a player look good. He plays hard on defense. He can shoot the ball a little bit, kind of. But the thing with Schroeder is just offensively, he's kind of erratic. He turns the ball over. Not a lot, but he turns the ball over. He takes bad shots in the mid-range. Take this from a guy who watched him in Toronto for half a year last year. It did not look good. He was not a good player for us last year.
He is erratic, and that's what the Magic need. They need somebody to come in there and change shit up, bro. That's exactly what they need.
I don't know if Dennis Schroeder is that guy. I think you want a guy who's more like they're not going to get him, but like maybe more of a Mike Conley type player.
Yeah. That's kind of like Dennis Schroeder. I'm not saying he's as good, but like he's more available for them. You know what I mean? More realistic.
I just think no. I don't think Schroeder's the Conley-esque player. I don't think Schroeder's looking to pass like Conley is. I don't think Schroeder's
not as good. No.
I don't think Schroeder. I don't think Conley makes nearly as many just mistakes as Schroeder does. I don't think his shot selection is as bad. It's just the little things that I think separate Conley and Schroeder pretty heavily. And plus, Conley's a far better defender.
Not right now at this stage of their career. Conley's the way better playmaker, better shooter, better player, better everything.
Yeah, and it's also the little things. I think the Magic need a guard who can do just. They don't need a star, Like if they get Simons, that's cool.
Yeah, Mike Conley's a star, kind of. That's why I'm saying they don't need a star. Like Dennis Schroeder.
Conley's a star.
Yeah.
Come on.
What is it? Whatever.
Bro, backtrack.
Is Mike Conley a star? Like, am I tripping?
No,
he's not.
He's a starter. Like that's a star player. Nah.
Every star is a star player now.
Oh wow! I mean, Killian Hayes. Am I right?
I mean, like he's a legit starter though.
Yeah, he's a legit starter. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. He's a legit.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Conley shouldn't even start next season. Rob Dillingham should start for the
No. Mike Conley shouldn't be starting still.
Yeah.
Like if your team,
how did the Timberwolves of all teams get Rob Dillingham? That shit made me so.
Yeah.
How did Minnesota?
That was crazy.
Rob Dillingham.
Yeah. But why
couldn't we make that trade up and get him? Why couldn't we do that? Come on.
If you had a news article drop tomorrow because your team got Kyle Lowry, it was a star point guard signed to the Toronto Raptors. You know, like
I think it would say
star point guard.
Be honest, what it would say is what it would say is like 6-time or 5-time All-Star point guard, something like that. I don't think it would say.
They will call him a star player.
They would call him a former All-Star.
They'll call him a former All-Star who's now a star player type shit, bro.
Nah, I don't know about that. I don't
Well,
know.
I'm gonna take the L. I'm just take the L, bro. Mike Conley's not a star. I'm cool with it. But he's a legit starter, so that's cool. Dennis Schroeder. I think the Magic aren't looking for a legit starter.
Schroeder's a starter on a bad team.
Yeah, and off the bench for the Magic, he could come in and do that erratic point guard shit. I hate Cole Anthony does that for them. Cole Anthony, bro, I don't know why. Watching him gets me upset sometimes, man.
I kind of like Cole Anthony. I kind of like him. I think he's
off the bench. He's cool. I like the role he's in, but he's even inefficient at that. What is his numbers, man? Let me check this shit up, bro. I hardly ever see the ball go in the basket, but I see him shoot so much, man.
I mean, if you want to see it, if you want to see it, but if the Magic really want someone erratic, I mean, they can go get Killian Hayes, and there can be some chaos.
No. Cole Anthony.
There can for sure be some chaos on the floor. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a player get cut mid-season by the worst team the league has ever seen before. I mean, holy shit! If you want chaos on the floor or erraticness, just go get Killian Hayes.
Yeah.
Because Jesus Christ.
Killian Hayes is actually a bad player.
Former top 10 pick, by the way.
Yeah. I didn't even know who he was when he was drafted, and he showed me why.
They also had another guy's name, Sekou Doumbouya.
Oh yeah, he was actually. I thought he was gonna be like I thought he was gonna be one of those guys who's in the NBA for like 10 years. He seemed like a good role player.
I guess he could have been. Maybe he could have been. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Shit, he just wasn't good, and he was on the Pistons.
Yeah, I looked at him similar to what's that buddy name? Sadiq Bey. I thought he was gonna be like Sadiq Bey.
I feel like the Pistons are one of those teams, right? Where unless you're Cade Cunningham, of course, I just don't have that much hope for you to develop.
Yeah,
they're just so dysfunctional. I mean, even Jaden Ivey couldn't do it. They're just so dysfunctional and don't know how to play basketball really, or coach, or GM, or do anything like that. Develop talent. I just don't have much hope for the Pistons at all unless they have a whole new regime change. I don't have that much hope for Detroit whatsoever.
They did kind of have a regime change though.
They need to show some actual change and improvement. I would.
Yeah. I like the steps they made this offseason. They added spacing, and I think they should start like Cade, Malik Beasley, Tobias Harris, Jalen Duran, and maybe Asar. Yeah, that'd be a cool lineup. Got enough spacing, because that's what the Pistons really been missing, spacing, bro.
Wait, say the lineup again.
Cade Cunningham, Malik Beasley, Asar Thompson, Tobias Harris, Jalen Duran. Maybe if you want to add more spacing, you could even take Asar Thompson out and put Simeon Fontecchio.
And then you move Tobias to the 3 and then Fontecchio at the 4. That's what you're saying?
I would do Fontecchio at the 3 and Tobias at the 4, but they would be the forwards. Yeah,
Yeah, I think he's six. Isn't he 6'10", 6'9"?
he's 6'7", 6'8".
Oh, 6. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. He did. I thought he was like bigger on the court too, but when I looked it up, he was like 6'7", 6'8".
Because Tobias, he's a finesse player. He can't play the 4.
I think Tobias is more of a Carmelo Anthony kind of like get in your chest type of player. Like
Not all the time.
Not all the time, but
when he has mismatches, yeah. But
Yeah.
if he's playing his guys that play physical, he's not going to want to get physical with them.
I don't really watch Tobias Harris enough to nitpick him with stuff like that, so I don't know.
I mean, I watched him for 5.5 seasons, and I saw it all 5.5 seasons. So
yeah, I don't nitpick his like who he takes matchups with, but like I be seeing him have some Carmelo moments with them jab steps in that post game though. Pretty nice.
I mean, Carmelo didn't care who was in front of him. He was going to get physical. But
Yeah.
Now I know you're not comparing Tobias to Carmelo. That's
no. I am, but I'm just saying he's not as good. I am comparing them. He's just not as good. Yeah. He's just not as good. Nowhere near. Nowhere near the talent level. But he plays like him. Good rebounder, lazy on defense, kind of chubby. Kind of small forwards who can play power forward. Great mid-range game. Slower pace players who thrive in the half court. I would compare them to one another. Just Carmelo Anthony's the better version.
Way better.
Yeah, superior. Carmelo's an all-time player. Mm-hmm. Tobias Harris is maybe a top 100 player in the NBA right now, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I don't think he's top 100, but y'all can.
Nah, he is.
Maybe. I'd have to get to that list, but I doubt it.
Wow.
He's in that he's probably in that 90 to 120 range, 80 to 120 even. I don't know where he would be though.
Yeah, I mean, considering his frame and 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", and him sometimes wanting to play passive, it really pisses me off. And especially even this past playoffs, I mean, he didn't want to get physical with Josh Hart. I mean, we know Josh Hart plays very, very physical, and you could tell he wanted no parts of him.
Yeah.
And Thomas is in the comment section telling me that Tobias is an all-star. I mean, name an all-star that had 0 points in the closeout game. I'll wait. If he's still on. So yeah, Thomas, just stop it.
Dang, that's crazy. I haven't been reading the comments at all. Y'all been saying stuff.
Yeah. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tunis Sport, he is free, but I mean, we can still talk about what he did.
Wait, what you talking about? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
No, I'm talking about Tobias Harris.
Yeah,
they're still saying Tobias is an all-star. I mean, not Tunis Sport.
Hell nah. Tobias, we ranked our power forwards last week. Tobias was 20 in the 20s for power forwards. Let me see who we had ranked above Tobias Harris. It was, we were actually arguing it, valid names above Tobias Harris. We had 20. Or let me see. Okay, so we have Danny Avdija.
I think he played. He played small forward. He played small forward more than power forward last season.
Yeah, but no. He's a forward. So he's around the same people that play the same position as him. So 16, 17, 18.
Because we had Batum playing power forward. We had PJ playing power forward. And games that none of those two played, that's when he was playing the power forward position.
Last year, he probably was listed as small forward. What was our starting lineup? Maxey,
Lowry, Tobias, Batum, Embiid.
Whatever, but he's a forward, bro. He on the power forward list, he was ranked 23rd.
23rd?
Yeah. Got Danny Avdija over him. Jalen Johnson over
Whoa. Avdija over Tobias Harris?
Yeah, Danny Avdija, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Jalen
Johnson. That is disrespectful.
but he's a better defender, better 3-point shooter, better playmaker, and he's a role player, just like Tobias. Tobias is a role player that's, he's a cool defender.
I don't know, man.
Denny is better. Jalen Johnson is better. Jabari Smith is better. Jeremy Grant is better. Keegan Murray is better. Draymond Green is better. Kyle Kuzma is better. Aaron Gordon is better. And I'm getting to the names like Cat, so I know you gotta argue it. He's around like the 20th best power forward in the league. So if you put forwards, there's probably 20 other small forwards who are better than him. So off rip, he's like the 40th, he's like the 50th best player. And then you add point guards, there's probably 20 point guards better than him. Centers is probably like 15 better than him. He's like a borderline top 100 player. Getting paid $30 million.
I mean, it's just certain names that you mentioned that I'm not going to put over him right now.
Yeah. That's why I said 80, that's why I said 80 to 120. Like you could disagree with me on some stuff, but he's like borderline top 100.
Yeah, Jabari Smith. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Better defender. Yeah. All right, though, bro. I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up over here soon too.
Yeah. All right, man. Y'all be safe. It was good talking to you, man.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good, feeling alright tonight. I'm feeling good now. Yeah, it's all good in the neighborhood, homie. Yeah, living wild. I feel good, I feel alright. Cruising through my neighborhood on a warm summer night. I feel good. That's right, I feel good now. It's summer night. Summer days just sitting around, but when the sun goes down, I'll be ready to party. Them summer nights, keep the top on drop. All the girls looking hot, hit the photo and we just don't stop. Party until the morning light. Ain't nothing like them summer nights. I just kicked it at home. I polished up the chrome, called the Ruka on the phone, let her know I'm home alone. It's 7:30 and the sun's going down. It's a summer night and the fun's going down. I pick her up and she looks all dolled up, sitting passenger in my rag and Paula. Yeah, I let her know that she looks beautiful to me. The world's an ugly place, but she is such a sight to see. The kind of woman that would put up a fight for me. The kind that wants to spend the summer nights with me. The temp was 80 and I'm cruising with my lady, playing some Rafi Bagan. Ooh, baby. I see my homeboys and the cruising in the ride. Hey, what's up, with their ladies sitting by their side. People think we look crazy, but I think we look classy. But then again, that's only if you ask me. Summer days just sitting around, but when the sun goes down, I'll be ready to party. Ain't nothing like them summer nights. Keep the top on drop, all the girls looking hot, hit the photo and we just don't stop. Party until the morning light. Ain't nothing like them summer nights. My homeboys throwing the backyard boogie, so everybody gets together to unwind, relax, and have a fun time. The DJ spinning, so I grab the mic and be like, ain't nothing like them summer nights. The party's packed with beautiful women and the gang of the homies that wanna get with them. And they'll say anything just to hit them. And it's usually a nice summer night when they did them. I don't know, it must be something in the air. Can't help but have a good time because the feeling is there. To some people, the feeling is rare. They're at the past saying, God damn, I wish I was there. To have a drink, have a token, hook up with someone fine, but the kind that looks up. Gotta keep some pisto in the cup. Party until the sun comes up, but we give up. Summer days just sitting around, but when the sun goes down, I'll be ready to party. Ain't nothing like them summer nights. Keep the top on drop, all the girls looking hot, hit the photo and we just don't stop. Party until the morning light. Ain't nothing like them summer nights. Them summer nights can keep a smile on your face. Gotta
gotta try to have a good time with your life, otherwise it's just a waste. Either way, I'm gonna party just in case, like Prince party like it was 99 and 87, 88. I couldn't ask for no better weather. I'm right next to the Pacific, to be specific. The candy paint job glows under the moonlight as I close out my summer night and say goodnight. It's time to put the top up and park it, drop it, unplug the ground, roll up the windows and lock it. Fuck in the pad and fall into bed as she lays on my chest to rest her sleepy head. And we do this all night long, from dusk till dawn. But it's not quite the same when summer nights are gone. But even when they're gone, it won't be long. 8 more months and once again it's on.
Summer days just sitting around, but when the sun goes down, I'll be ready to party. Ain't nothing like them summer nights. Keep the top on drop, all the girls looking hot, hit the polo and we just don't stop. Party until the morning light.